This rondo would be the match to just kickstart a bunch of the teams that weren't performing well in this first two Miramars, and one of them being Aurora, showing Calaris one of the biggest throws that we have seen. They look so good until the end.
Everything was lining up so well. They threaded the needle down on the south to be able to get between Godlike and Furier on that rotation. And I thought to myself, they're playing it fantastic. They're being able to hold a position, cautious of where Horror was, and then maybe flex out on that west side. But Max, the fight against Nongshim, who played an amazing game as well on the other side.
Like, you can't hate too much on it because, yeah, Nongshim Red Force had some insane shots. Hyunbin in particular, the way he was able to every time to allow his teammates to push forward and he would cover them, but he wouldn't just be cover fire. He would literally tear down every single player on Aurora Gaming. I think he knocked out top twice in that final fight.
I'm not happy about it.
I'm very happy about it. If Calaris is angry, I'm having a good day. So yeah, but like as you said, it was great rotations overall from Aurora, but the gunplay from Nongshim Red Force is what redeemed the game for South Korea.
And this is completely opposite from what we saw from Nongshim yesterday, right? Because we were talking about Hyunbin just being super aggro and going without his team and all of this, and he's done the complete opposite of that today here, going, I'll support you guys. I'll be that support player. I'll be the fragger, but I will let you guys go first.
I mean, it wasn't just this final fight for Nongshim Red Force that looked amazing. It was the parking bay control, dealing with anybody coming from silos, fighting into the circles as well. This for Nongshim Red Force was a masterclass of control.
The fight with E-Arena especially.
Yeah, the thing is, that fight on E-Arena was executed so well. It was so snappy, so quick. But the fact that they survived that fight in the city, right? Get outside the city, fight against the other teams who were 4th drives, then win the fight to Aurora, all of that, basically, while still keeping yourself up as a 4-man team is insanely impressive at this level of play.
I think there's very few teams that can make it look that good.
No, because this is the thing, is this is one of the teams that can go from 0 to 100, right? They were in that compound, they were there for a long time, they were just kind of keeping away from E-Arena here, and then they just unleashed the beast. I mean, look at these eliminations coming in from each of the players, so even across the board, and they just are able to just turn up the heat, go, okay, it's go time, and go for it.
Yeah, we usually talk about Hyunbin just being able to be the frag out power for this squad. TZ as well has been stepping up. It's good to see that all the players have been stepping up in this one. One of the biggest question marks that we have had for Nongshim, especially in this last 2 days, have been those placement points. And for them to finally get over that hump, getting that chicken dinner, considering that the Smash rule is going to be in play tomorrow, this is going to make them really happy. I know you're really happy about it.
I'm loving it, seeing Hyunbin.
अभी मैच चालू नहीं हुआ है गाइस, थोड़ा उसमें टाइम है, चालू होगा तब मैं स्टार्ट करती हूँ। जब तक ट्रांसलेटर बंद कर देती हूँ। हेलो विवेक, हेलो जय। अरे पाजी फ्री फायर खेलो ना। मैं नहीं खेलती हूँ फ्री फायर अभी मेरे को थोड़ा स्ट्रीम देखने दो। घेवर खाओगे क्या? खिला रहा है क्या तू? घेवर 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 खिला रहा है क्या तू? बता। अगर खिला रहा है तो बता।
And the boys getting so many points on board, but before this,
that is true.
They do.
They do.
Ida has something personal with
they do. It's so true. It's so true. But
hello, Marvel and
really showcasing how
great
their timing is and how well they can actually read the lobby, what's going on around them, and take advantage of that.
One team that we've been following as well, especially today, that has been starting to kickstart it. It's 4 Thrives. 4 Thrives. In this last match, they were controlling a lot of that north, but they were 2 split, even though they weren't man down. And this is something that we were harping on a lot yesterday from them, having unnecessary splits at times. They were being pinned down by Aurora, though.
They were being pinned down. It's a very difficult portion of zone. I don't think we've seen it be played that much, and so when it's so open like that, it is difficult to try and have the control that you really want. But yeah, there were some changes that could have been made to that.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think that when you look at how Nongshim Red Force had to play it, in a very similar area. You see how flat that area is. You can't. There's a lot of times where people get stuck in urban endings and urban situations, and then you're thinking to yourself, okay, that team on the outside is going to be able to hold them off. But you saw how flat it was. They couldn't put pressure onto anyone coming from their fourth thrives. They were there in a good spot, but they were there too early. Yeah.
Actually, looking at another team I feel like did really well this game is actually Furia, right? Able to jump up here in 4th position, get himself a total of 60 points, 2 points behind the podium, held down by Enigma Galaxy. But this game, how they were able to do actually a big jump around the teams in the southern side against Godlike and also the side of Ida, and then getting in the city and sweeping teams. Sure, they don't get the win, but highly impressive from Furia. They feel like now are building up their momentum. They're a very streaky team, and now I feel like the podium is where they want to head towards next.
That's back-to-back games too for Furia, being able to just show that aggressiveness, getting those eliminations as well, maintaining themselves within the 4th place. Because one thing that we're kind of looking at is Arena starting to create a gap with some of those teams. That's something that second place, especially of esports, they had 2 outstanding mirror marks, and in this one we saw Eden being able to get the MVP.
I just want to bounce off what you said about Furia with the 2 good games, because I didn't like them moving into that silo location. I thought they could potentially backfill the west side after coming in super late on that south. But hey, they proved me wrong. I think that they really showed great presence of mind, great kind of space control when they were moving through, and were able to take the gunfights well.
Yeah, it was very nice indeed. I was watching them kind of how they were moving, because some teams like Aurora, right, you have your position and you kind of just stay there. There's not too much movement going on. For Furia, they were in the middle of the silos, and yet they were always looking, always moving, always trying to figure out where the next play was going to be. So very mobile, very proactive thinking. You could tell from how these guys were moving. Yeah, just very proactive, and that's what you want to see in the middle of a city fight like that.
Yeah, we did see the second page there for a quick second, and I want to highlight one player from Godlike. Man, S-Power is putting up like so many great clutches. We had some clutches early on Miramar. He did it here on the hot drop right versus top. He was cooking the grenade, got the damage, forced to find CQC. I really do believe that my favorite player from India, by the way, normally is legit. S-Power is putting some global level of fights here. He is looking highly impressive, and right now I would say the best player in India by a significant margin.
Yeah, it's not even close, honestly, especially with S-Power. Now all we need is to see what the non-sim players were able to do, which just wasn't just one player. We need all the players from Godlike being able to step it up. But as we're going to be heading into the first area, listen over to Bonnie.
What an absolute treat today is. I mean, 8 games, that's so many clips can happen today. I know, 5 more maps to go, so much more PMWC action to come. But I tell you what, tell me, we wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't for the fans, right?
Of course, they're coming from all over the world.
That's right, and we've got some right here in the Gadir City grid as well, so why don't we check in with them?
Okay.
Okay, you want to check in?
My side is better.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure my side is better.
Calm down, okay. All my fans on this side of the building, make some noise!
Nah. I think we're better. Please, from my side, make some noise!
Yeah, okay, now you know what you gotta beat, guys. Now you know what
सब मुझे इंडियन जैसे क्यों लग रहे हैं ऊपर जो बैठे हैं इंडिया पाकिस्तानी इधर साइड थोड़े बैठे हैं
40 fans right there, and I can see in their own language as well. It is time.
शोर मचाओ ऐसा बोल रहा है
They are crazy.
Okay, you know what, Luti?
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah,
you beat me 1-0, but we'll check in a little bit later today. Casters, who do you think won that?
I think the fans all won that. You know, I'm going to be completely equivocal, yeah, that's everybody won because we got to experience the energy that is going to be put towards this match. The first of our Erangels today in triple billing. As we sidle over towards match 8 with Nongshim Red Force able to close down a clutch chicken dinner in the final moments of that last game.
Match start हो रहा है.
Their attention to the grassy pastures, and maybe we'll get an answer to our question about a couple of our other teams.
Erangel.
The thoughts on everyone's minds when it comes to these Erangel situations is, what is going to happen in Pachinki?
Yep.
Is Enigma Galaxy going to be left alone?
Let's go.
Down their futile path.
I thought मैं क्या करूँगी
पहले जाके. The only other question
इंडिया से बैठ के full support.
Is Enigma Galaxy
इंडिया से बैठ के full support. मीनो मार यार मीनो मार भाई.
We're gonna see what's gonna happen on the side of Pachinki. But who's gonna get these points, man? We're
AKOP with God. आतंकी का आतंक मच रहा W move.
And this is the first one here in day number 2 of the
लाइक करना भूल गए क्या? 14 लोग लाइक करना भूल गए क्या?
This is the PUBG Mobile
कल
World
किसी ने तो नजर मारी है गेम स्ट्रीम होगी नहीं गेम स्ट्रीम
As if anybody was laboring under the delusion it was Paris, Texas. Come on.
आज 12 नहीं आज 8 मैचेस थे 8 में से 3 हुए हैं
it was hot outside.
Oh yeah, I mean it's been pretty hot in these games as well.
5 मैचेस बाकी 5
channeling the sun. Even when it's hiding behind the moon, cheeky little sun, you know, got to get him back. We did indeed, but we are going across Erangel once more. The plane path splitting the middle in the most horizontal flight I think I've ever seen.
Right, that's as dead center as it gets right there.
अभी पॉचिंकी में होगी फाइट पॉचिंकी में होगी फाइट ईरा नहीं ईरा हट गई जान दे वरना ईरा की फाइट होगी
But man, those
they are going जा रहे हैं क्या ईरा
Arena still up on top there. Enigma Galaxy
पॉचिंकी में फाइट करते हैं लोग
but Aurora and Nongshim Red Force pushed themselves up. Now you can see Nongshim in 5th place with 59 points. That's a much more comfortable position. But we are starting to see some point gaps already starting to be present. This is the most important day here, folks, because that's what's going to set that smash point threshold.
Let's go guys, let's go.
Have a nice little gap here, so they're a little bit comfortable, but it ain't over yet. They got to keep that aggression up all day long.
Hey, you know what? I talked about it before, right? The arena, chicken dinner towards the start of the day, and then what happens, right? It's that question of then what happens. Oh, by the way, Ida, not in Pachinki. Enigma Galaxy will be left alone. It is a Gatka split drop for Ida.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you so much to all the coaches, to all the analysts, to the players.
पलक बेहोश हो गया.
Shout out to everybody, dude. Yeah. Shout out to everybody.
Shout out to you.
No
yeah, exactly. You know what? Shout out to Naruto.
Oh yeah.
Get that Ninetales Furies Og, baby. You gotta get it here quick before it's gone. As the Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on. We had a nice little show match earlier. Got to see some of the A7 boys once again. And man, putting in some work. Dropping them jutsus. Them ninjutsus. Substitution jutsus.
That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told they're called. Absolutely. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we saw that show match earlier today, which was great fun. I think everyone had a good time with it.
Fun. Calaris,
and you know, Alpha 7 have to win something.
Yeah, they got to win something, that's for sure. You know, anytime I get to hear Calaris cast the show match is incredibly loves to do those, so I'm so glad he was able to get one in.
He looked pretty good with the headband as well.
Yeah, he did. He rocked the red one too. I was like, man, this guy is styling today. Should have kept it on all day, in my opinion.
I think he has.
Has he?
फिर से गॉडल मान्या दादू मान्या लेके चला जा दूर फिर से मैं ओजी और गॉडल की फाइट नहीं देख सकती.
He does that everywhere now.
Wow.
No.
I like it. It's a good look. He should hold on to it. Speaking of good looks, right? Ulf looking pretty good today. I mean, they're in 2nd place. They've been getting a ton of eliminations here. It's gonna be interesting to see how this whole thing fares out. I'm interested to see kind of how teams develop their mindset here going into today specifically, because I think a lot of squads just need to pretend like, hey, this is match 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got our rondo out the way. Now into Erangel.
Yeah, Eren doing a lot of work for the team on Ulf right now. The elims he's been able to find, taking them away from a lot of different scenarios. He's been able to extract just these sneaky little flush steals once or twice, as well as the rest of Ulf doing a lot more. They had a really solid position during that rondo. There were some difficult south shifts that forced them off that high ground mountain quite a while into the zones, which kind of took a little bit of momentum away from them, but the fact that they're able to convert and get a decent line on that game was pretty great, and getting that match MVP title as well for Eren. So yeah, in 2nd place, good news for them. One step closer to E-Arena. It's a very tight grouping over towards the top side of these tables still. I mean, there is a bit of a drop-off, I think, you know, from 9th all the way up to 2nd. It's fairly flexible still, given the number of matches we've still got left to play, but it's going to get a lot more solid, and teams beneath that, I feel like you're stretching a little bit far now to try and catch up.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time, right? I mean, we got to look at the math of it. I mean, there's a lot of games still left to be played. I get where you're going with this, though, right? With how these top teams are performing, it's getting real scary here, right? So, if you want to be able to make a run for that first place, you got to start performing here, right now. Especially for that 9th place on down. It really is starting to get chicken dinner time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we've seen teams go, you know, back-to-back, triple chicken dinner. So for all you guys that are fans there of, you know, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Flat, S2G, all the squads down there, you know, give your team your energy, right? Start spamming the chat. They need that positive reinforcement here because they are not even close to out of the running there. We got a lot of matches left to go, a couple good wins, and boom, they're at the top.
I'm looking right now at what Nigma Galaxy are doing. This split, we saw it from them in the previous stages. They played it in their group stage. They leave 2 players in Pachinki. They send 2 players out really, really wide. We've been denied the opportunity to see this happen over the course of these grand finals because of the hot drop with Ida. But now they are unleashed. They've been able to not only get the early loot truck,
thank you so much for the 1,000. Thank you.
But
guys,
they've been able to send out that early duo scout that they seem to find to be successful. They sent out towards Milta Power before on a game that they were able to win in the end, and they now have a foothold over towards the west side in the fields that stretch out to the north of Quarry.
Hello?
And they'll have to figure out how to regroup at some point, but for now there are still there's still a permeable line across the middle of this zone. The arena try to make it a little bit more waterproof and don't let the eagle fly.
Eagle is grounded here. He's going to go to the lobby. That's the first elimination. Joker catching it. And that is devastation for this lobby. The arena are red hot today. Just straight aggression.
Shanawaz, thank you so much for the 1,000. Thank you, Shanawaz.
That 2-2 split you called out there from Nigma Galaxy is great to see.
Holding Mangal, अपने लिए ऐसा बोल रहे हो?
Yes, they're putting that 2-2, yeah, because if the zone goes on over to the east side, they got a position locked down. If it goes on over to the west, they got a spot.
Hi to go,
so just depending on where the zone goes, but at the same time, it's difficult to get there. That's going to be the big question. Aurora, still a military base. They're going to be starting to push themselves up through the bridge side. Nobody gatekeeping it, so they should have a clean path on in. But we're still in the very, very early game here. Only 1 player in this lobby has been eliminated.
Today's my birthday. Oh, Duggu, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Duggu. Duggu को birthday wish कर दो. OG की fight होगी क्या? क्या लगता है OG की fight होगी क्या?
Not going to be friendly.
OG को fight लेनी ही पड़ेगी भाई. Kills ही नहीं है.
Into the survival stage, I think it's safe to say, but here
अच्छा एक chicken dinner जरूरी हो गया. एक अच्छा एक खतरनाक chicken dinner जरूरी हो गया bro.
The top 10 teams back here.
इस time big chicken dinner बहुत जरूरी है.
Directly qualified. Tiamba,
मैं
it's
बिल्कुल
great they've gained that
hope नहीं
confidence. This is
छोड़ूंगी.
not the Tiamba we saw in their group stage, but there is a little bit more force to come up against, and that's I think what they're trying to come to terms with.
This lobby is wild. It really is. I love to see just the progression here of PUBG Mobile.
Roshan, thank you so much for the 5
memberships.
memberships. Thank you, Roshan.
Good teams and everybody else was kind of pretty far down when it came to skill. But the skill gap has been closed, and teams are going to have to get moving real quick here. That 2-2 split working out for Nigma Galaxy, considering that they have a couple players in this area. Vitality's right behind them, though. Coops got to get away from this one. He's on the drive. Trying to sneak away here. Serpentine, he's down low. Can't get away.
So close, and remember the 2-2 split there means that he's just not got the cover of another of the rest of his teammates to actually take that fight. So for Nigma Galaxy, this is the worst case scenario. They've left Satan alone out on the western side. Ralph and Lord unlikely to be able to push on through. Ooh, Ulf losing Aaron though as they rotate out to the west as well is a pretty big pickup for the lobby to be able to find that one.
W Russian W.
In the center of this, it starts to get crunched in. E-Arena, I feel like they've got a pretty solid spot on this.
मैं हिंदी बोलता है मुझे भी ऐसा लग रहा है. हिंदी तो try करने का कोशिश चल रही है. Sleepy को मार दी
He's all by himself, just trying to find a position for the rest of his team, but the rest of his team is going to have a tough time rotating on over to him.
नहीं बंगाली अच्छा आप बंगाली होता आप क्या बोलते हो?
I was just having a little chuckle to myself
Karan का favorite.
How it looks like Satan's trying to go over the north and
Karan
the
का
other duo
favorite
from
ले
Big
बेटा.
Galaxies looks like they're trying to go around the south. And the Benny Hill music was playing in my head.
Luby change कर दिया. Luby change कर दिया ना सब कुछ.
Able to catch it, but it's going to be a sent straight through the middle. I mean, for Nick the Galaxy, it's a repair play. A lovely little thread on the needle there for IQ. Over towards Federalis, and they share the swamp across the way.
Nice little
OG center of the circle पहुंच गई है. OG और Godlike अभी थोड़ा है वो पहुंच जाएगी. If 40 और vitality का.
That's going to make things interesting.
And Jax तो तेरी पिट रही है.
Arena catching out Rauf, so that 2-2 split not working at all. Bounce nade is going to be good from Haifa. And 14 turning things around here. There's another one!
Hell yeah.
You had to know it was coming, Axel. And you pay the price.
T24 does get flushed in the meantime. S2G, third party, gets from the south side. Trezak is in the hovercraft, but it starts to go up in flames, and down he goes. 4 thrives. Ruthless aggression roll-up coming on in. Hit them with the suplex and take them down out of the ring. They are no longer in this Royal Rumble.
Ooh, welcome to Suplex City, baby. That's how you do it. 4 thrives, getting hot. 4 eliminations, taking out Team Vitality with a great shutdown there.
DM.
And now you can see on the side of Everest, Team Flash, they're going to be holding that high ground. Next circle about to pop. Are we going to see another crazy hard shift? We'll find out. Lord getting eliminated here, and south we go. Yoink!
All right, all right. I mean, to be fair, this is actually kind of chill, given the layout of all of our teams,
sure,
right?
We're already here.
A lot of them decided to go down south. The major feature that caused this is those fields, right, that sit to the south of Hospital. Nobody wants to sit in them. It is really nasty to be in that sort of area, as well as Everest being a roadblocker on the northeast side of it. It creates this lineup. So teams funneled into this south side. So a circle like this actually benefits the majority of the lobby.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, they were already all set up in this position. The zone going here, super beneficial. This is a huge spot here, and it's a battle of contention. Aurora starting to push Nongshim Red Force. It's a rematch, and Nongshim Red Force win once again.
No doubt in my mind, that's how it should have gone in that last match. They make it happen, repeating history.
Circle border
does that mean that Aurora are living up to the definition of insanity? I don't know, but they're going to have to change something if they want to win the fight against Nongshim and join them back up on the podium. Because they are putting some pace down now on the South Korean side, opening distance, and take control of an area on the south edge of this circle. Putting pressure onto SDG, stopping Godlike potentially moving in, as well as Flash off in the distance.
I've had the pleasure of being able to spend some good quality time with the players from Aurora, especially after their performance at PMGC. And I'll tell you one thing, if I know these guys, they are fuming right now.
Well, you know, it's not infrequent, but Doc wins the MVP award.
With the circle में है OG और Godlike and सबसे अच्छी चीज ये है कि चारों प्लेयर जिंदा है अभी तक, and ये बहुत अच्छी बात है. I hope कि MGV क्या बोल रहे हैं मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा बैंक वाले में कुछ बोल रहे हैं. अच्छी बात ये है कि जिंदा है, सर्वाइवल चल रहा है. पर किल्स नहीं यार, किल्स निकालने मस्ट है, किल्स जरूरी है.
Two eliminations. They are
buffer हो रहा है तो refresh कर लेना
in this lobby. Got a nice position in this zone as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this game is going to fare. Also can't wait to hear what the Deaths has to say, especially about like that Enigma Galaxy split. I hope we hear from them because it's such an interesting play.
Well, I mean, that circle shift out to the west side
so
quickly kind of devastated them. If it hadn't been as hard, basically, I think almost any other circle, it wouldn't have been anywhere near as devastating for them. It was just so nasty because everybody started flooding west almost immediately. Speaking of difficult circle shifts, that's pretty nasty. But yeah, the regroup was then completely blocked off. The gap started to close, and the backstop for Enigma Galaxy wasn't pacey enough to catch up this time. Yeah, disappointing, unfortunate. Maybe they need a hot drop to be able to perform well in these games. Maybe Ida should go back to Pachinki, and that's what they've read into. But you know,
सर्कल होने लग रहा था उधर की साइड जाएगा सर्कल पर अब जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं कहीं पे इधर ही साइड है जहाँ से आए हैं वहीं उसी साइड पे सर्कल है वापस वो कंपाउंड होल्ड कर सकते हैं पीछे जाके कंपाउंड होल्ड कर सकते हैं भाई ये लोग जा रहे वापस जा रहे इसी सर्कल में जा रहे लेट्स गो वे उधर पूरा ओपन एरिया है सिर्फ वही कंपाउंड बचे उसका एक कंपाउंड दो कंपाउंड एक तो है आगे एक कंपाउंड है बट उसमें शायद हो जाएगा और ये टीम ने पूरा सर्कल लिया हुआ है ईरा को मार दिया दोनों टीम ने ईरा को मार दिया तो फिर इजी है भाई होल्ड कर लेंगे लोग
does make it harder, but he's still got a little bit of fire in the belly.
Less terrible now.
देखो जहाँ पे ईरा है ना ईरा उसके लेफ्ट साइड में उसके राइट साइड में ओजी है और लेफ्ट में गॉडलाइक है ईरा से बीच में है लो गॉडलाइक की फाइट चालू गॉडलाइक की फाइट वो पीछे से बंदे ये कौन आ गया पीछे से वो फ्लैश आ गई है गॉडलाइक की फाइट फ्लैश होने जा रही है गाइस
maybe that would have changed. So I think I read a little bit too much into that to call it enough cover, but either way, he does go down.
6 shot though.
One of the very few players to be able to knock Hyunbin on that trade though.
Yep, that was really nice.
Just saying.
Just saying, indeed. Not an easy
Hora.
Wow, what happened to Hora?
They tried to roll in from the west side, and it didn't work. I think that's a pretty apt summation of what's about to happen.
Hate to see it.
Yeah, you do. Orangutan have a real opportunity though to find an isolated outpost as the south side gets hot as well.
Yeah, it's getting hot indeed. You can see so easy on fire. But down to 1 HP, he's gonna get knocked. Al-Ula looking to take out Nongshim Red Force.
S2G.
And yeah, here comes S2G. This Wizard Tower is by far one of the most dominant positions in this zone, and that's why so many teams, they want it and they want it bad. S2G on the push. They know that Wizard Tower is weak from this hillside. Starting to throw some utility out, trying to see if they can get a good opening back here.
Nice. बहुत बढ़िया
बहुत बढ़िया. Slowing it down though. Over on the northwest side, you've got E-Arena.
Nice रे मान्या बढ़िया.
Scrapping it out across the way as well with Furia.
Two players, three players now down.
K's on the inside, terminating with the P90. Pops the reload there. Gets the ammo back into control, and the res can come through as well for the backlines. Furia are going to get dismantled, and they get taken down.
Oh, it's rough, especially considering they lost out to E-Arena. They feed E-Arena 4 more points. The White Rabbit really on the run here. To victory. Next zone, where's you going? If it centers up, it's going to be disgusting. As that field is wide open. Okay, it goes to the north side.
Is it like a rule that the circle has to touch the edge of the previous one in this game?
Just hug it.
It's just like, yeah, I just pick a point around the circle. Yep. I attach myself to that. See what we're going to go for. Another hard shift is crazy, but it's a crazy fight unfolding for Godlike as they find one, try and trade it around the corner with Team Flash, and Tops goes down. Put into the meat grinder there.
Let's
go at Mino.
W.
Finish. 4 points on the side of Godlike. Haven't had the hottest of starts here. Still putting up some points on the board though. OG, other Indian team, putting in some nice knocks. And Godlike OG are right next to each other on the leaderboard. Still a lot of matches left to be played. This could be that start for them. A few good games is all it takes.
Alula try and roll up, try and take this fight with S2G. But it's not going super well for them as they haven't even been able to find that knock onto Hamzy. Down the hill, he was able to survive on a sliver of HP, gets the healing done nice and fast, and S2G can transition now without Al-Ula breathing down their necks. They've only got one player, and Yasser is already sending out into the open. 4 Thrives getting roadblocked on the northern rotate as Ulf and the Arena sit in front of them. Alula losing their final backstop, and Godlike now trying to roll up into the engagement as Ida takes shots from a distance.
Yeah, and that's it for Alula. Now you got S2G that we're holding this Wizard Tower here, but this is now outside the circle. They're gonna have to get moving. Meanwhile, you got Tianba trying to get rezzed up here.
बंदे लाइव हैं, 4 मैन
they got a
है
couple
OG के.
busted up vehicles here for cover.
तो क्या लगता है chance है chicken का ये जिंदा है bro.
Pressure is imminent. Now comes Scarface. Scarface with a nice nade onto Joker. That's gonna finally pepper E-Arena's position. But now E-Arena are in this next zone. Godlike trying to possibly gatekeep this. I almost ran right into that nade. That was dangerous.
Push कर दो Godlike.
Solo remaining for Nongshim.
Did they spot him?
A spiteful look in his eye, a glint, a gleam of malice, but it's spotted by Solke. He sees that one gleaming in the grass and puts it down. Snake out of action.
That's huge. Now they don't got to worry about that anymore. But now they got to worry about Godlike. As they got one of those players up close and personal. Gonna switch on fights all over to this fight though, as E-Arena, top team in the lobby, still alive. Now we're back.
3v3
They're kind of thriving on this northwest side in that fight. Goodness me. Godlike losing their backstop there as Mino goes down. And now playing on as 2. Chunks being torn out of everyone as Turney K continues to turn up the heat with that P90. Finds a load of elims from Ulf.
Turney K now taken out. That is huge. That's going to be from Aching. Tianba now getting in the mix. They know it's E-Arena, so if you're Tianba, this needs to be your hard focus here. You want to be able to slow them down.
I mean, you want to, sure. You absolutely do, but the question is, can you? With Turney K out, you're right, without that P... Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I think Joker was able to recover the P90 just there.
Do you have ammo for it, though?
I believe he was able to pick everything up there from the body. But it's a hard shift again. It has to touch the previous circle. I'm telling you. It's something about this game. 4 thrives, they're going to have to leave, but they may have to leave one of their players behind as Falak has taken an aim. Scarface down low. Last player alive for Ulf. A nade over the top from IQ. Good bounce. Rolls under. Right behind the wheel arch. And it's right in his face. Scarface, you can't shoot that.
Oh, man. He ate that one. And 4 thrives on the move. IQ going over the block. It's the res right on time. Save.
Able to keep things alive. I have no idea what that was. Able to keep him alive, but Azaifa not so lucky. As Falak will get back to his feet. But they have a long road to tread now. S2G covering off the south rotate, and I feel like E-Arena sweeping around may not be the worst idea. Maybe try and push through 4 thrives. Continue on. Challenge S2G's backstop, maybe. Oh, it's a difficult approach. No matter which way you cut it. But for E-Arena, they're already on 6 elims, Dukes. They're already into the top 6. They're having a good game, and everybody from 2nd down to 6th has already gone down.
Oh, Schweppes spins out and gets punished. Block barely moving out the way. Gets a couple, but now there's Mormon up. IQ, got to make a play here. You need to stop E-Arena. They have been too dominant so far. They are putting in work. They kick down block. Now Mormon gonna have to run away. This nade looks good from IQ though. Oh, it gets a secure 4 thrives. Finally shut down E-Arena.
Okay, so they are drawn a little bit shorter than they could have gone. Really nice hold there from Falak, I think, on that roll-up from E-Arena. He was able to do so much damage. Unfortunately not able to survive, but IQ was, and he was able to put a 10th elimination on the cards there. 4-4 thrives. They have been blasting on this western side in the thick of it. The fight, seemingly.
अभी OG कर सकती है bro, OG कर सकती है. Nice ध्यान, nice. OG कर सकती है bro, let's go.
Finally going down.
Zone देख रहे हो? Zone, OP zone, W zone, W.
Oh, and now you can say, I'll take that buggy. Thank you very much.
Thankyou ने finish कर दिया उसको. Nice, nice.
Oh, getting shot up though. That hurts. And S2G said, no sir, not today.
बहुत बढ़िया, nice.
Not getting in here. Access denied.
Hey,
you know what's brilliant? What's that? Ida didn't hot drop, and now they're in the final circle. Isn't that great?
It was a good idea.
Who could have thought that not dying immediately would be a good idea? Orangutan trying to break out from their combat on the north side, but again, so open. 2 teams with broadside on you. I don't think you last that much longer here. A cop on that north edge. I feel like we're just waiting for him to go down here.
Oh, yeah.
And he falls.
Goodbye, and S2G finally starting to make some noise here in Erangel, but it's S2G versus EDA.
Two teams from Turkey. Out in the open, though, S2G definitely have control of this circle.
Oh, yeah.
At the moment, EDA are completely penned in within their compound, and with this circle, they have to leave. There is no two ways about it. Man. They have to get out of there. The question is how you do it. The start needs to be a big pick.
The zone didn't touch the edge.
Oh my goodness. Crazy.
What a change up here.
अरे तो टीम वहाँ पे तो ऑडियंस सभी की बैठी है ना भाई, इसलिए तो इंडिया मैंने बोला तो इंडिया को ट्रोल करने के लिए, इंडिया को बोलने के लिए बहुत लोग बैठे ही हैं, पर इंडिया को मौका नहीं देना चाहिए ना, पर मौका दे रहे हैं.
Cannot afford to get knocked, but they have full control of the circle. EDA have to move out. If you're EDA right now, you really need to kind of start peeking and trying to find a pick. If you can get a good knock here.
I think. No, they're just mounting up. I mean, look at the timers on those smokes. Yeah, they're just going to go for the vehicle rollout and try and crash it. They're going to try and read the zone. The laying out back, the laying out wide for S2G. They've left a trap for Lost to be able to find the pickup, but Rita may be able to find something. The fact that there's only one knock set to Rita is not great for S2G, but finally in a second, there is finally an answer. And Emre charges in, but the ammo count is very, very low there, and they've already lost two.
Trying to get this confirmation. He should be able to get at least one. Yeah, he'll take that point. All right, well, that's a consolation prize. But S2G looking to make this happen unless Darkin gets a good shot here. He's only got 21 rounds left.
In the Mini 14.
And Kamikaze's full level 3'd out. That's going to be a hard knock.
I mean, there's plenty of ammo left in the back pocket there.
Oh,
Kamikaze.
Ouch.
Oh!
Nice knock.
What a lineup. Steps out a little bit too wide there. And Emre able to shut it down, but he's getting crunched in by the zone. Forced in, but S2G seemed like they had complete broadside here, but now we're in a 2 versus 2. Emre steps back into the blue.
2v2 है, 2v2 है, इनका 2v2 है.
Doesn't quite confirm. He's still down on his belly though. Stands up, goes for the fight. Does take a lick back, but
S2G ले जाएगी, I guess.
Down. A 1 versus 2 as Darkin spreads out wide, tries to sweep over towards the off angle.
Hit the gas, Darkin coming up close and personal.
क्या किया इसने? तुमने बंदे को revive दे देता ना?
This is our game to win. That's a big S2G chicken dinner.
S2G going God mode at the end there. Chokehold on the zone, able to take it all down. Nobody standing in their way. Really nicely felt there on that south edge. For EDA, a little bit too passive in their zone, in their compound, but they survived deep into the match, Dukes, and that is a good result. I feel like they were able to do, well, I know that they were able to do a lot more than they've done in any other Erangel over the course of this tournament.
Yeah, or any other game in this tournament.
Of these finals.
Yeah, this is huge for the side of EDA. Honestly, a great finish. They were stuck in those buildings. That's a hard one to win. I just personally would rather see them just from those buildings really try to pursue a knock before just randomly sending it in. I think that would have been the play, but hey, you know what? To each their own. Sometimes you got to go for it. It could have gone either way, but S2G, I mean, they're so good at just popping people out of vehicles that it just made it hard. But we did see that solo player from EDA really put in work towards the end, almost turned things around for them.
I mean, Emre was doing a lot over in the open field there. I feel like what happened there was that they got information on the backlines on towards where Lost was, and they were able to flow out that way, and that's what they went for in those final moments. Maybe a little bit overinvested on the angle though.
Let's listen in to hear what they have to say on that match.
Sürünüyor ya. Bak eve bak. Evdeki arabaya çıkıyor, sağ çıkıyor. Tamam. Hamsi çok iyi bakman lazım ona. Hadi arabaya basacağım, bakacağım.
Ya çok mermim yok, sıkmayacağım, gelsin.
Geliyor, sana geliyor. Pozisyon alacağım.
S2G team कहाँ की S2G?
Nice, çok iyisin.
That sounded really chill. That sounded
really chill and relaxed. They felt in control, and I could smell it.
Oh yeah, they knew that was their win. Yeah, let's get high, folks. This is what it's all about. The best of the best on the planet, battling it out for some major money. What a game. S2G finally get their win here. And we still got a whole bunch of more games coming up.
कहाँ की है टीम? S2G.
WC 26. I'm the 7WG, and I'm joined by none other than the record-breaking man.
Oh, Snacks.
Gaming Snacks.
Let's go. W रे W.
Bonjour and representing
पहला
India
Indian
here doing the watch party. I'm the first Indian
YouTuber
ever
है
to host a watch
जो
party officially from
Paris
the
से
STA tournament World
land
Stage
से
World Cup.
watch party
First
कर
Indian
रहा है.
ever to
Let's
do the
go
watch
with
party,
W.
and I'm super proud that these 8 boys, the game they showed in the group stage, the way they qualified, the standard they have set, because we don't get to play regularly these lobbies, and the way they adapted these lobbies and the way they qualified made us proud, and that's why I'm here.
That's the biggest one, the way that they have adapted to the lobby. I feel like it's one of their biggest strengths too. We saw that with OG, we saw it with Godlike as well. Talking about Godlike, no more hot drops out of that team. They started performing a lot better here in these last matches.
In the group stage, as they said, they did try to experiment the drop fights. I mean, they had a lot of drop fights, but initially for the first day of the group stage, they didn't felt good after taking the drop fights. They switched the playstyle, and now they're playing safe for the initial part of the drop. Then after that, if they survive 4-man, you have seen the players' potential. The way S-Power clutched. I mean, I feel like it's going to be the clutch of the tournament. The way he played. The gunpower these boys have is insane. I just want them to stick together, play 4-man together, because in this lobby, it's all about team game. It's all about the way these teams isolate fights. And I wish they play together and they bring something really good performance back for India.
And I'm hoping that's going to be the case, especially with the first round that we just saw, and then on the upcoming matches as well. I think they will be able to bounce back. I have Godlike finishing in top 5 and OG finishing in top 10.
किसके लिए
What are
shout
your
out?
predictions, brother?
I mean, I just want them to do good.
अरे सीमा खान जुहेब है यार. सीमा खान के
We
पीछे
don't know
लोग
the
क्यों
grind,
बोल
how
रहे
much
हो?
grind
जुहेब
they
है.
have.
उसका अकाउंट दूसरा है. मतलब अपनी
answers
मॉम
only
के
to
किसी
the
के अकाउंट से
gameplay. I
चैट
wish
करता
we
है.
get
जुहेब है.
top 5 for both the teams. It's going to be a huge thing for India, because again I said we don't get used to play regularly in these lobbies, and we get more opportunities because of these boys. And all these players watching from India, all these esports players watching from India, they'll get inspired and they'll feel motivated to do more for the country.
100%. Shukriya, bye. Thank you so much for
Shukriya,
joining
bye.
us. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the show, and I hope that the Indian teams continue to step it up. Back for some more PMWC at EWC 26.
शुक्रिया भाई, मेरे भाई, शुक्रिया मेरे. फिर शाउट आउट मिलेगा, मेरी क्लिप काट लूंगा. बिग शाउट आउट यू मैसी भक्त. ज्वेल्स के लिए उन दोनों. ज्वेल्स भाई ए जोहेब, ज्वेल्स कहाँ है तेरे? सीमा खान ज्वेल्स भेजो. ले 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 ले. ये देखो ये देखो ज़ेल्डा के पास कितने ज्वेल्स हैं. क्या चल रहा?
I'm glad that he was able to make it here to
ये मैसी.
Paris.
अबे
EWC
शाहनवाज जी, आपको
26
मैसी नहीं पता?
PMWC, the grand
आज
finals.
का दिन
But
बहुत
let's talk about
frustrating
this
था
game
मेरे लिए.
because
बहुत मैंने
S2G,
एकदम मेरे को
we
लगा मैं
finally
सर
got
फोड़
a
दूँ
chance
अपना
to see
किसी में.
S2G the
एकदम
way
ऐसा
that we
लगा
have
मुझे.
been wanting them to.
बहुत
Pretty
frustrating था,
much
बहुत
having
बुरा
to
आज का दिन
grind
है. आज
out
का
that
दिन
circle, having to
मैं
push
मतलब
people away like they were able
सिर्फ
to do with
मैंने
Alula.
फ्रस्ट्रेशन में
It was
निकाला
clearly
पूरा
a
दिन.
Turkish wombo
And
combo
अभी
right
भी
there.
मेरा
First
मूड
and
अच्छा
second
नहीं है.
place
बहुत
got
बुरे
Ida
मूड
getting
में हूँ.
second
ऊपर
place
से
finally,
मैचेस
right?
भी
Can talk
बहुत
about that a
गंदे
bit
जा
later
रहे
on.
हैं.
But yeah, S2G,
Not
beautiful
in
fight
good
onto
mood यार.
Alula. There was
बहुत ही बुरा
Godlike, there was
मूड
also
है मेरा
Nongshim
इस
Red
टाइम पे.
Force, and they were all vying for that one Harry
जय
Potter
ने भी
tower
जमा
down on
कर
the
रखे
southern
हैं.
edge.
पानी पूरी
And
भेज
overall,
रहे
the
हैं.
fighting capabilities of S2G have been
ऐसे
soaring in the
मूड वैसा
finals,
मूड
and
नहीं है कि
we just see
फुटबॉल
more
करने में ठीक हो
consistency, which is
जाएगा.
what I was hoping to see from
एक
this
तो ऊपर
roster.
कनेक्टिविटी में इतना प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है. इंटरनेट इशू इतना हुआ ऊपर से एक घंटे के लिए.
now canonically known as just the full center
हाँ,
center
और
as a one
दूसरी
player,
haters वाली बात नहीं.
and
haters
then
ने
just
तो कुछ करा
dominate
ही
from
नहीं
there.
है.
The thing is, Kamikaze can get it done, which is
ये
super
ज़ेल्डा को second ID
interesting.
में
Just
ज्वेल्स मिले.
exerts a lot of control. Soul K from the
पता
backlines
नहीं.
on that anchor, super cool. Wouldn't call it a
मैसी
wombo
ग्रुप
combo.
भाई.
I wouldn't be comboing Ida with S2G. That's not fair. I'd have
मम्मा
them
विंडोज
separately.
ओपन कर
You
दो.
know, S2G, you know, maybe up here, then
और मेरे को
Ida
बस
down
एक
here, something like that.
I feel like there was the only time I
चिकन
could
डिनर
really
आएगा.
say
बहुत
it, so
जोर
that's
की
why.
फीलिंग आ रही है गाइस. लेट्स गो. 1 मिनट में आई मैं जब तक. ठीक है.
Sitting at the end giggling at you guys. Guys,
I just hand it over to IQ? Can I just
yes,
like an MVP right now? Because holy guacamole, the clutch insanity from IQ right now. Obviously, you know, we kind of want the rest of Four Thrives to join in on that action, but the clutch ability and also the decision making and the macro calls from IQ right now is insane. Also, the opening fights and frags that IQ is doing. We obviously saw it on the rooftop. I think I blinked. I think me and Max just kind of blinked, and I was like, wow, that was the fastest kill I've kind of seen. But like, it's insane the performance coming out of a single player right now.
Yeah, we saw it. We saw him being able to get that first knock on Vitality. I ended up jumping off my seat, Max, because that was such a good opening, and it was actually the decision making, as you were just mentioning, Lace. The decision making from this squad is something that we keep kind of questioning, but they were able to just send it right away to Vitality without even thinking about it. They were like, one knock, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good decision making overall. We're just trading mics all over the place. But no, it's lovely to see that IQ gets that opening knock with an insanely accurate burst spray. Right, that was just a beautiful execution, and the team is like, well, we have the man advantage. Might as well send it and actually get that engagement. So yeah, IQ's just been spectacular, not just in terms of the eliminations he's able to get. We're just trading stuff right now still. But also in terms of the opportunities he is able to create for the entirety of his team. And when an opportunity has been made, man, they just fully send it.
They do fully send it. Let's take a look. Actually, I want to see Four Thrive stats so far, because this team is one that has been picking it up so far today. They've been getting those eliminations. I want to see a little bit more placement points out of this squad, especially for this last match. IQ is not just Falag too, Blank, because that's one thing that we always talk about Four Thrives. Falag, who Sci-Fi has been able to step it up to when we ended up thinking about PMGO. T24 is that player that just really hasn't been performing that well. I'm hoping is going to start picking it up.
I mean, T24 has always been a really good player, right, overall, which has been nice to see. But you're right, Huzaifa putting a lot of work here. IQ, you were talking about clutch ability with the macro play as well on side. I mean, he's making some good calls right now. I think for this game, you know, getting deeper and deeper into these matches is a really, really important thing for Four Thrives. There was a lot of love from the crowd there as well, which was great to see. Also, going to just say, why have you got a heavier mic than to all of us? Your mic like is...
Here, let's switch it.
What, you want yours back? King Mike.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
Yeah, this feels lights, you know? Light on my feet, on the desk. You can call this a desk, it's more of a couch. But yeah, overall, I think I completely agree with you. Macro-wise, looking great. I do just want to kind of bring it back to Tiamba right now. They did drop in.
Max, don't leave me hanging, come on.
Oh, sorry. Hey,
please go on.
Let's chat about Tiamba, right? We had a lot to talk about them today, didn't we, Lace? But they've dropped in a new sub now in Shallow. Milu's out for the time being. I think that the team definitely slowed down in a big way. It is hurting them a lot. We're not seeing those snap decisions anymore.
Yeah, it's not even like that they're trying to do something a little bit different. It's now just their strategy is not working for it's insane to see. They're still making the same strategies, the rotates, but when going into a fight now, they seem to be losing it, which they're playing their same game, but it's not working out for them. So I'm seeing I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
Me too.
सही कह रही क्या?
Has been picking it up, especially here in the last
सही तो कह रही है मुझे लग रहा
too, has been OG. OG has been able to step it up. We saw them finish in the top 4 situation.
Strategy काम नहीं आ रही उनकी लग रहा है.
We even saw them
rotation तो सही कर रहे हैं.
Switching it up a little bit more.
दिक्कत कहाँ आ रही फिर?
Since they're able to revive people.
दिक्कत कहाँ आ रही है? Fight weight करने में दिक्कत आ रही है लग रहा है.
We witnessed from them back in their respective group, right? It kind of fizzled out. They've been more passive from time to time. But no, here actually a really good 2-2 split, maintaining that high ground position up north and sending 2 players down.
Okay, Jay, okay.
Behind it, but at the end pushing that
दिक्कत तो यही भी आ रही है. Wrangle मेरा मार दो मेरा मार बाकी है.
Highlight here before we do wrap up this desk. Man, Ida finally gave up the drop onto Nigma Galaxy. Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
It's good, right? You know, getting a second place off the back of that is cool. I was almost expecting them to clutch up there versus S2G.
अच्छा ये डर लगता है लियो. लो दीदी, thank you to go.
They just had a really silly win at the end of it.
Yeah, Sorry, I'm thinking about Furia because I saw them being able to get that chicken dinner earlier in the day. But Ida, yes, I agree with both of you. I'm glad that they finally just stopped doing that hot drop and decided to change the mentality because they were in last place before they decided to make that change. One team that's currently not in last place and is wanting to challenge that first place is none other than Furia, and I believe Kalara's got a chance to talk to them.
Hey guys, of course I am down here on the stage with Ayala as I have him after this great performance here throughout day number 2 of the finals. My first question here for Erengel is, sorry, Miramar even I should say, in the second Miramar. You guys had great space control to be able to eventually get yourself to that win.
ना कभी finish हो जाते हैं ऐसा कौन सी कवर वही तो मैं कह रही हूँ पता नहीं क्यों ना फुटे finish हो
como é que foi o jogo de Miramar para vocês, né? Ali no final.
रोटेशन तो सब अच्छी हो रही है जोन भी इस बार ठीक था इतने बुरे जोन नहीं बन रहे हैं तो कहीं तो गड़बड़ हो रही है
esse jogo aí a gente começou perdendo o chifre, só que a gente não desistiu e continuou querendo. A gente jogou bem esse jogo mesmo estando em trio. Então a gente ganhou os morros, foi jogando juntos e a gente conseguiu ganhar a play.
So it was very nice play. We managed to get it through with 3 players, so it was really important for us. We made the right decisions and we could get it.
Awesome. So let's talk about the rondo for a moment because that was great as well. You guys eventually entered into the silos and things like that. And I thought you were going to be in a lot of trouble. But you actually looked amazing in that execution. So
अगर आज मैं चिकन नहीं देख पाऊंगी ना तो शायद मेरे को नींद ही नहीं
How did
आएगी
you execute that?
A partida de Rondo também foi muito boa, né? Vocês entraram ali no silo e ficaram por ali, parecia que ia dar ruim algumas horas, mas conseguiram sair muito bem. Quais eram as suas preocupações ali nessa queda e nessa partida? O que vocês estavam sentindo?
Nessa partida de Rondo, a gente começou bem, fazendo mais kills no começo, depois fomos pegando mais kills, só que a gente errou em algumas coisas no finalzinho que a gente depois da play conversou, então tomara que nas próximas plays a gente consiga ajeitar tudo para conseguir ganhar esse campeonato.
So it was a pretty nice match. We managed to get us some kills on the start and in the middle game.
फाइनल कैसे पहुंच गए अरे फिरोज फराज खान क्या हुई
After the game we talked.
फराज खान chill फराज खान
for the next ones.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for joining me, Ayala.
Mama,
for us here down on the stage.
ये बंद कर दो जरा
Thank you, Kalars, and thank you, Ayala, as well, for that great answer. And yeah, for this team, I mean, they started off hot today. This last match, though, ended up being a big old donut. I think they'll be able to bounce back.
Ayala, you may have your driver's license back. I will bestow it upon you once more because now the decisions to use the vehicle are working for you and not just going in there and seeing what sticks. But no, look, the elimination consistency from Furia is, you know, we always speak about it. They are.
What about you? मैं भी ठीक हूँ हैप्पी इंडिपेंडेंस डे बट मेरा मूड नहीं अच्छा है मेरा नेट ने बहुत बीट दिया स्ट्रीम 3 बार चालू किया
placement points, which is exciting to see, especially on the map where they they got their chicken dinner and the way that they were able to just wait. Sometimes they just get a little bit too happy aggressive and they're like, you know what, we're going to create our own play. However, the patience that they are showing now, especially Max, it's just working for them. And it's a great Furia look.
It really is. I mean, I kind of want to go a little bit deeper almost on Furia in the sense that I was expecting Silence and Ayala to put up big numbers, which they still are on occasion, but I feel like Higot has really risen up the ranks in this tournament. He's gotten so many great plays. Sometimes where players will give him a lot of 1v1s and you don't want to do that to Higot because he will get those eliminations if you give them that slightest opportunity to fight back. But yeah, Higot is looking great. So literally the entirety of Furia has that potential to be in the top 10 players in this event.
But you got to remember, Igor, too, is a player that has won MVP in the past for Americas, too, when he ended up being in previous teams before joining Furia, right? So we know that he can definitely put up those points. We just want to see Silence even more. Silence, what's your pick for MVP? Let's take a look at the overall so we can see where some of these squads are truly sitting at, because I would love to see where Furia is currently at, with E-Arena still being in first place. The gap being there about 18 points from Ulf Esports.
Well, I mean, for Ayala and Chief as well, like back in Liquid days, I think for, honestly, those boys, the big thing about their team play was that they locked down endgames massively. They massively locked down endgames. We're not quite getting there yet. We are slowing things down, like you say, Lace, which is a very, very good thing to get those placement points on board. But I think that as soon as we start seeing Fury in those endgames, we're looking really good. Enigma Galaxy's still up there. Ulf looking fantastic. I mean, it's more consistent than anything. They haven't really been a big driver in these matches, but sitting at 67 points right now, I think they can push that a little bit further. But Aurora slowly slipping down these rankings now.
Yeah, Aurora is starting to be a bit of a red flag for me as well, Lace.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing to see. They're getting active and busy in sort of these mid games, but they're not sort of pushing it any further than that, and not sort of solidifying any eliminations. It's kind of like I feel like Aurora and especially Ulf.
बहुत craze है यार, हमारे यहाँ पे भी craze है
page, but I kind of feel like they're just sliding by. Consistency's there. I would say Aurora has dropped more consistency than Ulf, for example, but I'm kind of just feeling like they're grazing by.
The placement points to the teams above them, they all got wins, right? 1 win, 2 wins. So actually the placement points are not bad. It's just really the eliminations they're missing out on. Second page though, teams
which is wild.
Yeah, starting to still linger down here. But keep in mind, Ida started the day with 2 points. Now they got 25. They're not in the bottom rank anymore.
Not hyping them up. They've had one good game.
I gotta praise them. They didn't hot drop. Okay, so I don't want them to go back to it. Good job, Ida. Keep it up. Yeah,
it's like a kindergarten right now.
Ida fighting.
Good job. You used blue instead of red there.
You get a gold star. Yeah.
Hello, hi, edits. Jersey number to
kuch nahi hai. Great player, but we have to be honest. We do have to be honest here about it, where it's not looking great. I'd like to see them push that a little bit further now going forward. But yeah, I do think they're a good team. I think they're a good team. It's just I want to see more out of them, and until then, I'm not going to be praising them for not hot dropping 3 times in a row.
I will. I'm still happy. So
I know you're a lovely guy compared to me.
Hey. By the way, I want to say I'm a little bit scared for Ulf because they're in second place. They got the second place curse. They're Suk 2.0.
Around 9 p.m.
PMWC last year. PMGO season 1, they got second place, right, just behind the likes of 4 Thrives and just above Furia. Second place and Ulf is not a great storyline. They're not friends, but they're still up there.
What was that about the nice guy thing? No. Look, I obviously on that second page just want to touch on Godlike. Their close range battles, amazing. But unfortunately, they're sort of hanging around that engagement too long. And these are sort of in the mid to late games where obviously smaller circle, more teams, parties are happening. So they're not sort of leaving this engagement fast enough and making that decision to put themselves in a nice spot. However, yeah, their fights, close range, mid range, in buildings has been so good to watch. And whether it be the whole team or just 2 of them, they do have that firepower and strength, and they're holding on really well. So I do hope that, you know, after this engagement, they can move a little further in with their placement and just get those top 5s.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It is a great point there. Close range combat is really, really good. I think so far in the finals, S-Power has made the best play to date. Yes. His Longhouse fight was just, he was a weapon in that moment, a deadly one at that. I mean, the Molotov through the door, I think the impressive thing about that, it doesn't look amazing in the moment, but the amount of times teams will just bank that Molotov off the doorway and it will just burn yourself out. He ends up finishing Vitality with that Molotov. So it's like a lot of presence of mind in those moments, which is great. But going back to your point, I think there needs to be the presence of mind going forward after that, of where you want to take the next thing. I'm willing to give this team the benefit of the doubt right now. I still think they're trying to figure out the pressure on a main stage like this, and it's totally okay.
तो मैंने सेंड यू जेम्स, तो आपको क्या पॉपुलैरिटी मिलती है, कैसा है, क्या है? जेम से आपका चैनल का जो रेवेन्यू है वो जनरेट होता है, पर माइनर होता है, लेकिन होता है.
So is a Thankyou, and I think a Thankyou was a great player.
That was the biggest question mark for OG, right?
4 मैचेस में 50 प्लस होना चाहिए भाई.
Not just Aru, and I'm with you with during the Godlike and that Molotov.
वही तो दिक्कत है, वही तो हो नहीं रहा भाई, इतने चांस मिले हैं.
Amazing Molotov because it stopped the other team from being able to just fully flush out the players that were not from him. But before we send it over to the next match, let's send it over to Kalaris and Aptera.
अमन तुमको भी आईडी में ज्वेल्स मिले होंगे ना, मेरी आईडी में मिले, तुम मुझे ज्वेल्स पर वो मैंने
here as we have had 4 games down, 4 games to go. We're going to talk about some of the teams as well, Neb, as we had Furia looking fantastic so far. Let's just ignore game 1 for a second, but other than that, it looks really, really good throughout the day.
It has. I'm really, really excited to see what Furia is actually going to be doing moving forward into the next couple of
Furia
games.
इसकी बहुत फेवरेट है भाई, जो एंकर इनकी फेवरेट है Furia.
You can tell the communication is much better.
Points to चाहिए
Ayala and Silence again in that Miramar, got to shout out them. They were looking very, very good. You know, just being able to play together and work around each other in a way that we were not seeing yesterday. So yeah, I am really excited with them. They're being very decisive as well, using zone, using other teams. So I do like that a lot for them.
Yeah, listening to Ayala just before in the interview, right? Very clearly that they're able to shrug off any inconsistencies, shrug off any kind of challenges that do come their way, have a little conversation about it, and then be able to get right back on the horse again to be able to put themselves in a great spot. So I think I've particularly been impressed by the fact that Furia, when they basically 4th started that fight on the Miramar. Just to clear out that west side was so pivotal to be getting that win.
Oh, it was, and it was such great
स्पीड को
knowledge
अरे
of what the teams
वो मैंने
had
ऐसी
to do,
फन
not
मजाक
just
मेरे को
worrying
पता
about
नहीं था
their
ना
game, but also worrying
क्या होता है
about
इससे
what
मैंने
the
सिर्फ दे
other
रही है
teams, what their options were in that
समंदर
zone.
में
You know, they were making sure that
एक
SGG
लोटा
couldn't
पानी
come around
डालने
to the
का काम
south side.
किया
They were making
ऐसे
sure
दे
Hora
दिया
didn't
था
push them either, that they were forced into each other.
नहीं अभी
So
मत दो
really just
उसको बस वैसे ही
narrowing
बंद कर
everybody
दो,
else's
जैसे भी
team, everybody else's options, and that is what I love in a team, is that team control. Not worrying so much about themselves, but
तो
how
ना
do you make
चटोरी
everybody else
चटोरी तो
work
बहुत
for us?
कंट्रोल
Let's
करते
talk
हो
about one of the
फिलहाल
big
तो
names from the group stage, of course. 4 Thrives, that I know a lot of people are looking at and having big expectations of, and rightly so considering what we saw from them in the group stage.
Yeah, I really am hopeful for them because, yeah, again, similar to Furia, right? 4 Thrives had a rocky start to the finals, but what we're seeing from them, particularly in that last Erangel, is they're starting to do their splits over onto that west side. They're starting to split up. They're starting to spread out. They're starting to take up more space, have a little bit more presence, and to me, that tells me that they're feeling very confident now. They're starting to get that confidence back. For me, I want to see just a little bit more of snappy action coming in. They need to make those rotations a little bit quicker. They need to make those plays a little bit quicker. Those decision making, the timing has to be snappier for me, but otherwise it's just looking really much better.
There's been some good moments, but there is also the fact that this lobby has now leveled up even further. They were able to thrive in the group of death, no doubt about it, but it really has been quite the test here so far, especially when they find themselves in some of those split positions where, unfortunately, I kind of, again, I think it's just a little too early to be there, and then eventually they get caved
भाई
in on.
कितना ठंडा ठंडा कितना अच्छा लग रहा है खोपड़ी
A
में
team that had like big
मेरी
expectations
खोपड़ी
as
बहुत
well
गर्म है
coming
आज
into
एक
this
तो मैचेस
tournament
अच्छे
as a
नहीं जा
whole.
रहे
Not
दूसरा मेरे
quite got their
इंटरनेट में
footing
बहुत
underneath
बीटी थी
them,
मेरी
though.
3
Do
बार
you agree or
स्ट्रीम बंद
disagree?
हुई है मतलब 2 बार स्ट्रीम बंद हुई तीसरी स्ट्रीम है ये
I'm not
ठीक
sure
है
what's happened,
और
right? Because we did see them.
क्या बोलूं कुछ अच्छा नहीं हो रहा
had
आज
a
का
huge
दिन बहुत
presence. I
बेकार
feel like
है
even in the group stage, right? They were never
कल
this
का दिन थोड़ा
massive
अच्छा था मेरी
frag
खोपड़ी
team,
बहुत
but they
ज्यादा
always had
गर्म है
this
इस टाइम
quiet
पे
dominance.
ठंडी नहीं हो
They
रही
were
है
always
मेरी
able to
खोपड़ी
be in those end stages. They were always able to
बहुत
take
तेज
home a
गुस्से
few
में हूँ मैं
eliminations, even if it wasn't a podium win. And
But you're
today
not
and
motivating, you're
yesterday,
just pretty
there's
chubby.
not even that. There's
अच्छा,
nothing.
thank you
They're
यार
playing very
तुमने मोटी नहीं
compact.
बोला,
They're
thank you
playing
so
very
much.
much by themselves. They're not really looking to other players. If players look at them, they're like,
पीरा
"Oh,
बेटे
please don't
चलो
do that."
माइक
You know,
नीचे
it's
रख
just
कर
like
पापा बोल
it's
दो जैसा
odd, and there's just nothing in them.
Is it because Max picked them to win?
Possibly. It is possible.
स्टार्ट करो मैच क्या कर रहे हैं भाई इतनी
What was
बकवास
that?
हो क्यों रही है
I think it was.
Even the producer knows about the Max Man curse. This is
one more match of it after this as well, as we are near enough crossing the halfway mark of our day after this one as well. Of course, this will be the
Babar
fourth
enter
match
the
we
chat
played
guys
on our big
Babar
bumper
क्या हाल है
bonus
Babar
day, of 8 matches.
hello Babar
Let's
Hi,
get
Rohit.
into it. This Aaron Gale is going to be a big one right here. We've already played 2 matches.
मोटी नहीं बस
here
healthy
far.
हूँ
We had a
Thank you, yaar.
Rondo, and now we are getting into
Let's
our
go, guys.
second
Let's
match
go.
of
Let's go.
Aaron
Let's
Gale
go.
here. And it's going to be interesting to see just which
बस एक
teams
चिकन
are
आने दो
gonna
बस
come
एक
up,
चिकन
because we're starting to see
मजा आ
a little
जाएगा
bit of
40
differences
पॉइंट अगर
here,
30
right? We're
पॉइंट
starting to see some
पॉइंटर
of
का
the
भी मिल
squads
गया
at
ना
the
तो भी
bottom show
बेस्ट
up.
Hi
It's good to
that
see
tricks how are
Ida
you
make
welcome
some
to the ship
noise,
ठीक हो
and
मैं
honestly,
बताओ
if they
मैं
were
आप
gonna
बताओ
start
मैं भी ठीक
making
हूँ
a
यार बाबर
run,
जी
now's the time. So it's good to see that movement happen. There's still plenty
बाबर
of
क्या
games.
सीन
We've seen
तुम्हारी
plenty of
टीम का
times teams
अरे
go,
करण
right, get back-to-back chicken
हाथ
dinners.
जोड़ी करण भाई
Let's see if now is
अभी
going to
नहीं
be that
करण अभी
opportune
नहीं
time for Ida, now that they're no longer hot dropping Enigma Galaxy.
Maybe they're feeling themselves after that one.
Yeah.
They're just going to go back.
Oh, that worked.
Yeah. Or like, hang on a minute. We're quite good at this. We got late into that game. You know, let's go back on hot drop them because we'll win now, right? Right? Don't think that's going to work out. Hopefully they stay away, but that might be good news for everybody who's facing Enigma Galaxy. We saw their 2-2 split out from Pachinki.
Where were you?
Not
मैं भी
really
ठीक
work
हूँ
out too well from them in that
Let's go,
last
let's
game.
go,
The
let's go,
circle
let's
shifts
go,
were,
let's go.
Very, very dramatic. I think it's safe to say for the majority of the zones right up until the final one, where it started to get a little bit more sensible by that time. So many already fall victim to the circle on those ships, on those rotates. It was pretty difficult.
क्रैनबेरी वाला जूस
To even
पीती
get to
हूँ
that stage. Not many
रियल
teams
जूस
did.
मुझे अच्छा
Plane
लगता है
path now sending down the east side of the mainland, going between Stal and Saverni and heading over to Novo, so potentially difficult to get out towards Gatka. And
Renga हमारा yes
this is the
let's
sort
go
of situation where I feel like Ida might just go back to Pachinki.
That would be a sight to see. That is
For sure, but the plane's in the air, the island's down below. Aaron Gale's officially open for business, and oh man, if you see them go back to the
because they can't get to Gatka.
I know they can't, but they gotta adapt. You gotta be able to make those changes. They're able to push themselves outside of last place. 25 points on the board. If they get a good performance here, they absolutely can make a run for it. Well, let's see what happens. You got Vitality already out, heading towards Stallberg.
भैया बुरा मत मानना अगर 40 हो जाए घड़ेल को किल कर देता अच्छा ठीक है तुम भी बुरा मत मानना अगर 40 को गॉडेल या ओजी लपेट दे तो
Okay, they're doing it. Okay, they're going for
ठीक है बाबर भैया
going for a little bit of a split drop.
बढ़िया बंदा है बाबर बढ़िया इंसान है
to get on in and involved.
Okay बाबर
Just because it's not either going to doesn't mean anyone else can't go there, but I don't think anyone else has.
यार क्या बात है नाइस है ओह जोन भाई
This sort of a
bro
as well does a lot of work to push these teams close together. Sure, it has some of the military base in. It's just very, very unlikely. I would give it about maybe 10% likelihood that you're going over to that military
क्या
base.
जोन बना भाई यो का जोन है भाई देखो समझ क्या जोन बना है भाई
really start to pack in around quarry in about 5 minutes.
That's what I would
Zone
do.
40 का बन गया
अच्छा
congratulations
especially if you're a team like Aurora, loot up military super fast, get moving across that bridge and secure those locations really early on, because with so much zone in the water, this is basically this is essentially like a circle 3 at this point.
गलत ही जोन बन गया bro
you're gonna have to get moving here pretty quickly. And you can also get moving inside the game and get yourself that Ninetales Fury. Oh, guys, go ahead and get in there quick. The Uzumaki Naruto event, by far one of the best collabs PUBG Mobile has ever done. Still around. Don't miss out.
It's looking fresh. You saw if you missed the show match earlier, make sure that once this stream is done, go back and check it out. It was mighty fun, and of course we had to let Alpha 7 win something, even though they didn't make it to the finals. Sucks for them. They were able to take that title there. The Hokages over on their own.
The Hokages.
In their own right. The little intro video as well. Revel looked super cool with that shadow clone.
Dude, that was the sickest
I really like
intro I've ever seen.
That was hot. That was hot.
Put that on the highlight reel.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Get it done. Enigma Galaxy going to be chasing down the truck, getting those supplies. Although, look like they're going to be doing so with very minimal weaponry there. Haven't been able to quite disable it before it leaves the city.
गॉडेल से सौम्य है मान्य
Where's the
है
weaponry? Come on. Shooting it as it leaves. They're dropping 1 or 2 more crates out. Finally, it's on fire. So a little bit slow to get this one dealt with. But finally, they find some weaponry they can use. Off the doors there. They draw too close. So they'll be able to leverage that. Zones still looking very dramatic on the southwest side. Nobody quite on the road, but 4 thrives went to Primos very, very early. Jukes, which means that they will have the pick of the litter when it comes to taking a position into this next zone. The question for me is where do you go at this point when you know that everybody's going to be flooding out this way? For me,
Jonathan godlike में नहीं है Jonathan Apex में
potentially some of the compounds to the east mouth of Quarry could be quite good.
Jonathan ने but Jonathan उसमें
can be difficult as well. And the reason I'm going for that is because I feel like I would want something that's at least on the south side, just in case it goes to military.
Yeah, I would take the hill above Ferry Pier. I think that's the strongest spot.
Yeah.
I mean, because you're right. That zone could, for some reason, it's been crazy today, right? It could yoink all the way back to Millie, and you have at least a decent spot to be able to get there pretty quickly. And then plus, if the zone does go in almost any other direction, you have that sight line of that field that's right above you. So you can get a lot of work done from that position. I wonder which team is going to decide to take it early. 4th drive.
गॉडेल भी एंटर होने वाली है जोन के कोई नहीं इशू नहीं है अगर टीम है नहीं इतनी ज़्यादा इजी है इजी है इजी मैं अपनी स्ट्रीम छोड़ के यहाँ आया हूँ पता है क्यों बाबर
Enigma Galaxy getting out nice and quickly. Nonchalant Red Force as well. Moving in a little bit further south of this, and they will start to line the hills just north of Ferry Pier.
Thank you, धन्यवाद. मेरी आवाज़ बहुत बुरी है वैसे to be very honest. Hi Professor, क्या सीन? Welcome to the stream. रोहित कुमार एपिक्स जॉनथन की ही है और आपको अगर नहीं पता तो आपको बता देती हूँ। आप जॉनथन फैन नहीं हो क्या?
Well, they managed to sequester themselves nice and deep into towards this zone, which is, I think, going to play very well for them, taking the position just northwest of
कोई बबल छोड़ती हूँ तो तुम टेंशन फील होता है क्योंकि इस मैच में 14 ने ओजी अवार्ड कद्दू अच्छा बाबुल हेलो आदि वेलकम बैक
Arena have started to create a little bit of a point differential though in between first and second. Actually, I wouldn't even say it's a little bit.
गॉडल निकाल सकते हैं उनकी गन पावर अच्छी है यार ऐसे नहीं है पर ओजी अच्छा खेली लास्ट वाले मैच में
Arena are going to continue to want to press that on there. At a certain point though, John, especially if we see Arena like pop off in this game, I think the lobby is going to have to start taking notice of it, right? If you want to be able to slow them down from setting that point threshold so high, I think if you realize it's E-Arena by getting at least one elimination on them, you may want to put a little extra urgency on trying to
like karo stream ko sab log like kar do.
Maybe, but then again, if you do that, you could be sacrificing your own point scoring potential.
True.
And like if E-Arena are that far ahead already to be
to late
into the situation where it might be an idea to do that, I feel like you're already running into the situation where you're just trying to get up as many ladder points as you can, right? You're trying to just step up, get from 6th to 4th, something like that, go for those jumps.
एक ही टीम तो खेलती है
I feel like that's the sort of stuff you're looking to do. Maybe if you're at the bottom of the tables you could, but even then, laddering up is still very, very valuable. So I feel like...
मैं क्यों ऑफ करूँगी comments? मेरे को बुरा इन सब चीज़ों से बुरा नहीं लगता भाई हम कभी तुम्हें ट्रोल करें तुम हमें ट्रोल करो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है लेकिन जब कोई बिलो द बेल्ट जाता है तो मैं फिर चुप नहीं रहती हूँ चेस कर रहे क्या नाइस रे नाइस चेस करके ना मार भाई वो उधर से रोक के मार सकते हैं भाई
I mean, given the form that they're on, probably just generally a bad idea.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I think hot dropping in general of them is just terrible.
मान्या ने रोक के कवर दिया है भाई, वरना वो उधर से इनको बीटी देते। एक एच भी छोड़ा है इनको। Oh, nice, nice, Tommy, nice.
To try and take him out.
Nice as power रे.
There's S-Power with the run over. But Sleepy.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
We thought he was gonna get the thirst, but Godlike was right there to support his teammate. And a huge save there, right on time.
Arena are looking to come into the third party from the west side here. They've already got a scout close by, and they've seen the elite Eden feed lighting up as well. Manya looking to suppress with the nades. Good bounce. Finds Sky on the flush. Will Arena be
one more nade, one more nade. Come on, guys. One more nade, one more nade.
They could have an impact as they roll on up towards this engagement.
बढ़िया सौ में बढ़िया रे बढ़िया. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go.
Knocked for 6. Godlike able to send them to the bleachers.
Tian third party Tian नहीं
looking to make things difficult for the side
भाई Tian third party कर दी
with QZZ right there. Godlike get that fight done pretty quickly, but they're gonna have to make a sacrifice.
चलो शुक्र है तीन नहीं मान्या फंस गया Tian यार Tian जबरदस्ती घुस गई भाई थर्ड पार्टी करने
able to rock in with a good third party there. Vitality a little bit late to get involved. Arena wanted to maybe think about it, but they were too spread out on the western side. So couldn't get involved, but Tiamba were there. Nice.
कोई बच्चे दो बंदे हैं कोई नहीं
The circle in the meantime shifted back over towards the bridge. Very near. He's a hotbed right now. 4 drives, maybe burying the Broad.
That's just saw Coops in the elimination feed there.
40 की फ्यूरिया से फाइट हो गई 40 फ्यूरिया 40 फ्यूरिया और फ्यूरिया अच्छा
बात pushing up on closer to Furia. Oh, hops in the vehicle, hops back in, and now able to at least get a secure position. Ayala.
Whoa, क्या लग रहा है guys? क्या लग रहा?
4 thrives. It's a party at
Hi Mr. B, final match सुने final matches हैं आज. ट्रम्प को कॉल कर हम गिराने बताओ.
Tanning oil on.
अरे ये यार ओजी अरे ये के
very quickly as teams crunch on in. Maybe a little bit of calm though before this storm.
Oh, I don't know. It's feeling pretty disturbed right now because everybody wants those central positions. But you're right. It does look like the teams are able to secure most of them.
बहुत बेकार जोन है भाई बहुत बेकार जोन है.
Don't shim. Trying to get an opening knock here on the OG. They got to be careful here. They're getting mighty close. Oh, and Hyunbin gets that opening knock.
पीछे पावर आ गया भाई.
Are they going to press this? Looks like they are. Hyunbin up close and personal. It's Youngshim Red Force versus OG, and OG are getting picked apart.
Nice, Ravi's gone.
Aru's
Nice.
got to find a way to buy himself some time for his team.
Okay, well, I mean, a good answer over towards Nongshim.
S power left से आ रहा है.
Going well. In the meantime,
S power,
please
please help them, please help them. थोड़ा सा टाइम मिला है, थोड़ा सा टाइम मिला है.
He's gonna get him.
S power OG को मत मारना. अरे S power.
Oh, S power with the double. Godlike from the other
ये
side.
OG से ही क्यों ये OG को ही क्यों मार रहा है? 2 बार से मार रहा है भाई.
Just a cop left. For orangutan.
Kill ले लिया OG के. उनके kill ले लिया.
My work here is done. Peace out.
Help me kill करना है. मैं कह रही हूँ उनके kill ले लिए उनके. 2 kill ले लिए इस power
would
ने.
diminish the power of the position that Salme was holding, allow Tiamba in for the north. They needed to reinforce that, so the fact that they're able to extract points and unleash, let loose some of the pressure on that south side as well is excellent stuff. So he knows he needs to be prompt on that. The circle goes back over to the mainland. So we are confirming over there. Tiamba trying to leapfrog that godlike position. Looks like it's going well for now. Ida as well, trying to send in from this northeast side.
Get S2G.
Tiamba निकल रही है वहाँ से.
Down that hill and find a way in.
अरे जा किधर रहे?
Open field there. You got Vitality holding the north side of the circle. You got one of the players from S2G. That's Kamikaze. He's going to be trying to get some angles here.
एक दूसरे को मार रहे हैं. वो ट्रॉफी तो सेफ है ना? अभी तक तो सेफ ही है. 2 बंदे बच्चे हैं दोनों के.
Completely stacked. Take a look at the replay here. Huzaifa. Oh, nice shot there.
अच्छा मारा था भाई इस बंदे ने.
Yeah, I mean, there's a complete broadside there. No way hiding from that one. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force trying to hold down the bunker. Emre pokes his nose in. And will not like what he smells. A little bit too much cordite there in the nostrils, and Emre does get flushed away. Nongshim Red Force hold their position on the east side of that ridge line that sits wooded and covered. They're playing on those bunkers as well. Really nice defensible position. Look at the teams out on the east side as well. You've got Ida, Flash, Aurora, Furia, all of them sort of holding each other at bay right now. So feeling very safe and secure for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, next 3 minutes is going to work out for them, but then things are going to really start heating up here. On the north side, you got S2G now starting to press very, very close to Team Vitality. Yep, Razek just saw them, and they're going to be on the move here, possibly trying to avoid this fight, get in a more solidified position in this circle. Kamikaze just keeping an eye on the side of Vitality for now. This is still super early here, folks. This is only stage 3, but we've just seen so much action through the chaos of that first circle placement.
Yeah, it was really hard to navigate towards it. A lot of damage inflicted, and yeah, with Aura going down as well. We're down to 15 teams. A lot of raggedy squads on the cards as well, which makes things nasty for plenty of our players. Godlike and Orangutan, though, are both in central positions as their duos, which is kind of their saving grace in terms of survivability. They'll try and keep things going. E-Arena on the west side, holding around that quarry. They've left Schweppes actually onto the Primorsk Hill on the northeast side of it to be that off angle for them. But they're kind of keeping out of it for now. They're kind of chilling on the west side. So for E-Arena, we're still waiting to see what they've got for the rest of this game, because their path forwards may lead them to clash with Vitality or with Godlike.
You can see Schweppes, though, from E-Arena. He's all the way down in Ferry Pier, just getting some sight lines, getting some intel for the rest of his squad. Got to be careful not to get too close, though, to the side of Nigma Galaxy. Now you see Aurora Gaming. Let's see where this next zone is going to go, though. That's when the fight's really going to get started here. Ziol is going to eat a little bit of blue damage. He's keeping an eye on Flash. Uh-oh, yeah, he's trying to play this quietly, hoping that he comes in this direction, but instead goes in the opposite. Next circle does pop on over, and it is heavily to the east side.
I mean, this is good for Nongshim Red Force, right? On their position. We were talking about that before. The fights on the east side will need to conclude. Tiamba sending in a might challenge on Orangutan's position, but it's fairly open on those hills. Going to be very difficult to hold. Fortunately, there's not too many full squads around them. Nongshim, they tried to move in. Aurora taking a chunk out to Tiamba. Now look at it overwhelmed, but they've lost a player on the roll-up. Orangutan trying to hold it down, but will not be able to face the might of Tiamba, who are fielding shallow now on their roster, leaving Milu out, and he is not needing to get him back up.
Down to a duel. Eagle trying to get that first aid off. He's going to be able to get that for sure
On over to Ferry Pier. Enigma
OG
Galaxy
गई
are
भाई,
set up.
OG
They're
गई.
gonna have to push into this next zone as well. Circle is closing. This is stage 4. The blue zone really starts to put in its damage here. Let's see what Enigma Galaxy decides to do. It looks like they're going to be most likely prioritizing the shoreline. That's why they're applying so much pressure to the side of Al-Ula. Quick ends up catching.
No, Huzaifa मर गया.
Fourth drives Huzaifa out.
Huzaifa.
And yeah, looks like Al-Ula are going to be holding this very
अरे
good position.
Huzaifa
We've seen
को
them
किसी ने
do
मार
this
दिया ले.
before. S2G were able to bad beat them in that spot using those hovercrafts in a game
पलक
not
तो
too
पहले
long
चला
ago.
गया था.
So let's see
Huzaifa
if
भी मर
Al-Ula
गया.
can turn things around.
Try and hold that west side. I mean, for fourth drives, a little bit of a lost opportunity there. Remember how early they were in Primorsk Dukes, and they didn't manage to transition fast enough. Both Enigma Galaxy and Nongshim Red Force both got ahead of them in terms of getting to the positions in that area. It's a little bit unfortunate. I'm not super happy about it. And now they find themselves in the middle of a fight that may not go their way with 3 full 4 squads. Sorry, Ulf only have 3 players, so with 3 squads surrounding them. Luckily, they are in the zone, so they aren't super under the impetus to move, but they may want to.
Yeah, now we're looking over at E-Arena, the top squad right now. So many points on the board. Nice point gap. Looking to make that and push it even further beyond. Team Vitality looking to make some noise on the north side. Everybody just trying to find their spot in this next circle because this next zone's most likely going to push north. And if it does, that is wide open field, which S2G have a decent position in. Tianba and Nongshim Red Force are pretty locked down. But these teams on the south side of Ferry Pier, honestly, should already trying to figure out what is the path they're going to take into this next circle. And the only way they're most likely going to get there is through some insane shots.
I'm looking at the shaking and moving right now for E-Arena because now is the time that they need to transition into a pivotal point in this game. For the time being, for the longest time in this game, they've just been on this west side, waiting, playing that edge, assessing the situation. But now they need to start to move forward. That is not how you want to start it. Salme immediately goes to the flash and he's going to go unpunished for the moment. I don't think they've got an answer here. A nade up and into the top floor of the window for Tony K doesn't connect as S-Power hiding somewhere else in the building there. Will not find that fight. So for E-Arena to lose a player here, I mean, that's great news for the teams chasing them.
Yep, huge news. And Godlike now knows exactly who they're fighting and the importance of them taking this out. Next zone does go on over. Huge zone
nice.
Tianba and Nongshim Red Force. That Ferry Pier heel is just so strong.
I kind of like this for Ulf as well. I mean, it may be a struggle to fend off all the teams in Ferry Pier, but once they're there,
फिर से किया क्या?
They have a fairly isolated area, survive quite deep into
फिर
this
से
match.
1v4 किया क्या?
The transition over to the hills can be
Recreate
very,
करते
very
होने पर
difficult,
मजा आ जाए.
especially with 2 teams lining you up side to side. Vitality gonna have to make a break for it now as they have to roll out from the north edge.
And they're going to have to cross a lot of open field here. This is what I was talking about. This zone is not very kind to those teams that were playing on the edge position.
Team
Vitality, you're just kind of waiting to hopefully have these teams in the middle start fighting so they can, you know, get a free rotation onto this next circle. Not too many eyes looking at them, but it's going to be a tough rotation. Yeah, Razy is going to be driving right back.
No 40 का कोई बंदा IQ गया क्या?
Pretty jam-packed down there.
No bueno. It is no bueno out in that open area. Enigma Galaxy finding the back tail of Al-Ula and able to drag that one back. Claws does fall. As the E-Arena is still trying to dislodge Godlike. S-Power with the shotgun tries to find one. But not before getting
knock दिया
उसने,
knock दिया.
Up to Salme. Has got a nade cooking. Still with the pin pull. Drops it down. Nearly finds it. As Schweppes tries to move up to support Tony K and get that res. S-Power falls. And Salme has Mormon now to handle. Gets the first lick in with that shotgun. And Mormon has to back up.
S-Power had that. It was such a fortunate nade there. Samway has the right-hand priority. That's what he needs. Catches it on the Mormon. Great teamwork there from Schweppes to get the nice 1v2.
Almost ले लिया था
Galaxy
भाई.
could potentially roll out and try and third party that, but in the meantime, Vitality crashing up on towards Tianba's
कोई
position.
ना W है W करो यार W.
Nongshim Red Force
अच्छा
out to
मारा
the
ले.
east as Vitality have taken a
34
They are still 4 players alive, but E-Arena are rolling out
दोनों
now.
का
They can
same
turn
point.
their attention
OG
that way.
Gordon दोनों
Steps onto a
same.
landmine. blasts leg
34
sideways, and
पे
down
रुके हुए
goes another Vitality player. They are getting torn apart as Irina descend as well.
WF
Setting a
और
poor
चार
position. And I don't think they're going to last much longer. Ida trying to join the party.
सही हुआ है
Tiamba
इसमें
are now suffering. Darkin and Swain both on in the fight, taking huge swipes at this hold. And Tiamba may not have enough to hold everything off, but they will find the final blow towards Ida.
It's in
ये
open
टियान ने
field battle
सबकी
here.
नाक में दम
Teams
कर
are
रखा
starting to
है
crowd on in.
खुद तो नाक भी
And
लेते
this
हैं
is
और
looking
हाथ
like
में
an
बच भी जाते हैं लोग प्ले
absolute
जोन से कैसे मर
battlefield.
रहे
Tons of
हैं
nades going down, and down goes Vitality. S2G joining the battle. 2 eliminations to their name so far.
मेसी भाई की पावर
And with that
काम
fight,
चल
all
रहा
that
है
commotion happening, it allowed them to be able to get a more solidified position in this circle. Great timing from the side of S2G. E-Arena are like, hey, I don't care about the timing. We're just gonna push up and hit some crazy shots and put everybody on notice.
Yeah, we know that.
Crashing onto
It's
Tiamba's
an international
position
lobby
was
इसके बाद भी
enough of a
finals में
smoke
है
screen
तो
for E-Arena to be able to move up nicely. Despite not having one of their players with them, they are now on 5 eliminations. They've pushed past the 90-point barrier now, Jukes.
Wow.
It is a great result so far. 10 teams remain, but they're on the outside of this circle, and Nick the Galaxy are going to cause problems. They've seen what's happened, and they think, no, no, no. This can't stand. No, no, order. And they find, well, actually, it's S2G who find a shot onto Schweppes on the back line.
Stop that, said Enigma Galaxy, and honestly, the whole lobby needs to start really worrying about E-Arena here because the White Rabbits are starting to run away with this thing. Remember, $500,000 for first place, $250,000 for second. That's a big difference here, folks. Now we're gonna see Enigma Galaxy. They got that knock. E-Arena are outside of the circle. Tiamba will be gatekeeping, and this is kind of a perfect situation for the lobby. Nongshim Red Force, though, gets super blessed in the zone. They are dead center. It is really their game to take advantage of here.
And they're really hoping that E-Arena go down fairly soon because then they can put a massive dent in the gap between these two squads. E-Arena, though, currently focused on Tiamba and Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy find another knock, sending it over towards Schweppes. And I don't think this is going to be reversible. More than 30K now. Having to keep it together.
एस्पायर बच जाते तो मार देते बिल्कुल हाँ एस्पायर होता तो मार देते
well, suppressing that angle, but Mormon goes down, can't hold face against Nick.
3 मैच और बाकी आज के
sent their way either. Mormon gets flushed away.
S2G back to back क्या नहीं NS
Aurora, and
S2G coming into the
NS
पे भी है
it is getting chaotic down there. It's getting messy as well. 30K the last stand for E-Arena, and then Enigma Galaxy have to push into Tiamba. And nobody's happy in Phonepe either. It has been non-stop action for the last 7 minutes.
Fight after fight after fight. These zones making things so difficult. And yes, Enigma Galaxy are now on the push. They want to be able to finish E-Arena out completely. They don't want them getting any more points. And I believe, yes, with that nade, that's gonna do it. E-Arena finally taken out. But they still put points on the boards here, John. So it's like no matter what the situation, they are constantly moving that needle further and further and further.
Absolutely, but for Nongshim Red Force, this is a beautiful position. They were able to do a lot of damage to Furia, leaving them on one player alive. Flash going to crunch in behind it. Potential to pick up points there. Aurora going to have to leave into the sightlines of Nongshim Red Force. There is a big Elin potential game here if they can close it down, because they are in the driver's seat here and they need to keep control.
All these teams need it. They all need the chicken dinner and all the eliminations. And that's Furia gone. Nongshim Red Force. Man, XCY with 5 eliminations all by himself. Gonna have to make a play here. He's got the shotgun, but the suppressive fire from too many angles, making things difficult. Nongshim Red Force are still here though, but here's Bose from Team Flash. This nade could be big. Can he thread the needle through the window?
No.
Oh, so close.
Not quite on the first. Has another opportunity, S2G as well. Launches another one.
ये क्या लगे हैं?
No way.
ये क्या लगे पड़े भाई?
And down goes this Nongshim push. They flexed out from their position, Jukes. It felt like maybe it was the right time to do it, but they underestimated the chaos on the eastern side, and they've let slip the strongest spot in the circle, and they will leave it all up to So Easy. A real big opportunity for them to put a massive jump up on the tables. They can still do very well from this location, but They have really had the juice squeezed out of them.
भाई अपनी
I mean,
शक्तियों
they
को गलत
put some good
इस्तेमाल
solid
करते हैं
points on the
मेरे।
board, but it could have been a whole lot more, that's for sure. Let's see who can take advantage of these missteps. Enigma Galaxy are still here, 4 eliminations. Aurora with 5. Big win here, could put them all the way up to second place very, very easily. Tianba right there close as well.
मैं मेरे को भी लगता है मैं थोड़ा-थोड़ा धीरे-धीरे मेजी तो नहीं बनती जा रही 12 की प्लस से
anything for his team at this point. Next circle does go and up, and it is going to be down to that southwestern side. Enigma Galaxy barely have a position here, but this is all open field. It's time to hit the deck and hit some shots. Satan.
Okay, S2G का chicken है. Let's see क्या होता है. What if? Okay, S2G का chicken. Oh!
But it's not going to go well for anyone, really. Enigma Galaxy trying to step up, S2G trying to move in, but nobody can find an opening. Thanks to the suppression from Aurora. Solke goes down, and Tiamba are holding their nerve, but only one player now left standing. QZZ against Kamikaze over the bonnet. Tries to find the shots. 3 rounds now left in the back chamber for the S12K. Gets the reload, but it's not enough. Kamikaze keeps S2G in there, and Solke may get back to his feet. They don't have a lot of time, though, because the zone is moving in.
This area is looking like a dang blender. Shots happening all around in every single direction. You gotta find a way out, though.
Aurora का chicken है क्या?
Push, looking to shut things down, getting up close and personal. But
Aurora का chicken है क्या?
Coops on fire, literally now, as those nades, Molotovs, too strong.
Oh no!
Coops by himself could not hang on.
And now Aurora ramp up the heat, turning up the thermostat on the lobby. But in the meantime, S2G, they may just get themselves back up to 4 players alive here, Jukes, which is kind of crazy. Given the chaos that just unfolded at their feet. Remember, Tiamba were there. They were taken down just about with the assist coming in. And Nongshim Red Force still alive, by the way, with their solo player up and into 3rd place guaranteed. It's a little bit less efficacious than they might like to be, given the position that they held, but they'll take it.
Huge game, huge game. Honestly, it's so easy to play this quietly. He can disrupt this pretty big time. But you can see S2G, they get the full reset, and we get to see them bust out the welding gun as well. So they're going to have their vehicle all set up. As far as when it comes to zone control, though, it's all Aurora. They had this entire zone locked down. But the thing was, they had this advantage before against a team of Nongshim Red Force, and they lost that game. This is their chance to make up for it and secure this chicken dinner.
S2G on the ferry, but lost, gets spotted. That is Nongshim Red Force's solo, striking out wide. The point gets taken away from him, but diminishes the power of S2G. Maybe gives him a little route in, but already Aurora have flexed 2 players out. I think they're going to be able to deal with this. Nade lands on Top's head. Launches it forwards as he spotted it. Ooh, nearly, but not quite. Not quite. Has to march in, making the mad dash, and Top actually not quite connecting. Has another nade to pull. Top trying to trade it off, and Aurora can really sequester themselves into this angle. Doesn't spot the nade, goes boom right next to his ear, but doesn't quite burst the drum.
That was a prediction nade, though. He knew that he was going to run up, so he threw it ahead of him and got some really good damage on the So Easy. But he is able to get away for now. Here he goes, though. Here comes some more util from the side of Aurora.
They've lost him.
They're spending a lot of time focusing on this one player of Nongshim Red Force who's refusing to go down.
Drops the nade right in front of them. Top steps up in, goes down again. They're having real trouble here. S2G not really having an impact so far. The zone's starting to close all the way, and So Easy just about holding on. But dear life, as Reaper steps into the fight, the DBS there in hand, not quite enough, and down they go. Now S2G.
Aurora versus S2G, let's go. S2G को लग गए.
Takes a huge chunk out of S2G, and Solke trying to stay alive desperately, but he crawls onto the nade, and it blasts his belly open. Aurora swing out from very near and find a chicken dinner.
And it's about time. Aurora clutching
it up. How you doing, bro?
They wanted that chicken dinner earlier, weren't able to get it, but in this one, they get that secure. So Aurora showing some serious consistency when it comes to Erangel here in day number 2. We still got 1 more left to go, and they are looking strong.
Absolutely, great stuff It's exactly what you want to see. It's been said of Aurora before.
कितने शांत है चिकन करने के बाद भी.
Up in pace. They do need a little bit of time to get
कितने शांत
into
है
gear.
चिकन करने के बाद.
Maybe that's what we're seeing here, right? Maybe they are going to be able to find that ramp up over the next, well, the rest of the matches today and in the game
चिकन
tomorrow.
थ्रो कर दिया तो
it's going to be right on time too.
रोज का इनका.
Been extremely consistent today.
एकदम chill है भाई, एकदम chill.
They still put up 5 points on the board, so they're the biggest threat in this lobby here. Because remember, folks, at the end of these next 3 matches, that smash point threshold is going to be set tomorrow. Once those 10 points are crossed, the next chicken dinner, that is it. We will crown some champions. So E-Arena's job today is to just set that threshold.
अच्छा डॉग मेरी तरह लगता है. अच्छा
They're doing a dang good job of it.
They are.
बाबर लाइसेंस मिला क्या कुछ भी बोलने का?
Teams towards the top side of those tables were able to put up some decent games. That's right. True. You had Ulf, who was staying in fairly late. S2G fairly deep into that one. Nongshim Red Force maybe could have gone a little bit deeper if they hadn't gone for that push-up, but still getting into 3rd place into that match was really, really great for them. A lot of teams putting up some big numbers, and sure, they put up 5. I do praise teams for being able to do that sort of thing, but everybody is on the hunt. Everybody's hounding them down. So for Arena, it might be okay, but you can't have a tortoise and a hare situation. You need to keep the pace up. You cannot let sleeping dogs lie, because they will find you and they will take you out of that top spot. It's all to play for. One more Erangel today before we move on to our final set of Miramars. Don't go anywhere.
रूही ट्रॉफी तो सेव ना भगवान जा. सेव ही होगी. करण क्यों परेशान हो रहे हैं? सेव ही होगी. तू क्यों टेंशन ले रहा है? कोई लेके नहीं भाग रहा तेरी ट्रॉफी. कोई लेके नहीं भाग रहा तेरी ट्रॉफी. फाइनल है तो सेलिब्रेट करेगा, और बिना ही मैच तो. हाँ और भी मैच है. करण भाई मजेदार इंसान है. करण आज से थोड़ी आ रहा है. करण बहुत टाइम से आ रहा है. करण है मजेदार आदमी.
Obviously, I'm here to support Godlike Esports. This is one region that was never
Thankyou
considered to be very aggressive in general, but with Godlike Esports, the thinking has changed, and these guys have shown the character. Watching them perform on the biggest stage, I think it's a pride, a moment of pride and honor for us.
The team is like a very celebrated team in India. Like, it has a huge fan base, amazing lineups, amazing achievements.
Godlike got that nice nade off the top side from Adamino. It'll be a great start for Godlike Dukes.
बच्चों देखिए किसी को.
Energy into today's games. Oh boy!
Wow, throwing that nade up the stairs, catching him off. Necessary's holding those angles. He's doing those tight peaks. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken dinner with ease.
The most memorable event has to be the map of Rondo, where Godlike came up with 30 points.
अच्छा घंटी.
Everyone, used to call
अच्छा घंटी तेज बन रहा है. हाँ लड़की कौन है?
And a lot of things like that. But again, Godlike Esports proved with their firepower and with their composure that we do have that firepower. We can also go for, big games.
For us, it was like a very unexpected turns of event that we qualified for grand finals. Like, I don't think anyone in India or anyone in our team must have like imagined us playing our first international tournament and straight up qualifying for grand finals. So when that moment happened, we all went crazy. Like all of us, the Godlike family, everyone in India, we were all celebrating, and honestly, I will never forget that.
The fans over here, the love for the game, it has been amazing, and we are having a great time over here till now. Yeah, I always had this dream to go and visit the Eiffel Tower, and it was a dream come true for me.
अच्छा कद्दू गॉडल हो रहा है क्या?
Before we break down that match, we wanted to get a club championship update, and I'm joined by none other than Glitter Explosion. Some of you guys know her as Senorita Glitter. Tell us what's going on with the club championship.
All right, we're just going to do a quick update here because we've got some seriously cool stuff going on in chess. Obviously, grand finals here today. Third, fourth decider match also happened. That was between two Falcons players for third and fourth place, so it didn't matter who won. They were getting those third place points regardless. But now the finals are going on between Magnus Carlsen and Dennis Lazovic, which means AGAL have guaranteed themselves second place bare minimum. Liquid could get the win. Magnus is able to do it. By the way, that keeps AGL at the top of our leaderboard by 500 points. Now it looks big right now.
Let's see.
Still in the discussion there in quarterfinals. They will be facing off against Twisted Minds later on today, and if they're able to win, that's going to be another chunk of points in the favor of Falcons. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
It will be interesting, especially because Aurora just got a win here. They want to be in the top A because they want to get those points as well. Before I let you go, any team that has surprised you today?
I'm not going to lie, I'm loving the bounce back right now out of Godlike. They put some serious elims up on the board, so shout out to Godlike.
Hey, right on. Thanks. Actually, spot on. Thanks, Glitter. You can go back and just keep on looking for updates, okay? I want to see what else is going on with the other club championships, and I want to see what else is going on here at PMWC and EWC 26 because some of their squads, especially Aurora, Max, getting that chicken dinner. But before we even do that, let's talk about the PMWC Lucky Spin. Available now. You can check out the Electron Energy set, the Proton Power set, and also that Alien Fusion Grossa, which I want. And I'm still trying to get, and I'm going to continue to try to get. So make sure you guys check that out. This was co-created with PvP creator Nana. Make sure you log into PUBG Mobile, get that lucky spin before it goes away to get your PMWC swag. But now, Aurora, yes, that's right. Look at this man. This man is absolutely ready. He's been cheering for Aurora for the longest time. But Max, we got a chance to see them play that so well too, and just pretty much like a boa constrictor, just squishing everybody in.
Oh yeah, like a snake. Well, they weren't really snaking in. Actually, they were just dominating and eliminating everyone. But like, finally, no throw from Aurora Neptura. Yeah. They made it. They saw it through until the very end, and we actually see Ziola. I said he was very impressive. I wanted to see more from Reefus and Doc. We finally got it. Reefus 4 eliminations, Doc 3. But in particular, what's very important is that before going onto that ridgeline north of that road sign, Neptura, they eliminate every single team down there, get rid of all the stragglers. You had Ulf, you had Al Ula, you had Four Thrives, and you also had Nongshim Red Force at one point. Get rid of all of those players before playing that ridge. That was so well executed by the boys.
Yeah, it was really nice to see that, and also learning from the Rondo, right, where they just played it way too slowly. Yes, they had more terrain to work with in this game, but you could see the momentum. They just went from 0 to 100. Once they had gotten cleared everybody, gotten all of those eliminations, they moved in and tried to corral S2G. S2G let that happen just a little bit. I would much preferred a better fight from them for sure. But for Aurora, that was much better, much more what we're used to seeing from them. This is a herding team. They control teams. Teams don't control them. And right now, this was them controlling teams.
I literally wrote down on my notes that, oh, S2G,
Aman ki chat, agar Agreed is really the best. Haan kya? Oh, thank you, Aman.
Exactly. But no, I have to agree. Aurora played that incredibly well, and they were able to take that time to make that spacing. But also, did you notice like Nongshim So Easy causing a little bit of chaos as the solo player between these two full teams? I mean, that was kind of crazy to see as well. I was looking at S2G, obviously, to have that, you know, they were denying the flank from Flash coming around to them. They had a nice 2-2 split on that north side. Soul Gang with the hovercraft, we're going to bring that up again, but yeah, a little bit rough for them. So the way that Aurora were able to calculate that with a little bit of annoyance from Nongshim So Easy, great play.
Talking about Nongshim, they were able to put up some good points as well here in this match. 13 points as well with S2G, 13 points. Max, which one are you looking at? I see you ready to talk.
Yeah, because Nongshim Red Force, sure, they gave themselves 13 points. It's eliminations, 5 placement points. I feel like they threw that game. Generally, I think they could have at least bare minimum gotten a top 2 in that position, if not an actual chicken dinner. But then Furia which is not on Longwood. They're not even on the dip on top of Longwood. They're like this one shed on a little plateau below them. And they get an opening knock, and I'm like, okay, great. Noxian Red Force, maintain the pressure, maybe chuck a Molotov or a grenade. They fully crash the shed, and then Flash are like, what the hell are you doing? We're just going to do a counter grenade and Molotov and swipe the entirety of Noxian Red Force. If they just held their position, they would be where So Easy was. You said So Easy was trolling. If you had a full team, there would be giga trolling. But I feel like, yeah, Noxian Red Force, sometimes they get great games, and sometimes they do some of the biggest fumbles in a tournament. It hurts. It really does.
I think it's a great example of something that happens at every level, as we're seeing here, right? Where you get this, that you get tempted to actually full send into a position, but you got to really think about why that team that you're fighting fell down so easily. Generally, it's because the position is bad for one reason or another. It's very constricted there. There's a little ridge around that shack. It's very, very nadeable. Lots of areas to bounce those that utility off. So if you're gonna push something like that, or if you're fighting against, hang on a second, if you're fighting against them, right, you don't push that, because then you yourself get naded as well. It's very nadeable for a reason.
Yeah, and that match was a perfect example of what can happen whenever you end up just catching up even more to that first place. E-Arena ended up getting 5 points. You can see Aurora Gaming just jump up to that second place with 81 points. What was a 1 point and 18-point gap to that second place has just now closed up to 9 points.
I'm so happy to see it, because we saw throughout the entirety of today, right, there were a podium team at the very start, slipping, getting almost nothing done. They were in 8th position before this game. Now with that chicken dinner rocketing right at the very top here, just behind E-Arena with their 81 points. Literally the only team single-digit points away from our current pack leader of E-Arena. But the thing is, very flash in the pan, right, Niptura? We need to see more consistency, and especially not throwing games when you know you can get those wins.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. We have one more Erangel and then 2 Miramars as well. Aurora tend to do quite well on Miramar typically, so we'll see how that goes. Again, yeah, they can be very hot, very cold, so it is just down to game by game what they're gonna do. But we're looking at the second page here. Flash and Hora, 48 points each. They are looking tied right now, but there's quite a bit of a gap between them and 4th Thrive, so even further down the leaderboard, we're starting to see those gaps emerge.
Yeah, Lace, for some of these teams here in the second page, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them, because at one point we're going to have to start cutting them out, because that point gap is just too much. And keep in mind, going into tomorrow, that smash roll is going to be at play, and it's going to be plus 10 points of whatever first place ends up with.
Yeah, and it's strange because, like, I know me and Neptura were having a look at Godlike, right? And they're making such calculated and well played. And then I even sort of said, God damn, they're so strong as just a little duo. Why don't they just kind of like go in that little map and do their thing? But it's just unfortunate, you know, they were getting like 7 elims in that spot, but just not making it any further. And I sort of touched about that on the shared studio on the couch. It was like they're getting themselves in these great, like, close range fights, capitalizing on it, winning it. And then, like you were saying, moving back in, and not like the other teams are sort of circulating because they're doing that too late in the game. But I do feel we've seen it before. Aurora just they can just have this great game, and that will push them up a lot further because they're getting the elims. They'll be able to do it.
And they definitely need it, especially where they are currently. We've been praising them in regards to the performance that they have had today, but we need to see a lot more out of Godlike, because they're currently just so far away from the first place. And at the end of the day, you want to be in first place. That's what they're going to be hunting down. By the way, special shout out earlier on to Hot Jukes and John for casting those first 5 games. But now it's time for the main show. Yeah, it's okay. I still got you, baby. For Blank and Jackie Blank, you got me. Come on, man.
Oh, mate. All right, that's one hell of a setup. Thank you, Seven. We appreciate it. Some great points being raised there. Indeed. There's some good breakdown. Got all the fans, of course, enjoying themselves. Saw it over there. They had the I Love Maxman sign. We don't have one of those, unfortunately.
We've got love for snacks right now, which is cool. We've also got OG and Godlike behind us, which is always good to see too. The support is unreal inside the arena at the moment, as per usual. It has been awesome all the way throughout the tournament, but we do have a lot of people with us this time. So we're going to get loud. We're going to get a little bit crazy with it, because I imagine finish off the day. You know, it's been a long day. All right. We might have some mad circles to finish things off.
I
reckon.
Should we make sure there's still some good energy left in the crowd? But
we could try. Yeah.
Right then, Paris. A few games left to go today. Let's see how much energy we've got. Let's make some noise in the building. All right, that's what I wanted. Proud of you, Paris. You've been killing it here at PMWC, and we'll keep the commentary flowing as the games go on. We can lock in As we start to get towards the end of the day, it's been enticing, Blank. Some good quality PUBG Mobile coming out. But I'm excited to see if there's any more twists in the narrative.
Let's go, Team India. Let's go.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for some twists, some
Really
turns at the end of the
strong,
day.
you're
Some
by
mysteries yet unsolved.
But daily exercise करती हूँ,
We
but
do get back into the thick of it. We're going to be going to Erangel one last time before we head towards our final two Miramars to close out this mega day of PUBG Mobile.
क्या लगता
Again, like we said,
हो जाएगा इस बार
Paris has been
चिकन
fantastic. You guys have been fantastic. The fact that you've
प्लीज
been
यार
with us
प्लीज
this
भाई
entire
एक
time, supporting the
चिकन
team the
निकाल
entire
दो
time.
यार
The
तरस
drums,
गई हूँ मैं
we've
कल
heard
से
the
चिकन
excitement.
देखने के लिए
The drums better come back though. I'll be sad if the drums aren't in the crowd.
जो है थैंक
They're
यू
ramping, they're
जेम्स के लिए
ramping. They're getting ready to go. Doing a
Jewels
couple
के लिए
of
thank you so
paradiddles here
much.
and there. We got Ralph on screen. Explain to his team that they're definitely
निकाल लो यार चिकन निकाल लो यार चिकन निकाल लो
He's had
यार
a good game now. though.
लड्डू बांट
Maybe,
दूंगी निकाल लो यार
maybe we were
चिकन
the problem.
और क्या
Remember, we
करोगे
don't do that anymore. Which honestly, I think it's a fair shout. I think, you know what, 4 different members of the talent team spoke to Ralph about that yesterday. We were kind of making sure we can get that one across as many ways as possible. It seems like the message has been sent out.
Yeah, it was like, it was coded through Ralph for Ida.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about that? Ralph was very pleasant about it. He was like, I don't think we should be doing it. Like,
We keep getting points.
Yeah, they were. I mean, I think we got about 12 elims off the back of it, which is kind of sick, honestly. It's a good amount of points. We do get our plane path down from the south side all the way to the north. You see there, Eren and Scarface currently topping the leaderboard in terms of damage, which is a surprising statistic for me. They've been very, very consistent throughout. I'm glad to see Eren there. Hasn't quite beaten out Scarface just yet, but I'm glad that Scarface has been the rock so far for Ulf. He has kept that team steady throughout. The suspension system for the Ulf vehicle, which will need to make a move down towards the south side of the map, but it gives a good game here for Aurora, who have been baiting us for multiple years for a massive win at an international, and they might just be giving us it here at PMWC, at EWC 2026.
God, we keep getting these sort of circles, man. Once again, right? You hit the nail on the head. It's happened. Suznovka, the military island in play. Like you say, maybe this is the blessing. Like perfect drop spot, perfect end game potentially for a team like Aurora, who do feel like they've kind of locked it. We'll stick with it. Potential for a lot of early fights. You got Flash taking on OG early as Aru's already down. Tiamba amongst it as well. Couple of squads looking to get stuck in instantly then.
The revolver to the dome there. Well, unfortunate for guys over on OG. Flash seems okay though, get themselves back up on their feet. Like you say though, we got Aura on screen. Eagle. Explosive bow. Almost hit it as well. A little bit of pinpoint accuracy with the arrows. Jiggle. Dropping some ammo across. Everyone's a little bit low right now. Level 1 vest, a little bit difficult. I might be actually just dropping some of the bandies over. Well, Sleepy is having a troublesome time getting towards them. I think he's in an awkward spot. Sky, though, is coming in from the other side of things. He's over towards the north side of Severny, so this is a long exit for both squads. I don't think any team wants to be here. Tiamba, as well as Aura, stuck in this awkward engagement. Eagle with a honey badger at distance on the sidelines. E-Arena also swinging by, but they should get gone.
Very much an early stalemate that no one really wants to overly commit to. With that first domino to fall, it's going to be a nightmare. You want to get out of this very cleanly as well. Losing one or at worst 2 players, even if you do take down the other squad and get a full 4 points from it, this is going to be a major detriment to your run with how few games we have left today.
Yeah. Well, I think the big thing though for this in particular is the plane path from the south side up towards the north, and because we had this big southern circle that is pretty much committed to Sosnovka. This is not going anywhere else.
Yeah.
It meant that a lot of teams dropped out early on the plane path to get looted up early. So you do have the likes of S2G, Aurora, Four Thrives, Ida, Alula, as well as Nongshim Red Force already in Sosnovka. This place is getting very busy very quickly. Tiamba moves up, Ahora's already getting himself into a vehicle. Uzi in play, trying to get the damage across. There will be a shot from Shallow though. Really good stuff there with the QBZ. Get some damage in. Jiggle. Line and wait.
Could be a dangerous trap in play. QZZ trying to get around the side. Eagle will just run down Sleepy. They don't know. They do not know. He is hidden, blending in to the rust.
Aspari godlike OG की fight.
Down on the deck. No one knows about Giggle.
Come on. Come on.
Pistol.
Come on.
The sidearm.
There's... Are you blind?
Shit, bro.
He's a master of camouflage. That's insane.
भाई वो छिपा रह क्या हो रहा?
They actually leave. They actually go.
That's wild. We're playing some kind of game where you go
वो
in
दिखा नहीं
as
भाई
a
उसको.
small white man and you have to be painted against things. And he's done exactly that.
So unexpected हो रहा है. So unexpected हो रहा है
the
वो.
chameleon in that situation. That's
वो
wild.
बंदा नहीं दिखा
Well
टियान को,
played to
टियानबा को.
Yeah, mega mechanics.
अंधे है क्या? फ्री का किल था ब्रो. लक तो है उस बंदे का.
Artistry is on.
उधर ओजी गॉडलाइक मर रहे हैं आपस में.
A beautiful prone on him.
Got away with that one. Liberties, absolute liberties.
Dear me, PUBG Mobile Chameleon. Right here.
हर मैच में गॉडलाइक ओजी की फाइट चालू है. हर मैच में गॉडलाइक ओजी की फाइट चालू है.
Some skins to allow you to blend in. Well, this is not the one for you because the Uzumaki narrative event is now on with the narrative character set as well. The Ninetales Fury Org. S-Power bringing a lot of fury to the lobby at the moment as well. Talking to Max earlier, he was saying that S-Power right now probably the only player at a massively global level. And I would agree with him. I think he is on the likes of, you know, your Mormons, your Errands. He's looking insane.
मुझे गॉडलाइक की साइड से बहुत लोग दिखे. पर मुझे ओजी की साइड से ज़्यादा लोग नहीं दिखे हैं. ऐसा लग रहा है.
They absolutely can take it to task with some of
बस
the best
अपने में ही लड़ लो.
squads
वही
in the
तो.
world. Just cool to see. Satan here from Nigma Galaxy. Another team that's doing really well too. I genuinely think, and I said at the start of the day, is that I've not always been the biggest fan of Nigma Galaxy and some of the pushes, some of the rotates they make. I think they have a lot of potential in them. This tournament though has been, you know, it's been off the walls, just like this, because this is wild.
It's just ridiculous how close he came when he drove past them twice.
Twitching as well.
Yeah, I know. Not even fully
वहीं से
stationary.
निकाल के लेके गए यार. वहीं से एकदम मुंह से. Crazy अंधे है भाई. अंधे अंधापन की भी हद है.
Nightmare. We're going to see that.
अंधेपन की भी हद पार कर दी भाई.
Master of camouflage there.
He tried to give himself away. I mean, the laser pointer.
वो जी बिल्ला में तो अपनों ने लूटा.
That sent me. That's good. That's a belly of laughs right there.
पिनपुंदरी भी आएगा. हाँ आएगा. पिनपुंदरी को कंटेंट मिल गया.
A lot of teams now getting in position though. Furia looking to cross.
Haven't had a really bad day today, honestly.
I think genuinely Fury has
खुद
been looking
replay देखकर पागल ही होंगे भाई.
does go on. More shades of the past from them.
क्या
PMMI
बंदे
where
थे
they
भाई.
look very, very strong there. And they're bringing it back. I think that they just had to slow down their gameplay a little bit because their end games are nice. That's why
गॉडलाइक अब बाहर जाके हगी.
But now they're coming up against Aluna, the Claws
सब्जी
versus
बन
the
गई है.
Panthers here.
क्या बना रहा? छोले चावल दे देना थोड़ी देर बाद पहले.
Giving us the proverbial question of which set of claws are sharper.
Are they both depicting Panthers though? 'Cause that would be...
Maybe a jaguar.
Maybe a jaguar, yeah, like that.
Keep you guessing, you never know. Battle of the Animal Kingdom. Oh, S-Power with a nice little lift there. That's a 5-pointer.
X5 on that one.
गॉडल जो रास्ते में आए मारो कोई भी हो. हाँ.
It was a great multiplier. I like that.
गॉडल कितने पीछे है अभी भाई. Oh, circle भैंस की cat भाई.
You didn't hear. I don't know if you could hear that, but there was audible disappointment from the crowd.
Oh, हो रहा कहाँ पे भाई? हो रहा सेवरनी से. सेवरनी से आएगी भाई.
Does head out far towards that west side. Really uncomfortable. Very, very
करना क्या चाह रही है
uncomfortable.
teams?
Eda's already good spot though. The rest of the team I would probably say to try and regroup soon though. Nongshim Red Force has played a similar position to this in the past on this exact spot that Tizzy is currently
कह रही है भाई.
actually.
चलो गॉडल तो आ जाएगी लेकिन जोन कहाँ बना है?
So I think they'll just try and
हैजान
secure
कैसे हो?
that
दोनों
going
में से
forward.
एक
They
टीम
might
तो
even try and take
आई
the
टॉप 5 में. हाँ
Vitality
यार.
one on during this map before as well. We'll see what they do. Can't be too greedy though, because again, like I said earlier, it's very busy in Sosnov Krylov. A lot of teams here.
It's going to get pretty aggressive down there when things do kick off, especially with how this zone
Zone
shifted,
circle
out a lot of that play space once again. So you're fighting around the bridge, you're fighting on the island. Like you touched on, even just a couple minutes into this
टच
game,
होते ही जोन भाई काटेगा बहुत. क्या कर रहे हैं लोग? सेवर्नी वाले तो क्या ही करेंगे? सेवर्नी वाले अभी भी वहाँ से टच से के बस से नहीं हो रहे. अब जाके गाड़ियाँ उठी हैं उनकी.
Fury there.
अब जाके गाड़ियाँ उठी हैं सोचो.
Shot with Alula just ahead, guarding the entrance. It's then Vitality behind them, and similarly Flash behind them as well.
Yeah, Fury's getting squeezed like a fruit right now. It's not.
40 एकदम zone में जा बैठी है. 40 एकदम zone में जा बैठी है.
Flash behind that as well. So this is a awkward approach. They would like to get across, but I don't think Alula's going to let them across so easily. Igor's is far up though, so he just needs an opener. And Alula looks to be leaving. I think that's the correct decision at this time, just because the circle did push so far towards the west side. You don't want to get left behind. E-Arena still being here is somewhat of a question mark, but if they knew they could hold out a team over towards Box Compound, sure, why not? It is quite cruel towards Tiamba, but this is the name of the game. Pick up the points where you can, and right now E-Arena's doing a good job of it.
Attorney K there. Up on the top side of the rock face, spamming down.
ये को रोकना है जरूरी भाई. West City और Aurora की fight हो गई.
QZZ already knocked. Rest of the squad following in their footsteps. This is a brutal start for Tiamba. One by one they fall. So E-Arena find them outside and dispatch them with ease there. Another 4 points on top. That's a 94-point total over the course of today's games.
It's a strange one, right? Because they both started up over towards Severny, did Aura, as well as Tiamba. Tiamba swings wide over towards North George. Flash does take a knock there, and probably a flush too. This is over towards the fight on the bridge side, so we'll come back to Tiamba in just a second. Axel low, Crazy, bended knee.
Zone तेरी क्या बोलूं मैं? Zone को क्या scene? Zone का क्या scene? Zone का क्या scene, bro?
Trying to run back through, but Razak just goes straight into the crosshairs.
I know.
A bit more uncomfortable. Nice backstab though from Axel. Quick switch over to the shotgun through the window. Throws the first man down on the deck. Still has some firepower to play with. Zone nipping at their heels. Razy out on the running. Razak Axel looking to defend. Throws the nade deep. Thankfully for Bowles, he was able to reposition. That one isn't going to hit him just yet. Ooh, he's closing the distance though.
कितने kills हैं इस तरह, कितनी fight हो रही है, पता नहीं क्यों इतने दूर है वो, वहाँ कर क्या रहेगा?
Quick, and he can get the meds in as well, Blank.
अब जाके निकले भाई वो चिंकी से लोग भाई क्या कर? ऊपर से bridge camp भी हो रखा है.
Right now from Vitality, sadly for them, Aura has made an incredible run down from that northern side.
40 chicken क्या? 40 chicken क्या? क्या लगता है 40 का chicken होगा? क्या लगता है? अब तो ब्रिज कैंप वाले भी हटेंगे ही हटेंगे. अब तो वो लोग भी गए लो. किल मिलेंगे यार. एडमिनो निकल. एडमिनो किल उठा. किल मिलेंगे भाई. उनकी फाइट हो रही है यहाँ पे. किल उठा सकते हैं पीछे से टीम्स. भाई मान्या इस पावर अभी मान्या तो अभी भी उधर ही है.
IQ taking a tumble though. What's happened there?
40 chicken है क्या?
Not the dream at all.
40 उधर.
Lord's actually trying to dismount towards the top side, so if maybe they do win out on this fight, somehow they can grab him back up.
देखो NGX भी आ गई है यहीं पे.
Bullets being peppered, he gets him so dangerously low, but he's still standing. He can just tuck in behind the box now.
ले गोली मार दी.
Oh well, that would have been the operative words. Could have tucked in behind the box. Not going to happen now. Laid out by Ralph. Tam with a re-aggression as well. And this is starting to turn. That's the way Ulf go down. They started out with a bit of a recovery, but finally finished by Nick the Galaxy. Only one player cut short from the roster there. They'll carry on as a trio. Meanwhile, amidst this, we have Vitality bringing the thunder back onto Hora.
It's been a while.
उस वाले ब्रिज पे अलग फाइट चल रही है. उनको यहाँ तक आना है.
Still got it in him, it seems. Razak does go down, and looks like Vitality might just want to be making the cross going forward. Looks for Sky. Vexy will pick him up, doing a great job here. Settling in for Federalis. Oh, wow. I mean, good job. Really, really well done here from Vexy. mean, multiple times
चलो
keeping the
गॉडल का
team
रास्ता साफ हो
awake
गया
and in
नहीं
play.
एक बंदा
Even versus Flash earlier on. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, big step up.
oh बहुत
Brilliant
अभी
individual
और
moments
बीट ही
there.
हो रहा है भाई
Zone crunching in a little bit as well.
ये फाइट लेके वेंजेक्स से
Vitality suffering casualties, it seems, with the Elim feed lighting up. That's Flash that are trying to defend the entryway over the bridge. And a headshot from Tops has shut down Vexy after the good form we saw from him. And Axel has fallen due to the damage sustained. The zone eliminates him, and Vitality finally buckle.
Yeah, it's just there wasn't a lot of bomb rotates from a lot of these teams on that north side. Spent a long time looting up. I don't think they were quite prepared for how southern this circle was going to end up going and how quickly space was going to be taken out of play. But we are in a really awkward arena of the map as we head down towards the southwest side. There's a couple of compounds around here, a lot of open space going forward. Ralph moves up to the plate here. Teddy K goes down first. Good shots from him. Will finally fall there to a sideline. The moment just cannot.
Oh, nice.
Godlike.
Nice. Oh, Godlike की entry तो है भाई.
We hear the godlike theme music start playing. They want to cash this one in.
निकल गए bro, निकल गए. Bandage लगाओ bandage. भाई क्या लगता? आगे NGX से.
Coop's getting right back towards him. They're going to pass each other.
Oh, एक HP बाकी है bro. भाई cross हो गए, ऐसी गाड़ी cross हो गई भाई.
I felt like I was in Interstellar for a second.
निकलेस पावर को नवा दे.
Looking further.
निकलो.
Pick of his teammates, but
अरे तो को आगे नाम दे दिया. भाई इतना time क्यों लगाया था इन्होंने? क्यों भाई?
I think Ralph did fall down, but this has been a really good game from Ralph. I think it's
उधर मान्या को ना
I don't want to say rare, but he's been making
अगर
some good flex outs this game. Sometimes his flex out
इस गेम प्ले के लिए इतना टाइम लगाया था.
This time I was super happy with them, blasting the toe caps off of Scarface as well, who was really incredible to see. Just give it
वो उधर छत पे चढ़ा हुआ है भाई हुज़ैफा.
Up on top, Godlike tried to send it.
हुज़ैफा वहाँ चढ़ा हुआ है देखो छत पे.
Laying down the law.
It's a great peek. Might actually be able to double down, and he certainly will. Godlike eating the bullets from the elevated peak there of 4 frags.
देखो तुम कहाँ बैठा है वो. बंदे की लोकेशन ही नहीं पता है उनको.
Enigma Galaxy got back in towards the zone. This is their POV now. They actually
anti-Godel anti यार. लेकिन मेरे को समझ नहीं आया प्ले जोन में ये लोग उधर कर क्या रहे थे.
And that's the way that one goes. Unraveling them.
भाई 40 का रैंक पुश चालू है क्या?
We saw Flash falling amidst all this. But Aurora getting eyes on it from so close. They were able to steal a couple points away. Put Enigma Galaxy back down in the dirt. 3 Elim points on them.
I still think though for Enigma Galaxy, what a game, honestly. It was a real tough scenario they went through. They end the match on 10 Elims. I think that's a good profit. I think you come away with this one, think to yourself, we went through.
Fight हुई नहीं है अभी. Fight होनी बाकी थी भाई. पहले उतार गाड़ी से उतार रहा था. उन्हें क्या पता इनकी लोकेशन.
6 teams left.
Third party करते भाई तुम्हें कह रही सच्चा वहीं पे fight ले लेते.
Quickest we've seen the lobby cold before off the back of a really horrendous circle. S2G set themselves up, kamikaze as per usual, flying in towards those front lines.
Kamikaze.
S2G just cleaning house on Alula. They've gone down pretty swiftly.
मार दिया मीनो को.
Actually get a bit of a read on this though with the forward scout we've got from Mayana in the back of the vehicle. So a lot of sightlines being opened up between our squads. Aurora still got space to play with. In the grand scheme of things, it's been a little bit quieter on the Elim front for non-Shin, but they're still in the running of the conversation. They've had some consistent finishes today. It's felt like it's all been coming together communication-wise, and they get a good angle to play off in these games.
Well, Hyunbin's basically the crowbar of South Korea right now.
He's been cracking these lobbies open.
He has been cracking the lobbies open. It's good to see. And I think the rest of the team rallies around that. So easy. He's been very, very nice on those long sight lines. We've got to come up against Aurora, though. Aurora's starting to really feel it. And despite having a lot of weird finishes where second places, where they should have won.
S2G, I support S2G.
Red Force earlier today, they would have been far and away at the top of the leaderboard.
Aurora.
Some moments where Aurora
can't
quite finish the job. Even then, the consistency has been good, so it's an impressive showing from them.
मुझे नहीं पता कर रहा.
But we have that rivalry back up to bat once again here between Nongshim Red Force and Aurora. But shots coming from the sidelines does make things awkward.
Oh, nade right over the top. That's Doc that looks to hit them heavy. And if Doc's fired up, mate, Aurora might keep the pace on pretty swift on this one. Fury just off in the distance, haven't overcommitted to anything just yet. Yunbin still up and kicking. They got height on it. Just can't really afford to overextend too far. Get caught sleeping. This could be a big unraveling for that side. Tizzy's got to bandage himself back up to stay pretty in the situation he's been left.
अब 40 को निकलना पड़ेगा. अब क्या होगा?
Of that angle from Fury at least. 3 smokes for Tizzy being the difference between a raw face from Refus potentially coming their way.
The problem right now is absolutely that angle you're talking about between Furia over towards Aurora. You got Top off in the distance there, currently holding on alongside with Zhol. They look to make the move out, but Furia had that angle on. One player very low in the back of the vehicle. I believe that is Yol at the moment. Can't quite find the next shots, and Isle is playing it very safe. The angle over towards this way, but Tizzy with nasty nade goes straight through the side mirror window.
Oh. Response back over. They dash some nades of their own on target, but it's actually a response from 4 Thrives. Pulling up to the party, looking to third party on this one. Aurora trying to withstand. Nonshin going down as the last man, and so easy will collapse from it. Doc already piecing out. Ooh, mate, that's the rotate straight into the camp of Furia.
That is very on point for Doc. Yeah, that's the brand right there. Moved instantly over towards Furia, held that angle, made them feel a little bit afraid, right? S2G still got Kamikaze swinging, layering in the vehicles. Circle moves over towards Kamikaze. You can hear Turkish fans for S2G a little bit loud themselves. Hamzi finds a shot over towards Hazaifa. That's on the roadside, and a horrible time for it to happen. But it's all popping off now. Refus up first, nade in hand, looking over towards Isla, very low. Chief pulled the pin, but a little late. Solke runs through the both of them.
Oh, mate, the car's done enough just with the bonnet. He's dived out with the shotgun in his hand, vehicle burning behind him. Squad mates falling around as the shots are being spammed. Quick turn. Finds that one, throws Furia out of the running.
This is the best Solke's looked in quite a while, actually. I think that he's getting a little bit more of that aggression on board. I think a lot of times he was relegated to being this anchor player. So it's nice to see him, you know, channeling a bit of that Silas going forward as S2G gets the ambulance out, pulls out the rest of their team, gets them res and back up into a position to fight. Not taking any chances on this one. Went out for the first aid kit. Unnecessary first aid kit. The med kit taking him to full.
Aurora या S2G दोनों में से.
Put a little bit of extra work in.
I'm shocked he survived
Aurora
that
S2G
long.
again.
Refus had the peak up at first. Left him sweating bullets, like you say. The clutch heal barely buying him enough time to stay along for a few extra seconds. Now knocked behind the vehicle.
In the zone,
but does drag him from the rest of the team. Likely leaving S2G as a 3-man, but they have the compound central.
आपस में फाइट ले रहे हैं.
Circle heads over towards. Can play off the back of that, but it's going to be Aurora. 4 Thrives. Ping-ponging between one another. Taking some pot shots at S2G in the meantime.
Hard confirm with the nades thrown over, so much so that Doc nearly went down from the danger close of his team. Luckily does have the meds to fix himself with no one nearby to convert from the lower HP he had. You're spot on, mate. We heard the excitement from the fans. You can see why S2G, they were playing with some confidence and aggression. Previously, it's been Kamikaze that reps himself in those situations. This time around, he plays close to the squad. They control the compound, but you're going to be pushed from 2 sides.
Difficulty with this compound as well. There's a lot of space to control here. There's a lot of space to control. There's some flat walls to work off the back of. So teams could send in over towards one side. And having a 3-man inside there means they cannot control every building effectively. So these 2 on the side here. This is over towards the eastern edge.
Zone कटेगा.
Aurora's angle.
Aurora की तरफ.
Possibility to move
Aurora
in.
का जहाँ पे वो बंदा है. S2G को जोन में जाना पड़ेगा.
S2G's just got to be very quick with this, but you know as soon as someone makes a move that compound, the other team's going to fly on in. They're likely just going to wait this out until the circle confirms this is a definite compound finish.
Don't invest your eggs into one basket until you know. A few seconds out from that zone crunching, we'll see if it's going to favor S2G once again.
देखा Aurora पे ही कटा zone. Nice.
It's nasty. Up towards that north side. Aurora looking to get a chicken under the belt here. Would likely slingshot them up towards first on the rankings. Despite what has been, honestly, a hairy day for them. It really has. There's been some moments where the question marks have been flung out left, right, and center for this squad. But still, they've been keeping themselves looking pretty. Bandaging up between the matches.
Blessing of it as well with the zone shifting. That crate that came in, you can see that Top & Co were able to push over, get an early duo onto that, grab some extra bits and bobs to armor themselves what could be quite an intense final fight once they now get attention from 4-5 and S2G. They've got a full 4-man squad. Similar.
Push हो रहा है, 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 push हो रहा है. Let's go, bे, let's go. Nice, रे, nice. दो बंदे down हैं. ये लो.
He said, I am not
तीसरा भी down है, एक बचा है.
The ground, and I think it was the correct choice. Being on the back of a buggy like that makes you a prime target, and he's just realized that Reefus, he's got the golden eye there. Quick shots, pinpoint as well as IQ desperately tries to swing around the side. This is a mad dash, and one that will not work out in the face of Aurora. More points added, and S2G can do nothing but look on. They actually get themselves into vehicles. They're going to swing round. They have to take the moment here into their own hands. Last game, Aurora, they were able to do some good work versus them. Now looking to actually show some aggression. Reefus goes down first.
Good engage. But how long can they hold on? Kamikaze in the back wants to arc the nade over. Has the SMG to play with. One thrown right back towards him. Doc putting them down with the DBS. Panic stations for Aurora as everything is being thrown at them. Doc takes a heavy hit, but he's still standing.
S2G down to 2. Hamzy G on the north side. Kamikaze lighting them up.
क्या हो रहा है?
Still off in the distance, dealing with Top here, and Kamikaze takes nade after nade. This bounces, but should go a little bit long here, keeping Kamikaze as a half HP count. Oh, T24 as well in the midst of all this. That's the off angle you touched on there.
Able to strike from the side. Kamikaze replies with one of his
दोनों तरफ से पड़ रही है Aurora को भाई.
Together to make it uncomfortable for Aurora. Doc with a nade, trying to cook that one. Meanwhile, they respond back onto 4-5s as they throw that in. T24 behind the tree.
Doc now worried. Split the difference between two players here. Not easy to regroup. Another nade in the hand of T24. Sent it across. Doc is down. The other might fall to the nade from across the way, but seems like he lived it. S2G playing the game of their lives right now. Such a quick swing, Jackie, as well.
S2G ने push करके Aurora का game खराब कर दिया.
Complete different play style. The confidence out in full force. Right time, right place, and the back door has worked out well. Top trapped, T24 spamming so close to him. He knows he's exposed.
क्या लगता chat क्या लगता?
S2G looking to take this one with force, but they still play it smart.
40 का जाने 40 का तो गया बंदा, तो survive नहीं कर सकता.
Will at least find it, but the shots are coming through. Kamikaze once again sent straight center. It starts to work out.
Aurora S2G ने ले लिया मैच. S2G ने ले लिया भाई. मम्मा.
Back behind the loot crate. A little bit of cover to work with, but S2G, they've got two angles. Top is going to have to play out of his mind to make this one work here. One first aid kit ready to go.
S2G
looks to send an arc over the top here to finish off the game. Goes wide to the side.
He's really trying to run the risk on this one. He peeks over the top of the crate, using the smoke to block the angle from Hamzy G so he can take an isolated fight. He's reading it as well. This 1v2, like you say, it's got to be impeccable from him. He cannot afford to miss a single shot. The reactions are going to be there. Kamikaze on the road.
Top क्या लगता है 1v2 करेगा? क्या लगता है chat? 1v2 अरे नहीं एसटीजी ने ले लिया. Nice. W यार. कोई नहीं पर ठीक है. नाइस एंटी हो गया ऑरोरा के लिए.
They looked a little bit short there, but this game they go kamikaze, crazy for the finish. What a game, not lazy whatsoever with a quick swing out.
NT for Aurora, W for S2G.
You gotta love it. You gotta
NT for 40 also, NT for 40.
We thought it was Aurora about to blot out the sun and cast the shadow.
NT for 40 also.
Illuminate the stage, but no, it's S2G.
Shady ने बिल्कुल मनाया भाई जी जान से बनाया कि मार दे Aurora मार दे. Aurora नहीं मारा उसको. Karan.
Sit down on the floor. I couldn't believe that. I mean, he made a quick snap decision.
अरे यार कोई दरवाजा खोल दो भाई कोई दरवाजा खोल दो. चेयर लगा दो. दरवाजा बंद कर गए वो.
You feel the energy in the arena as well.
मैं एक बार को मुझे लगा टाइमिंग मैटर करता है. यस 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 ऑफ कोर्स 2 मैच बाकी है गाइस. क्या लगता है व्हाट डू यू से?
Situation knowing they had to be so proactive but didn't overstep the mark.
भाई ये करण को कोई समझा दो. मैं बता रही हूँ बहुत गुस्सा दिलाता है ऐसे टाइम पे.
It's not an easy 1v2.
It's actually a very difficult circle. Yes, it pulled away, but they were unsure where they wanted to fight out towards, and maybe they had to full commit over towards 4th Rise, clear that angle sooner to deal with S2G. But again, for S2G as a 3-man there, they make the only decision they can. It's been something they've been saying all tournament, is we just don't care. We will just push those angles. We will try and get something done in those end games. And it was lovely to see them prove that immediately after that last game where they sort of just laid down over on Arundel. Didn't quite let that game fall into hands. This time around, they leave nothing up to chance.
I think that does summarize the play style realistically. This point in the competition, after so many play days, so close towards the real big picture. That prize pool looming over you, you can't afford to have any doubts in your mind. Leave it to another team and your dream could be snatched away. Whereas for S2G, they've been rising to the occasion, and that oomph, that killer instinct, that's what's giving them these leg ups.
Absolutely, and in the end, for S2G, this isn't even their best map, man. They live it on Miramar. This is where they usually thrive. So to have some good moments here over on Erangel is lovely to see. Again, a couple of our teams really making their mark right now. 4th Drive still playing really well. Honestly, for them, I think even that early game where we saw Huzaifa playing the big Lions Rock, where he could just have that oversight, knew exactly what they had to do. As teams flowed in, just deny them. But we do have Kalaris over on the stage for a little hit with the
लेट रोटेशन मत कर भाई. मैं कह रही हूँ मारना थोड़ा लेट रोटेशन ही कर रहे हैं. इतनी लेट भी नहीं करनी चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से. इतनी अकल तो हमें भी है. इतनी अकल तो मुझे भी है यार. इतने तो मैं तब बुरा जबकि खेलती हूँ. ग्रुप कहाँ जा रहा है तू? आ रहा है क्या?
Claris here, reporter for PUBG Mobile here at PMWC, and a major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on
क्या
here,
चालू है
actually.
वापस से?
I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get it. He's on the move. He's on the move. Okay, no, we've actually got to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. This specimen, in fact, actually has a microphone already. You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile. Will they be able to make it happen? This is a tense moment.
John Allen?
It looks. I think they might have it. They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like. Oh!
What is happening here? फिर से वही हो रहा है.
I think they've got him. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC. Oh, that was close.
इसमें प्राइस मनी. में एक वो चेक करना है, क्या बोलते हैं, डीसी चेक करना है. जस्ट अ सेकंड. EWC announcement. She must please give me mail. Oh, okay. Okay, so चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं. पहले डीसी ज्वाइन कर लो.
can just we can hold on to our spaces and with much use of wiser.
Let's talk about the Rondo game because that Rondo was amazing from Nongshim Red Force. So talk to me about any potential threats that you had to consider whilst playing out
Match start होने से पहले I come in 1-2 seconds.
이제 론도에서는 사실 정말 키를 쓸어 담으시면서 또 치킨까지 가져가셨는데 그때 좀 어떤 마음가짐으로 플레이를 하셨는지 그리고 뭐 부담감이나 압박감 같은 건 없으셨는지 궁금합니다.
부담감이나 압박감 같은 거는 없었고 일단 교전 부분에서는 저희 팀이 가장 자신 있었기 때문에 쫄지 않고 자신감 있게 했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't any pressure at all. Honestly, we were very confident in our team fights. So yeah, we tried to get it head on, and then I think that worked really well.
Thank you very much for joining me, Hyunbin. Thank you very much, Maddox. That does it for us. Down on the stage.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that interview. A marathon of a day that we're having here, as 6 matches have already been played, and S2G has been able to go now back to back with those chicken dinners. We still have 2 more matches to go here, but honestly, S2G, this bounce back nipter out of them.
Quite literally a bounce back. All these nades coming in clutch here for S2G. Very, very good sign for them. They're climbing up those ranks. That should put them theoretically in that first place, but we'll wait for the overalls to confirm that. But it's looking very, very good for them. With just 2 more Miramars to go, S2G, they are a Miramar team. It looks like, hey, maybe we'll have another. Oh, we already do. Well, no, that's the match ranking.
No, that's the match ranking.
Whoa, hold up.
I'll give you a chance before or after this to do some prediction. But yeah, S2G putting up those 19 points. Aurora Gaming, I can probably end up guaranteeing it that after this match, when we do end up seeing the overall, they'll probably end up being in first place, Max.
They go from 8th position, then of course they get that huge game earlier on their angle. They gave themselves 2nd place, and now maybe the jump into the wall. Maybe it's
the most Aurora thing we have seen, right?
Yes, it is the most Aurora thing, and you know what's also Aurora thing to do? After that, dropping down to like outside of top 5.
Wow.
I'm just saying they've done it before. They could do it again here. But no, overall, some of these plays are interesting. But I want you and me, Niptro, to break down what happened here, because you and me, we're talking about some of the finishing moments here. But this 4 Thrives push, in particular to the western side, I feel like could have been executed way better on the Pakistani end of things.
Listen, I was on the edge of my seat screaming at the television because I was like, okay, guys, they just need to hold. They just need to hold. They go up around onto a third-party position. They're playing this very, very well. The zone just goes complete opposite, and they're like, absolutely not. You're not getting this win. I'm like, okay, this is tough, right? But they could still make this work. And then they just do nothing with it. They wait far too long. The indecision is right back where we started. And to top it all off, rather than making a very decisive play and just full sending it, they stop really, really short, slow down, allow Top and the rest of Aurora just go all over it and go, no, you're not coming over here. What were you even thinking for Thrives? And honestly, I have to say the same thing.
I mean, really, you hit the nail on the head right there, which is they slowed down. And that was the big mistake. At that point, just capitalize, commit. Even if you get eliminated, I'll respect you a lot more for at least trying to go the entire way, because if you do so, you get rid on the western side. I think it was Doc and possibly Top at that point, which you get rid of those 2 players. Guess what? You got a decent dip to work around. It's still not sure you're going to get the chicken dinner, but at least you have that opportunity to go the entire way and actually get yourself that chicken dinner. So 4 Thrives, still good points on the board, but they could have gone in a bit more in this match.
Yeah, they could have gotten a little bit more. And once again, that indecision, you guys highlighted it too. I just want to back you up with it, because that's been the biggest question mark for this team for 4 Thrives. We've seen good performances out of them so far, and you know what? Let's take a look at it again, because you can see right there when they are stopping, that's when they question themselves in the tour. And we were all hoping that they would just fully send it.
And you know what's crazy is T24 actually got a solid finish. He tried his best from that position. If they had just gone a little bit further, kept 2, maybe 3 players up in that position, Top would have had a real run for his money. As it was, T24 was making it very hard for Top to even survive as far as he did. So yeah, I think it's such a wasted opportunity from them just by slowing down the middle of the field like that. It's far too open, and Aurora of all teams is going to be all over that.
It's still a team that feels like like they're getting their bearings, especially here in day 2. We've seen a great performance, though, and a great switch, too, from 4 thrives. From what we saw yesterday to what we're seeing now, more players are performing. It's not just Balak. Now we have also seen IQ earlier in the day as well. I want to see some of the other players being able to stand up as Aurora Gaming jumps up to that first place. E-Arena goes down to that second. And what happens when you go back-to-back chicken dinners? That's right. You jump up that leaderboard and you end up in 3rd place.
We're seeing what they did in their group stage. Literally the same thing, right? Just coming back is just Ida staying at the bottom. But otherwise, S2G are making it happen for themselves. Loving it. E-Arena still getting a few points pretty consistently throughout the day, but when you get bangers like that from Aurora Gaming, oh my goodness, they are looking fantastic with the eliminations in particular that we saw earlier today, right, Niptura? Placement points were fine, but the eliminations, they were a little bit lackluster in some of those matches. Man, they're putting up big number after big number after absolutely big number. Yeah.
It's the momentum that we saw yesterday from that one Erangel game, right, with the 2 hovercrafts. S2G just bullying the lobby with those. No hovercrafts today in the same fashion, but still managing to get that chicken dinner back to back. That's going to be looking very good for them there.
One thing's actually scary right now, and I'm starting to realize it. I know we kind of joke about Aurora, the inconsistencies that we have seen out of this team, but for this team, one thing that has been consistent for them is their placement. At one point, we were kind of critiquing where those elims are going to be coming in. Their placement points have been there. The eliminations now are starting to get picked up here in the second day as well, and this team is looking like a team that wants to become a champion.
They're like 4 placement points away. S2G, they got 3 wins, by the way, which is an insane ratio to have. So definitely
Aurora only has 1.
Exactly. They do only have 1 chicken dinner, so that's some very consistent stuff on board. That I'm looking at a team that it's kind of the opposite from Aurora, which is Ulf, right? They had a massive rise. They got that chicken dinner with a 4-man finish on Erangel, and after that, their second place falling down very slowly. Now in the middle pack, but though we on the second page, big upsets and Tiamba just not able to maintain that top position 7, which is heartbreaking for this team.
Tiamba was one of those biggest question marks for us, especially because of the way that they ended up performing yesterday. We saw Milu being able to pop off. Today is not the same performance out of this squad. We knew that they have the fragging power, but those placement points were just non-existent, and right now, nothing's going their way.
Nothing is going their way. I mean, you're seeing them there with 9th place there, 63 total points, 14 placement points.
I thought you were going to go with that catwalk again. This will be the perfect time.
Not this time, maybe later. But yeah, no, the only thing we can hope to see is that they come back tomorrow stronger, fighting, able to do what we know they can do. I mean, they go into teams and crush them in seconds. I mean, it's easy for them, but just not today. It's just all over the place. Yeah. Tomorrow's a new day.
It is. I mean, I'm looking at a team in particular on the second page.
Shanabaji, thank you so much for the 1,000 UPI again. Thank you, Shanabaji.
After their own day in the group stage, I was like, yeah, Vitality, we're looking so good, so much domination. Everyone looking so good. They even swapped out Federalis, right, for Vexy, which I was like, that was quite an interesting decision to make. But man, oh man, that was really just a flash in the pan. They had that one insane day, and this, of course, it's hard to replicate, but they're not even getting close to that initial performance on that opening day of their group. I would love to see a comeback from my boys, Razak, but so far it's been a bit of a non-performance in the finals.
Another team along those lines as well is Team Flash. Team Flash has currently been non-existent for this squad. In the last game, though, I do want to highlight something for one team that was able to perform well, that was able to put up those points, and it was none other than Enigma Galaxy. If I'm not mistaken, Enigma Galaxy ended up with 10 eliminations, and that's good because that's a squad that has been consistent now 2 days in a row.
It is, yeah. They had a really nice 2-2 split on the southwest side of zone that really enabled them to get a lot of those eliminations, and even if they didn't make it further into the zone, further into the game, you know, they're just ticking along. They're making sure that they're consistent with those points, ready for tomorrow for those last few matches where they might just win it all.
Well, we have now hit 6 matches, but we still got 2 more matches left. Miramar is going to be coming up. Are these players going to start crumbling, or are they going to start shining, as we have seen some of the other players start shining as well? Let's send it over to 2 men that are definitely shining, none other than Blank and Jackie.
Thank you, Seven. That's right, we've had to tone it down slightly because we're blinding the crowd, so don't worry. The spotlight, of course, will be on the incredible plays that are being made by teams much like S2G. Huge show up into that previous game, displaying an unfathomable level of aggression that is really doing wonders for them. But this lobby doesn't get any easier, Blank. We've got a ton of talent here. It's been ramping throughout the whole competition. We're coming close now to the end of day 2 of finals. And this is where I feel like if another squad's going to step up and try and challenge, it'd be right here when we change the scenery and move into Miramar.
Heading over towards the dusty desert, and you're right.
on this scenery change. Teams will need to paint a very different picture on the leaderboards. We're getting closer to setting that boundary for tomorrow for Smash ruling. Potentially a team's able to pick it up very early tomorrow. But the amount of chicken dinners that S2G's got, I mean, it's very much a possibility for them to make that happen. They've been very consistent so far. Loving how aggro Kamikaze's been too. We get a very, very northern start here over on the northwest side down towards Truck Stop. So a little bit more inaccessible down towards that south side. We're looking at Los Leones, Puerto Paraíso, Impala, Mr. Valle, Chumacera. So more of these positions on that north side need to be taken up, like La Cobreria, even water treatment potentially. Torremada, El Azahar. You see Nongshim Red Force. I always found this drop spot kind of odd when they were choosing them, but Nongshim Red Force has like ruins. They take ruins all the way on the northwest side, and they just play that out. It's so out of the way, but with this plane path, they get out super early and get this trash drop started almost immediately.
Sarah boats for them on this one. Some other big plays that were coming out, you know, not realistically into the late game there in terms of placement, but for the raw elims and handling themselves under pressure, you've got to give that shout out over to Enigma Galaxy. That was very nice to see, right? A lot of early carnage, uncomfortable situations with how they were fighting, but they looked good in the clutch, happened to pull out points where they could. Ended that one with what, 10 elims?
Yeah, it was 10 elims, 11 points total, because they got towards that top 8 side of things, which is, I think, genuinely a really, really good result for Enigma Galaxy. I think when you have those types of games, you've got to go for a massive salvage. Now we start over on the northwest side of the map in terms of dropping those players off. We're moving hard down towards that southeast side. Got a lot of water involved. We've got the rocky outcrops, the mountainside down towards Puerto Paraíso on that western edge. So should be a fun circle to play around with. We could end up back in Los Leones as we did earlier in the tournament. Always fun to have an urban finish. Gets very hectic. But yeah, I think if we look at the leaderboard right now, it's very comfortable on the staging, right? We drop off slowly. It's very much an even stairway to the top, where a 20-point game can be a big difference maker. For Enigma Galaxy, they get a 20-point match. Suddenly they're tied with Aurora, who have currently managed to settle themselves in first. The first team to break the 3-digit mark as well and hit the century here in the finals.
I do wonder if maybe teams will get a little bit more antsy, force some issues slightly earlier into this one. A couple of our big names already inside the zone there. 4-5's Aurora, Godlike, not too far away. S2G making their rotate down from Truck Stop. And then Tiamba, of course, towards the coastline. Keep that in the back of your mind, but focus on this as well. We've got some weapon skins, of course, for those of you at home that want to get your hands on some lovely bits of kit inside of the game. So make sure you're participating in that.
Absolutely. And we'll throw that up on screen shortly. You can take a look at it then. But for Aurora, there you go. As if on cue. Doc will just go down there. Knows he's nowhere near the rest of his team. Isn't going to bother them. So unfortunate there for Aurora to lose a player out almost immediately. Again, weird entry point for a lot of squads where they want to get in towards the circle as soon as possible. S2G giving themselves the best advantage early on as they fly down from the eastern side of the map. Swinging past Impala right now, might look for some of the high grounds that sit towards the southern portion of this one. Enigma Galaxy a slower start though, over towards El Pot, so they're going to hang out here for a little while longer. Ralph on screen with us at the moment, doing a good job IGLing, making some quick decisions here and there. I do genuinely think it helps having... I think as much as we've talked about Coops, I think we do need to shift the perspective a little bit to Lord. I think Lord has been such a consistent player on that team. We've given a lot of love to Coops so far, but I think Lord is able to excel because he has another strong fragger on the team. Now, I think Satan as well as Ralph are both very good players, but they're not your front line, right? And if Lord was always playing that front line, he was very good with it, he needed someone to play off the back of, and I think he works phenomenally well with Coops right now. So a big shout out to Lord this game. Hopefully they can continue that pressure.
Milu back in, actually, for Tiamba. Looks to move up against Lost here, but will unfortunately go down. So Tiamba losing Milu right off the back there. Very sad stuff to see. I think Tiamba was not expecting this. S2G sort of making a Tiamba play versus them themselves.
Yeah, giving a taste of their own medicine there. That's unfortunate, the return of the king, but only for a few brief minutes on this one. We'll see if he comes back for another Miramar outing. Absolutely beasting in the event overall, but S2G stealing some of that energy and starting it out with a nice elim to send the rest of Tiamba scarpering, as they know they don't want to stick around and sacrifice anything more on this one. Three-man squad lives on to see if they can steal some points away on the long con.
For Tiamba, still 7 more matches to go, and like you said, they've been having a great run at the start of it. They had a lovely push in over towards the finals itself. They look fantastic. Now sitting over towards the middle side of the tables, haven't really able to put up many points after that. But they still have a whole additional day, and that can change a lot of things. Remember, you just need to get past that smash ruling point system and then hit the chicken dinner. So they just need to get themselves in range. That's it. They've got one more game to do it. They've got this game here to try and get some consistent points on board. Like you say, the return of the king was very short here, but next game, potentially some royal decrees being thrown out here and there.
Yeah, take the opportunity to sharpen the steel once more, and then come back out swinging. Potentially, that's got to be the play for some of these teams as well, because you touched on the fact, obviously, you're trying to set that barrier, that scoreline to beat effectively going into tomorrow. Stopping some of these top teams dead in their tracks, seeing if you could stop them from bloating it to a very large scoreline. It's a risk versus reward that you've got to weigh up in some of these situations for teams that are looking to still climb, but don't want it to be too tall of a task to reach it going into tomorrow. If you want to lap our top teams with that smash rule being in effect. OG on the move here, Ida just off in the distance.
Yeah, pretty big funnel, this portion map around La Bendita. Through some of the dead ground, sits around here as well, to the north side of Los Leones, staging upwards towards some of those buildings. Wolf's already met that quota right now. They're a little bit further towards the center of the map. Wolf looking for another good game. They were in second place for a little while, but then swiftly fell out of it, and also looking to get some more points on board. Again, for them, a good game would pretty much settle themselves up towards the top 3. They just don't really want to get trapped by that second place curse. You know, it's very much the Alpha 7 of old. Flash loses 1 on the knock, and will be immediately flushed there by S Power. It's from Godlike on the south side. Vitality having a little bit of a look in towards S2G and Puerto Paraíso, actually. They've got a 2-2 split going on, very dangerous.
Zypher up on the roof. Nade in his hand as he starts to make a move over the top side and see if he can get that one down on target. So 4 Thrives collapsing in early. Jiggle knocked, Sleepy arcing a nade back over as well, going to cook that one. If they came running over now, could be very detrimental. They can tuck into the stairs as well, get a safe recovery on the go here, so Jiggle can still be in play.
Ooh, Falak though, putting on the pressure, and again, with the flashbacks towards yesterday. 4 Thrives up against Aura, no fear, able to clutch it out towards the end. IQ though finds Sky, and no fear is nowhere nearby. Starting to fly on in, but I think it might be too little too late here. T24 did hit the floor. For the rest of 4 Thrives, holding on fairly decently. A Thankyou though from the sidelines on OG. Literally as soon as T24 got picked up, hit the deck straight again.
I think he knocked diya hai.
Floating around just on the periphery. The Vultures circling these 2 teams right now. Ooh, up close inside of the compound though, it's Sleepy that looks to clothesline them in the close quarters combat. few shots fired over. Good assist from No Fear with the SMG as Falak gets lit up. They go in from both sides. The stereo piece.
Nice.
It's a brilliant clear. Oh, punishing 4 Thrives one by one.
You can't believe it for 4 Thrives. It's almost a dreamlike experience versus Sleepy.
Let's go.
Deja vu once again. There's No Fear, drops to the plate, but OG, they come in to pick up the pieces. And that's 4 Thrives down. No Fear taking some shots once again, but Sleepy is out, and OG with a fantastic third party onto it. Oh dear me, for 4 Thrives. The horror experience continues.
Yeah, those weren't scare actors, Blank. Coming in with real weaponry on that one.
The worst event I'd ever paid for.
Yeah, you would not enjoy that. OG certainly did, though. Great time, mate. It's like a bad magician, slice you in half, but hey, you're not going back together. They steal those points, keep on dreaming through this one before Thrives and Horror out early on our opener of Miramar today.
Checking with some other teams though. Aurora very, very slow to the circle itself. They're coming from that western side past Chumacera. Likely will hit a traffic jam though with the boundaries in place. A lot of teams trying to sidle their way through the northwest edge of Los Leones down towards the southeast. But we are hitting those rocky outcrops where we slope down towards the eastern side, leaving Vitality and S2G on a little bit of an island of themselves. The next circle will determine where these teams do need to cramp up towards. Okay, S2G, fourth one on the cards potentially. All right.
Hey man. Goes over towards them, already set up down towards the coast there. A lot of water in play once again. These circles have been so spicy time and time again, forcing some quick thinking out of our squads.
For S2G though, I mean, as an org, it would be an incredible achievement, right? To come off the back of winning one international previously in the past, and to rebuild and do it again, that is a great marker of success for S2G. So we'll just have to wait and see for the time being. For them, they're down towards that east side. Very limited information of what's happening over towards the west here, as it does slope upwards. You're not really seeing all of the information, all of the intricate details on that side, so they're going to play it safe for the time being. Tiamba did get a central position though, but they are playing as 3. Milu going down earlier on. Coops finds Schweppes, good shots. Does not miss those often.
Ooh, a couple claps back over. Off-angle peek there, getting a few on target. You can see it's a wide spread with the setup from Nigma Galaxy. This off-angle could be so dastardly. He's got his eyes on target. Mormon just trying to stay alive, digging his heels in towards the cliff face. Ralph looking to get those final confirmations off. Tony K low on health as well. 2 smokes dropped. Tucking in while Schweppes is finally confirmed. That was the knock we saw from Coops earlier into this one. Joker does fight back. They know about the angle from Ralph, but you are so pinned in so many positions to be aware of, and they can take shots from all sides.
This is the only problem with sometimes Ralph's flex outs, is that he really does just bait his teammates sometimes. It has worked out quite a bit today, but this is the problem that arises. Lord does go down for it. I think in the straight fight, they might have done a lot better there having nades, because Ralph's also got all the nades. He's got 5. Like, those would have been lovely. He placed over towards this side, up against the players. Coops sends one in. It's a good amount of damage. Knocks one over towards Turney K. Luckily, Mormon able to dash down the hillside. Avoid a lot of that shrapnel. Still took a hell of a beating.
Going on for a little while here as well, and starting to drain some of the more offensive utility that's being thrown out. So they're tucked in just on the rock face here with the map geometry, making it uncomfortable to fight with bullets. They have to nade onto it. I think that was the last nade for Coops, now thrown in. Satan is somewhat closing the gap, but he's being peppered back as well, and they now know.
Ralph, just come over. It's 2 players. Let's hit the 3v2 and just win this fight.
Oh, it's going on for so long. Finally, at least one more confirmation as we will see Thankyou buckle. How on earth, though, if they've just been given this free fight with no assist? Mate, this could end terribly for both squads at this rate.
I mean, Joker's still off in the distance there as well, and Ralph finally gets in the car. This has been a strange one. It's been a very strange one, and it almost feels like very reminiscent of Nigma Galaxy of old. A little bit too comfortable with these odd splits here and there, and Ralph goes down.
After that explosive opener, you thought they had them banged to rights, but E-Arena, one by one, have punished back against Nigma Galaxy, and with that last nade from Mormon hitting Coops, they thought it was all over. Well, it is now.
But E-Arena, they are very glad to have this guy on side. He is more than a man, he is more man. Here in play, still kicking strong there at the top of the leaderboard, 98 points, but you'd hope lesson learned there for Nigma Galaxy.
You can't afford to be doing that. Not worked out for him whatsoever, mate. Too indecisive.
Yeah,
split.
I mean, look, Satan is frustrated, and so he should be in that situation. What a... I don't even know what to say.
Chicken.
For E-Arena, I mean, counting their blessings, they get away with that as a duo. 4 elims picked up, putting them on 98 points total right now, still alive in the game. If they can coast this one out long term, maybe there's still more to be said for them on a bit of a big score on this one. But they've made out with a brilliant heist. Got in there, made out like bandits. A watcher. Ralph. Observing. Noticing.
I've noticed you working a 2v2 with my team.
Yeah, brutal way to go. Hey ho, is what it is. OG back on a move onto bigger and brighter things. Let's see what they can do. Akon, quick shots. That's Chief getting spearheaded straight through, and the vehicle going to confirm him. Silence up close with a nade in his hands. Pin pulled, sweaty palms. Can he blow them away? Silence does get one off. Back onto Akon, leaving them in a effective 3v3. He's going to be crunching back in onto Silence as well, and he's low on HP right now. Nate's thrown all over the shop.
He's worried. So he should be. Might just get the first aid kit off here. Pulls it off in time, but Thankyou though, going low, gets the heal. Silence is down and out. Got Night Cam on board. Struggles up against the forces of OG. Either now looking down towards them, punishing. Only Ayala left for the squad to move forward. Vitality found themselves a decent position, and somehow Nongshim Red Force have been able to swing down towards the southern side of the map. But again, I think where Tiamba's playing, completely workable from this spot. But you'd hope for Ulf this is a good game. I think this is where they need a good game to stay in contention for the top side.
Yeah, if they want to be in that conversation, you've got to get the boots moving. As we gave you this establisher here of the map crunching in, we did see Ayala, I believe, there on Furia falling. So Furia do go out with the on-watching from the coach, main man Knight. So OG get away with one player still in the contest here. See, Woodcock's going to have to play a very, very slow game from this point as just a solo. Does cut away some of that effective close line early setup we saw from S2G. They're going to have to move over. This is why you were highlighting Ulf there. Very central. Diamba, similar sort of story. And Aurora with just the duo.
Yeah.
That could try and get involved in the conversation as well.
If we look over towards Ulf as well, when we pan past them, they're on some really nice high ground. Looking down on a lot of these teams, like it's a very, very good spot, not only to gather information from, but to springboard the rest of your game. It could be thrown a curveball and get a hard shift over towards the northwest side or down towards the southeast, in which case you need to push down there. But yeah, I think for Ulf, they should have a good lay of the land going forward.
Flash still as a four-man though, over towards that northern edge, Arena off towards that eastern side, living actually, despite everything. They were stuck in the blue for quite a while.
You know what, man? Maybe there's a chance as well. We start to get some big booms coming out of the squad like Godlike. Man like S-Power, supply crate come down near them. He's a bit of a cheeky chappy. He's got that good energy about him. If they can get armed,
he does, yeah.
Potentially get a good bit of a shift on this one as well that favors them positionally. I think they'd be a team to show back up. This is the kind of environment they can certainly deal some damage.
Right, you don't have to shame them.
Does he make it this time?
No, it's just a shame, Cam. Okay,
all right,
cool.
Fair enough.
International
God, you've been done.
Not a single thing gets past our observers.
No, all the shots on that one.
They notice.
Look, that's the thing about ladders. They can be a bit hard to climb.
They can be. They can be. Especially when they're off the ground level. But a good attempt. See if Flash makes it later on. We'll have a little peek back in there. Probably not now, though. They've been embarrassed on the big screen. Nongshim Red Force looking over towards S2G. Important fight here for the eastern side. Trying to play off that edge. Kamikaze looks over the top immediately. Pulls off from that angle, gives them space on this one. Lost on a real long back angle there. I do like where Lost is playing. He's done this a few times before where he's this really cheeky position. Luckily, Tizzy immediately notices him.
Thing is, this being a bit more of a downhill battle as well, STG just casting the nades towards them. It does give them a little bit more oomph on those bad boys, try to get them on target. At some point, both of them have got to move as well now, with the zone shifting over, and Hyunbin's gone for the more aggressive approach, zipping up towards the ridgeline. He's got some cover to play off with this as well.
The crowbar.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Looking to get dug in over towards S2G. Prime apart. Ulf, Aaron actually finding shot over towards Darkin. That is a mega shot, by the way. Oh my goodness me, how far is that? Almost 400 meters on that bad boy. It's Aaron for you. MTG still wandering around on one nade there from So Easy. Tries to get a bit of damage done. Lost still in the back lines, but he's been effectively harassed. Vitality yet to move, and Nongshim Red Force just trying to dominate the high ground off the back of this. I think with Hyunbin's original push out, that swing was very good, gave them a huge amount of advantage playing forward, but we are just playing in tandem at the moment, slowly stepping up this hillside.
Yeah, climbing up bit by bit. For the Mafia, it looks like there's a little bit of posturing from Godlike back down towards this fight that's occurring in the Elim feed with Alula taking on Ida. So Godlike might try and siphon some points out from that one, whilst you do still have this elongated uphill battle between Nongshim and S2G. Ooh, the duo of Aurora as well, even getting a good distant connection off onto Godlike to at least knock one of the players. Alpha pushing a bit further down as well. They were debating going for it. Oh, but that's actually Top getting the knock onto Soulless.
That's awkward there. Kamikaze though, Arena. It's Mormon once again at distance. M4 taking the shots in. Kamikaze immediately has to rebuff that position. Nongshim Red Force takes advantage of it. So Easy peeking. Good shots from Joker. Goodness me. Lucky to still have his hat on. Aaron knocks over towards Razak. Aaron has been hitting some nasty shots, by the way.
Yeah, he's been super slick with it. Great gun skill on display. From range as well, gets a little bit more awkward from some of these long-range fights, but doesn't bother him. He's been consistent.
Very important that he gets that knock as well versus Vitality. Massively slows them down because Ulf had 2 players down, knocked. Now they do... I think they just lost 1 entirely. Yeah, they did. So they're down to 3 now. That's Soulless. No longer in with us. It's all from a really, really good position. I don't really know how they lost a player there. And it's hard to deny those sight lines in this area of the map. There was a lot of little defilades. random bits of environmental objects that are going to keep you alive. Skinny trees. Aurora's living it large, honestly, as two players. I think that's what I'm most surprised by, but Top has been having a really, really good day today. I think he's currently topping the damage meters, well, hey, with Reefus playing alongside him up there.
Ooh, well, Zone moves in, still has actually a bit of favor towards Aurora with the position they were set up in, but this battle between Ulf and Vitality has been going on. Meanwhile, amongst it, S2G start to crash onto Tianba. The drum starting to beat. Just outside the doorway, shots into the back line. Heels being pulled out as QZZ tops himself back up. Hamzik's so low as well, you're going to be caught on a wrap. Wow, somehow gets past the door. Oh, mate. Bullets bouncing by him, giving him a short back and side with a haircut, but he's still alive. Nades into the long building.
QZZ lucky there. Almost went upstairs as the nade came through. Joker will finally go down. I mean, Arena was certainly making some enemies, stinging away at some of the players around the map there, but for Tianba, they've got to love this longhouse, and holding on to it is the name of the game. Sadly, no Milo here to make those 1v4s happen. Only 2 players from S2G, so not looking like another chicken dinner going forward. Desperate to take this longhouse off of them, though, and hold out all the teams coming in from the northeast. Molly goes down, forces Hamzy G into the homestead.
Hey, they got the read though, they know the info. Heard the thunderfooting of the footsteps as he plays close on the stairs. Meanwhile, Vitality continuing to put pressure onto Godlike, holding the back line. Ulf stealing away some of the points as well, as Razy will get hit heavy. Razak down as well, calling for backup from Axel, that's got about 1 point of health left. And that's Nonshin Red Force that are lighting him up with So Easy coming in. Only Vexy left then. Scary scenes for Vitality. Nades being cooked out from Scarface and dash back down onto Nonshin Red Force. Still waiting, lying, prepared to strike for the S2G side, close towards Tiamba's compound. 4 different fights occurring here.
Yeah, this is pretty madness. Over on this side of the map, Nongshim Red Force looks to finish off the final player there from Vitality as they swing down. Leave So Easy on Overwatch towards Zone. Flash stepping up to the play. Unbeknownst to them, this is a 5-man team inside the building. We're lost. Hamzy G and Tiamba underneath. Smoke start to bloom. Nongshim takes quite a lot of damage though as Godlike starts to push on through whilst Ulf maintains a little bit of help.
Flash just sprinting in, clear towards the top side of their area of the building. Meanwhile, A-King starts to respond back in kind onto S2G. QZZ with a smooth movement, giving them the Texas 2-step and dancing past the bullets. That's how S2G go down. More pressure could potentially be coming their way though.
And it's पीछे, please be careful, please Godlike, please be careful पीछे
Will flush out the player.
And it's duty रहेगी
the building with the S12K underneath. There's Eagle lurking as per usual.
Nice power, nice Ray, nice admino, बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया. NS गई. Let's go NS गई.
It is just Eagle, I believe, left here for the team. Oh, he tried to bait him back on the double step into the building.
बढ़िया मारा.
Thankfully for Flash,
ईरा को मारा है और अरोरा और
he can't
की
pull a
फाइट
fast
चालू
one
है.
on him, but that's a quick way to go down to
ईरा
the
और
last
अरोरा की
member of
फाइट
Aurora.
चालू है. अरे सौम्य को ये लोग वेट ही कर रहे हैं भाई, ये लोग निकले वहां से
As we
Godlike.
go down to our last 4 squads, Flash, Godlike, Ida, and Ulf remain. Ulf have been battling Godlike after Vitality were removed. This was the next squad they had to keep the intense action going with. And they've not had a moment of respite in a few minutes.
But Godlike's playing a split right now. They've got Salve over on the western side, keeping tabs over towards Ida, trying not let them push, whilst Admito and S-Power essentially bully Ulf. Ketch is going to try and crawl over towards them as Win makes this swing.
Please throw मत करना, please throw
S-Power
मत
and
करना
Admino
मैच,
just not giving
please
up
throw
though. They're
मत
going to send
करना.
in. Good shots from Aaron. Tries to take down
Please
Win
throw
quickly,
मत
but
करना.
Godlike's in through the back lines. One player left alive here. Scarface tries to hold it down, but cannot keep the hope alive here for Ulf as S-Power takes advantage of the momentary distraction. And that's just with 2 players here.
Now they
Push
look to
कर
take
दिया
the
उन्होंने,
fans
push कर दिया,
versus
push कर
Ida.
दिया,
It
heal
is
नहीं कर रहा।
godlike Ida. A 3 versus 3. Nades forward.
Oh!
It's good.
क्या
Trades
nade
the
मारा
vehicle.
बे?
Opens up the boot. Looks for more.
They thought they'd found the weakness. The isolated off-angle play from Salme. They
Let's go,
run him
Salme,
down
let's
with
go,
the vehicles, but he blows away the first line of defense with a nade and leaves them in dire straits now. 2v3, trying to pull back while still fighting. Last bit of offensive utility thrown out by Salme. He's got to get his head down. Off-angle split between the two EDA players. S-Power
नहीं इस पावर पीछे से पड़ेगी प्लीज ध्यान से
be
बी केयरफुल प्लीज पावर
Could be
नो
good to at least force S-Power back out into the open.
Good damage over towards S-Power there, like you say. Doesn't force him out though,
Power
he just holds his
नहीं
ground.
सो
Nade bounces off the rooftop, but Salme's not bothered. Darkin now swinging side to side, just about gets to cover, but not before S-Power hits the shot.
one more
Now just
one
Rita
more
all
one
alone.
more
The rest of Godlike pushing down into him.
God
Being fired up. The ferocious crowd here in France giving them their energy.
Power.
Chant after chant, screaming the name Godlike, but can they do the arena proud as Rita makes a move? Bullets on target.
one nade one molly कुछ भी let's go heal कर रहा है please heal मत होने दो
from grabbing the chicken dinner.
heal मत होने
With
दो
the elevated peak, they're looking for the shots. Rita gotta make the move. Peeks back up, fires the warnings over. That's one knocked as Rita looks to hold on. Can he somehow clutch this?
ओ भाई बच गए let's go W ओ भाई
Clear picture. Godlike grab themselves a chicken here. They've been getting
in
closer.
W God W यार W
Right at the end of the day.
वो yay finally
But if you're fortunate enough to be here at EWC 26 for PMWC, you'll hear that organization's name echoing through the hall as the fans cheer on their squad. That chicken dinner
finally
a clutch play at the end denied, and Godlike securing the dinner to give themselves a fighting chance, setting their sights at climbing up the rankings.
Again, for them, I think today and yesterday, it's just been a case of slowly but surely understanding every different scenario, how they want to play it out. They have, like I said, just inched ever closer towards that victory. It's a nice set of adaptations coming through from this team. It was clear at the start they had a little bit of a slow burn to them, but the fire is definitely starting to roar a little bit now here for Godlike, and a good ending over on Miramar. What was quite a difficult circle to play.
Yeah, played it to the best of their ability as well, right? So many back-to-back fights
nice.
where they were just thrown into the
blender.
And no one got any
just
time.
crept out every time.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Is like so many of those teams could have been in a position to get this one going, but you just never had any respite. They were running low on ammo, using up all their meds. You barely scraped through one fight. Next team's right in behind you. Intense, like sort of, you know, 5 to 7
thank you
minutes there
Babar
of
thank
action.
you
This S-Power guy though.
Finally, it's 5-9 finally यार इतना टेंशन कल से मैं इतनी घबराहट हो रही थी इस वाले मैच में मैं क्या बोलूं एकदम शांत बैठी थी कि बस मेरे को रिजल्ट देखना है बस मैं कुछ बोलूंगी नहीं बस मैं रिजल्ट देखूंगी मैं कुछ बोलूंगी नहीं and they did it thank you so much इतना अच्छा लग रहा
picture perfect and not go down in the meantime because they were fighting two different fights at the same time. Yeah, well done.
Oh, thank you, Baba.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you.
Off-angle setup, when they crunched in with the vehicles, they've seen that as like, oh, this is a weaker knee. If we get that one pick here, we can actually try and steamroll and play off the back of this. The fact that he didn't panic, didn't overstep, cooks the nade, gets it off.
ईड़ा वालों की आपस में बहस हो रही है.
Incredible play from Salme. Big chicken dinner, but so much more to come.
आपस में बहस हो रही है. कुछ तो हो रहा है. Arguments हो रहे हैं. Good team. Oh, बाबर धन्यवाद बाबर करण को सीरियसली मत लो वो ऐसे करता है. चिल कर भाई.
And also Snoix, a professional player for PUBG Mobile Esports. Snoix, what are you doing here?
Oh, you know, I'm chilling around. I'm sitting at the booth of PUBG Mobile for the collaboration of Spider-Man and Naruto, and I'm enjoying the time with fun and watching the match.
Oh, he's getting to play some Brain Rot Royale as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a very fun booth, but I want to ask you,
go,
you're watching
India,
the
let's
games,
go.
Snow.
Point table
Who
dikhao.
is your team that you're predicting to be
Jaldi.
the champions here at this event?
At the start, I predicted E-Arena and Nigma.
Point table
The way
dikhao.
Nigma and S2G playing right now are really amazing.
कितने points हुए chat? कितने points हुए godlike के?
If you had to
कितने points हुए godlike के chat?
Nigma, because they are my
Points बताओ.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what, Nigma Galaxy looking
Total
kinda good.
कितने points
They
है?
are looking kind of good, especially with the numbers that they've been able to put up. What team has surprised you here in day 2?
S2G, definitely.
Those back
Double Independence Day के मजे double, yes, that's true.
They play very well.
Yeah, very impressive. Do you have a question for you though? Of course, position here in this tournament. Hustler Crew took it away from you.
Okay,
I
समझ
want to know,
गई.
can you make us any promises as to what you might deliver?
Like कर दो सब लोग stream को like कर दो भाई. Chicken में मजा आ गया भाई. मजा आ गया chicken में. सब लोग stream को like कर दो.
Okay, we'll be waiting for you at PMG.
और channel को subscribe जरूर कर देना. यार सब लोग लिखो ना इंडिया का spam इंडिया का flag spam करो यार. करो इतनी देर बाद chicken आया है. कल से पहला chicken था. क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो भाई? क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? क्या हो गया? थक गए हाथ क्या? ऐसे इतना शांत कैसे बैठे हो भाई? सेलिब्रेट कर लो यार. चिकन क्या उन्होंने कल से वेट कर रहे थे चिकन का. अब जाके हुआ. अब जाके फाइनली हुआ. तो तुम लोग सेलिब्रेट नहीं कर रहे हो. करो यार. फ्लैग नहीं रुकना चाहिए. फ्लैग इंडिया का फ्लैग. आज इंडिपेंडेंस डे यार. कितना बोलूं मैं? कैसे इंडियंस हो भाई? कैसे इंडियंस हो यार? Jim Jam, thank you so much for the 10 membership. Thank you, Jim Jam.
We were there. Now, the proud founding partner.
इंडिया का फ्लैग है तो वैसे भी स्पैम होते ही रहना चाहिए चैट में. समझ रहे हो?
Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible. We were there.
W Jim Jam, W यार, W.
Every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history.
Last match है. बस हल्के में न ले. Last match है. बस टीम ये ना सोचे कि हमने एक चिकन कर लिया तो चिल है. नहीं. हेलो अभी. अभी वेलकम टू योर स्ट्रीम. ये ना सोचे कि चिल हो गए हैं. सेम गेम प्ले चाहिए हमें इस वाले मैच में, क्योंकि हम 2 दिन से वेट कर रहे थे चिकन का. अब जाके हुआ है चिकन. हाँ, एक और बस फिर कल स्मैश. हाँ, ऐसे ही कल एक चिकन डिनर चाहिए. बस एक चिकन डिनर आज चाहिए. वो हमें मिल गया. और अगर एक और हो जाएगा तो सोने पे सुहागा. यू नो. अच्छा करण पंदीर. कम ऑन, इस बार गॉड लाइक स्पोर्ट्स फिर से. यस.
If they get another win or if they have a strong finish
20
here,
points
they
ka
could
aaya.
end up challenging for that top 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility right now, but I love in particular this game when you're looking at Godlike, they just put down the hammer and said this is our position on the western side, forcing teams not ready to crash onto them, but forcing teams to avoid the fight, right? Especially in Ida, forcing them to go for a wider northern rotation. Al-Ula eventually just crashing and completely failing in their attempt to actually get control of that western side. This is a very impressive Godlike we saw this game.
Yes.
We don't see it very often, but this is, in terms of oppression in tournament, this is one of their best games
Zone
so far.
prediction.
And the thing, Natura, is that
W
this team,
मान्या.
just to remind
मान्या ने
everybody,
W
it is
भाई
their first
कर दिखाया भाई.
international
मान्या ने
event, first
पूरा
international final
जोन हटा ही नहीं
for all
उनसे.
these
जोन
players.
लास्ट
And
में
they're
एकदम
being able to
हटा
put
है.
up the numbers. And boy, that makes me happy seeing S-Power. Not only the great hair, the great gameplay from him, but
not only the great hair, not only for the great hair, the great gameplay. S-Power.
They're gaining this experience because next time
W for power. Power यार. बालों के लिए famous है power.
No, absolutely. They will be able to finish the next win they get, because I doubt this is their last. They will be able to finish it off much better, just with a bigger bang. I totally agree. I think overall they did play that final fight very well.
Let's go, Power.
Held
Let's
off
go.
when they needed to. They were aggressive when they needed to. They didn't go full aggro without enough information onto Ida because they didn't know where they were.
Highlights
Very
देखो,
well
highlights
played.
देखो
That's a
guys,
mature
highlights देखो.
style of gameplay. but they just did take it a little too far in those final moments. They almost got 1v3 there.
Oh, मान्या का जिगल भाई, मान्या का जिगल कितना बढ़िया था भाई. IGL भी अच्छा खेलता है रे.
Push up. The timing of Godlike was literally on point. There's no way Ulf can even fight back. They just cornered. They were getting rid of one player of Flash just to make sure they get the extra elimination.
International lobby में ticket निकाला बहुत बड़ी बात है.
Of course, it was not like a top speed vehicle coming in his way, but still, Somme, his utility is some of the best I've seen from this team so far.
यहाँ पे मेरे को एक पॉइंट के लिए ऐसा धक 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 हो रहा था. ये 1v2 कर दिया उसने. कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं. 1v3 कर दे. IGL assault skills बोलते हैं. Yes. मांडा की skills.
Godlike out there, obviously, with that performance that they have. But we got to talk about some of the other players because Ida has continued on a strong performance here, bouncing back from those hot drops. Yes.
Stream को like करो, 100 likes पूरे कर दो यार. क्या कर रहे हो? 100 likes पूरे नहीं करे तुम लोगों ने अभी तक. Like करो यार stream को.
Put up good points, especially in this last match, has been Ulf Esports.
Yeah, Ulf actually really good fight they had on the
India
side.
roast host Whitey, welcome to the stream. How you doing? कैसे हैं आप?
A bit of a distance away, and then getting rid of
India, yes.
Overall from Ulf, I feel like they're still not on the level I would be expecting from them, right? Because Ulf is a team that I know has the potential to be a global champion, right? We've seen it back PMGC second place, PMJ season 1 second place. They have that potential. They're not delivering on that initial promise, but Ulf is a team that I know they're going to be willing to iterate and make changes if needed. But yeah, right now a bit shaky.
Bit shaky. Another team that has been shaky and has been very, very shaky is Furia, because Furia LA's they started off strong, but if we look at Furia's past 4 performances,
वो उसकी favorite है Furia.
Zero eliminations.
वो बीच में जो lady है उसकी favorite है Furia.
2 eliminations.
इसलिए वैसे देख रही
we
है.
were expecting here out of Furia.
What was that? Sorry again, 7?
0 eliminations, 0 eliminations, 0 eliminations. And 2 eliminations.
Oh, they got back in the car, didn't they?
Yeah.
Roast जी कैसे आप?
Yeah, I gave the license, but revoking it for the second time. No, look, it just becomes this sort of point. Like, they are a team that, yes, capitalize on eliminations, but it does get to them on these longer stages, on these longer types of tournaments, because their play style is just getting completely shut down now that everyone is forcing and playing those placement points. So they do need to sort of adapt and move back into what I want to say yesterday, they were doing yesterday, where they were actually prioritizing placement. What I did like from them on this map particularly, they did get into that place, rotation a lot earlier than they traditionally do, but it fell incredibly short because they are tunnel visioning on trying to get those eliminations. So it's like it's a hit and miss from
just
Furia,
talking
but
once
they get that ball rolling with the they're making the plays. They want those positions. If they're standing still, getting caught out, they just pull their pants down.
Well, if they want to be challenging for that first place, you don't want to be caught with your pants down. You don't want to be caught doing those drive-bys that you've been doing for you. You want to see what you were able to do earlier in the day as well, which was getting those chicken dinners. But I want to take a look at the overall, because right now I want to see what the standings are going to be looking like. As we head into the final game, after this game, we will set the threshold for that smash roll. Right now, Aurora Gaming with 104 points, E-Arena 98, S2G with those 95.
If we bring in like the smash rule into it, and we look at previous times, this is so doable for a lot of teams. Usually we see such a tremendous gap, and then it's going to be tomorrow. Every team's just trying to catch up. Win this thing, but this is actually incredibly close when we bring into that format and that rule that it still can be doable all the way down to 8.
All the way down to 8. You're a believer. I like the belief that you're currently showing, because for 4Thrives esports fans, they're looking to see some kind of bounce back here. Yes, we have seen flashes of greatness, but right now in the position that there are, 30 points away, not what this team wants to be, considering that they are the reigning champions of PMGO Season 1.
Hi Santrava, you welcome to this stream. So sorry Santrava, if I missed your chat, I'm so sorry.
Game in this final match of today, they still have a shot tomorrow, but it's looking worse and worse for them.
Yeah.
So it is, I think it really does come down to this final match. If they can get a 15-20 point game out of this last Miramar, then they should be okay.
I'm gonna have to say for 4Thrives, they're looking like day 2 of finals.
Miramar में at least इनको चाहिए.
Consistently not getting points, if I had to be brutally honest. So not loving what's happening, very indecisive, which is the biggest issue of 4Thrives is themselves, right? Their mindset, hesitant, not trusting themselves. Though second page, one thing I want to highlight that we barely talked about throughout the entirety of these finals, guys. Horror esports really not being brought up in the conversation very often, and I know we have a lot of horror fans right behind us, right? And they're supporting them, but really there's no reason to cheer for them because they've been pretty much non-existent these finals.
I don't know what to say, you know, because we saw them have some pretty good
पर
runs
at least 20
yesterday.
points
Started
मिल
today, they
जाएंगे
were
तो
also looking
ये लोग
fairly strong. They had a
70,
couple
80,
of top 5
80
finishes, if
around
I'm not
हो जाएंगे ना.
mistaken. But now
क्योंकि
we're starting
57
to
है
see
मतलब
this team
77
do
something
not a
तो हो
whole lot of
जाएंगे
anything, and I don't know if that's because the teams around them are starting to really pick apart some of these slower paced teams. I really do believe that the teams at the top of the leaderboard are
Hello,
much
Shivama,
faster,
were you
much
welcome to the
snappier.
stream?
I use that word a lot, but it's
ये भी
the
एक कौन
correct
सा
word.
है?
It's really
NGX
descriptive for what
player.
we're seeing here. Is these teams are always on the mark, always
अच्छा
going
कर रहे
forward,
हैं,
always making a move at the right time. And the teams on the second half of the leaderboard, Hora included, I just think they're acting a little bit slow. They're making those decisions a little further behind than all the rest of them, and they're getting left behind in the zone.
At the beginning of the day, though, we saw Hora being aggressive. We saw them just going for those fights too. But right now, that might be what's hurting them.
Actually, yeah, Hora had one good game earlier today, right? It was a podium. But the reason why I'm not super impressed, right, is that was literally right next to where they usually drop. They didn't drop there that game on La Cobreria. But it is, I call it Hora Mountain. And they didn't do anything off the back of that, Lace. So I'm really hoping we see something on a circle that they're not used to playing, because right now it's been a nothing tournament for them.
I even backed that up and I was like, oh, they've got that placement, they've got this mountain, it's easy win. Obviously, Furo took that win in that moment, but look, it's strange and I guess
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
They're not doing anything.
जब तक like कर दो यार 100 likes पूरे कर दो please. Come on यार, come on 100 likes पूरे कर दो.
It's more or less like you're saying that all these other teams are just. We're calculating that. We're going to do a little bit better. So it's like they could have one game to pick this up, though. I do believe, obviously, it's their last game today, guys. I keep thinking in the future, though. I'm like, yeah, good games tomorrow, but there is still that opportunity. Like I'm saying, this leaderboard is so close that these major games can turn it around. We've seen it. Aurora did it. Now they're on top. You know, it's truly possible.
If there was any other team right now in first place, I'd be like, yeah, there's a high chance that we'll play those 6 matches. But right now, with Aurora being in first place, we know what they've been capable of. They've been looking great, honestly. It's a team that's been looking really good, really consistent here in this PMWC at EWC 26, and they're looking to take that trophy home, because that's what Top's missing. That's what Doc's missing. Sheol already has one global championship, and Refits, he wants to win that MVP and also get that trophy home. But let's send it over to Barney, which I don't even know where he's at. Where is that, Barney over there?
That is Barney over there. Ladies,
let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Talk to me. Okay, listen up. So now, today has been a true test of focus and endurance for all of our players. They've left it all on the Gadir City grid, but we want
for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there.
Furia and
the proud
Janse.
founding partner of EWC.
Like,
powering the
yes,
biggest event
yes.
in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
The impossible doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the hours nobody sees. It starts with a thought that turns into a dream. Reach your impossible.
Got one more map to go. And so, earlier on today, we
This
checked
is
in with
about
the
like,
fans to see
yo,
how everyone
let's
was
go.
feeling, but we want to do that one more time to get everyone energized on the Gadir City grid before our final map of day 2. And so, I'm going to send it over to Luti. Who you got over there, buddy?
Oh yeah, Bonnie, I am here with my vitality suits because we are French and we never surrender. We are believers.
अच्छा vitality से क्या?
Let's see how it's going. Hojux, up to you.
I know who's hype after that.
Whoa, 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 godlike.
Starts now. So let's make some noise. Let's
You can see the excitement from all the fans. Different nations, different representations of our organizations that are bringing the heat here in Paris. But you know what, France? Together, I'm sure we can blow the roof off this building.
एक chicken तो आएगा.
Absolutely go ballistic!
Last game of the day. Let's get into it. Miramar on the cards. We're going to set our match ruling going forward right now. Teams looking very, very good. Ida getting deeper and deeper into these matches. They're looking energized and good to go. Godlike also with a 20-point side last game. I think that's just the beginning of something great to come here.
Goosebumps आ रहे मेरे goosebumps.
Smash ruling will be in effect from tomorrow, but this is where we lay down that line in the sand, the literal sand here on Miramar. Teams looking very contemplative, where they want to hit up, where they want to go next.
Thank you, Roshan.
Milu back in the game for his last ride here on Miramar before we get into tomorrow. Good to see him back again, though. Hopefully we're having a little bit longer in this game, Jackie.
Hey, you'd hope so, man. It's good to have him back.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
This could be the reset, right? Little bit more time. He's back in. He's got his fingers on the sticks once more. You deploy him into the lobby once again. And if there was a chance for Tiamba to start to assert some of that dominance they're very capable of, hey, man, go big last game. Bring it on home. Start to rise up the rankings a little bit. Being a nice position to try and leapfrog tomorrow. It could still very much happen.
Southern side playing path, a little bit difficult to deal with. Some of these teams getting towards that northern edge, at least on that eastern side. But Iso and Impala very much in play there. Good to go. Chumasera open for the teams to move down towards Aurora, getting out nice and early around that position.
Zone के prediction दो किधर बनने का है?
4,970 damage, but Aaron and Scarface still doing an incredible.
Zone की prediction दो chat, जल्दी prediction दो किधर बनेगा zone बताओ. बताओ.
Just generally wasn't that bad either. I mean, 81 points now. They're getting closer
Prediction north में
to the top of the tables. Aurora wants to pull out something very, very special on this match, though. Remember, we want to set that line higher than anyone else by a fair margin to make tomorrow, tomorrow's Rondo a little bit more sweaty, right? Because I think Rondo, you can earn a lot of points on that map. You can earn a lot of points on that map, and it can get you far towards that smash ruling or even beyond it.
Yeah. No, it's true, bro. Like, we've had some incredible games with Rondo here at PMWC as well, at EWC 26. So, if it's anything like the beginnings we had, namely, it's fitting we get E-Arena on screen, right? Record-breaking game, some big moves, the stadium finish.
See that?
Oh, no, bro. They're styling already.
They jumped off the top of the
building. Zone कब का बन गया? क्या कहाँ है ध्यान?
You do. But yeah, you're right. I think we'd love to see some of that level of, you know, sheer world-class gameplay, sort of championship mentality happening right then as we get into tomorrow for that first game to give you that leapfrog, that setup. But we'll find out how it goes. For those of you at home as well, don't forget to participate in the event yourself with the lucky spin and draw to get some of those.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
To commemorate what has been a very wonderful year here at PMWC. It feels like a rising tide has brought all ships up, Blank. The skill level, some of the plays we've seen, the 1v4s that it feels like this year we've had drastically many compared to what we'd had in prior years. It's been a lot of showmanship, a lot of excitement, and Paris has been killing it as well. So it's been super exciting. But hey, we'll dial in. We'll stick with the program for now, see what we get. If this will be a present of a final game between these sides, who's going to benefit most?
Romanda ने compound ढूंढ लिया भाई.
As well. I mean, it's quite cool to see because I mean, you mentioned the 1v4s. It's been a while since we've really had that presence from singular players in a big way. Because we moved further over towards being like the 4-man teams have to all be consistently good together. We need 4 players that can play together very, very cohesively, but also have that star power in them. And we're going further beyond than that, right? We're going towards galactic level gamers, likes of Milu, Kamikaze. It's awesome to see. It really, really is.
Feels like we're getting some of those superstar players where, like you say, man,
superstars.
It could make the difference, right?
Bigger than just the normal stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Larger in stature or potentially gravitational pull. Yeah. I suppose that's true in Milu's case, right? He does just seem to absorb everyone in the lobby. They come near him.
Yep.
You're gone.
He's a beast. We did move over towards that western side on the circle, though, so that opens up a decent start here from Aurora, moving in from Chumasera early on. Got Picardo, positions around there, some of the trash drops, some of those compounds in play. Like, it's a very compound-heavy area of the map to start things off, like individual areas, not POIs. That does always make for a fun endgame. Oren via the Ma, you got Nongshim. The back of that southern plane path dropping down towards Partona. Tizzy's already moved across though, giving an anchor point for the rest of the team to move in towards. Still far down towards the south of the map, but at least gathering some information early whilst he loots up the couple of buildings. They used to be very much like RRQ stomping grounds back in the day. Way back in the day. We're back in 2021, 2022. We're going back there.
Kicking it old school. We're rolling back the years with some of the plays we've seen. In some ways, it's felt like that has been the case, right? Kind of a weird dynamic of the old and the new coming together to make something very tasty with the maneuvers we've seen.
इतना split है भाई इनको क्या कर रहे हैं cycle से जा रहे हैं
his legs will be aching. The one neuron for both of us engaged at the same time. That's unreal.
किसका 1v4 हो गया?
Well,
किसका 1v4 हो गया?
He's going to move on over towards Milu by the gas station. Does have a vehicle. Don't abandon him. Come on. You make him go further. It's so rude.
His fires are going to be burning.
No, Milu's got bigger and better things to be moving on to right now. Can't be dealing with you on your bike. Heads over towards Eagle. This is over towards east side of Impala right now. We do have OG actually rotating very closely at the moment. I think that's just a couple of players there, though. It's Aru. See a Thankyou over towards Graveyard right now. So quite a wide split as Godlike just slices down the center of them through La Bandita. So they are cut off from one another for quite a little while here.
OG के लिए थोड़ा बुरा लग रहा है, पर
it'll be quite a slow start because again, this is
always
always funny. I mean, for
I'm happy with them.
Game circle, end of day circle. This is really cash. This is super casual. Nothing super scary to worry about. We're not down towards that southeast side where we're playing uphill the entire time, up towards the plateau by the hay bales. It's just back to normality, which I bet a lot of players are quite fond of. It's going to make a lot of the early game a little bit more slow, a little bit more simple in your rotates. A lot of your
Godel अंदर आ गई है.
daisy chains are going to be easy too.
OG बाहर है अभी सर्कल के. Godel अंदर आ गई है. गॉडेल पे कंपाउंड होल्ड करो, मस्त सा कंपाउंड होल्ड करो, उसके बाद निकालो किल्स। और मेरे को अच्छी वाइब आ रही है, फुल अच्छी पॉजिटिव वाइब आ रही है, पता नहीं क्यों, पर मैं कुछ बोलूंगी नहीं फिर से, इस बार भी मैं कुछ बोलूंगी नहीं बोलूंगी मैं कुछ। अब सीधा लास्ट में सीधा रिजल्ट देखूंगी, मैं नहीं बोलूंगी कुछ अब।
Lion's share of $3 million here on the line it is insane. I mean, it's life-changing money.
Oh yeah. You got the bread with the cheddar in the middle, called out a money sandwich. That's what they're all fighting over. Because it is ridiculous, man. You'd be doing wonders for your fans, for your organization.
Even just your family, really. It's an incredible thing to win. I mean, Yangon Galacticos, super cool following their journey. Since their win last year, I mean, they've been very much celebrated.
Let's go.
You love to see it, and again, and all the guys just seem so happy coming into this, and lovely to see them repping the Ancient Charm set as well. They've got their own skin in game. Wonderful experience here over at PMWC every single time, year to year. Fourth try is very central on this one, though. Just with the western side of
we don't have
there nice and early,
EWC, we don't have permission.
Circle shift, the largest
EWC
one here.
India की तो नहीं है.
Of Miramar into zone 2. It's going to be Ladriero, though. I kind of already know it. It's not. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't want to go there. I always find those circles really uncomfortable. Instead, we're heading over towards
Ida पे zone गया है. पूरा zone Ida पे गया है. Ida पे. अब Ida जो भी है वो पता नहीं.
As well as quick, a little bit slower to the plate.
Ida chicken कर लेगी क्या?
Very much in the mix with them. Chasing him down. Give me another sight line, please.
They're begging for an angle. Hey, Lord though, up to his old tricks. Loves the risky peaks from all the way at the top side there. Pretty effective from that position. We'll see if he gets any chances to shine.
क्या लगता?
S2G and Arena near each other as well on the drive up. Oh, hello, Darkin with a
Leo 40 का कोई बंदा नॉक हुआ. फलक को नॉक दिया भाई, फलक को किसी ने तो फलक को नॉक दिया.
Brings a lot of confidence to the rest of the squad when he's still in play. should be able to get the res on this one. That was from Ida, I believe, and they are in front of them. So this is more a case of a step back type of deal, rather than the full-on commit. But both Turkish teams, you got S2G and Ulf making big send here. I think Ulf understands that they want to go a little bit further in this match. 81 points, but they are taking big tags right now, going very low.
यहाँ से बहुत अच्छे kills निकलते bro.
Just about stay alive in this one. I wonder if that was from S2G. There's some serious rivalry between those two teams as well. I love it. I do love it.
Feels like even over the course of this one event, we've had so many narratives of like little rivalries that have been popping up. And it's given us a lot of excitement. It's made some of the fights pretty intense, not only in the actual battleground, but for the reverberations it has between the two orgs that are going head to head. Left a lot of room for some cool stories to appear. Aurora on the move here, bumping around in the suspension, but they won't care.
I thought
it was quite interesting for Aurora because starting Chumacera, I think it's quite a straight shot up towards that north side, but they were a little bit slower to the circle, so maybe playing a little bit more comfortable on the edge here, or they just wanted to get as looted as possible, understanding that there is quite a lot of dead space in this zone. And they wanted to know that when it comes down to it, they have the utility, they've got the resources and supplies to make it through to the end, and they weren't going to be mega late by any means because they were starting Chumacera. Enigma Galaxy do finally find that angle. Saw them earlier all lining up to take those shots. Zalula will get one dropped. No flush just yet though. Whew. Yeah, this is a difficult one. We do move over towards that northwest side. We got the field in play. Almost Death Valley that sits between Montenuevo moving up. Fury actually has a good spot here. I think Ayala already picked up a nice compound, and likely the rest of the team will be flitting back over towards him.
Zone साथ नहीं दे रहा इस बार chat.
Oh no, they're greeting it.
Zone साथ नहीं दे रहा देखो.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Trying to make a quick getaway.
Zone साथ नहीं दे रहा भाई.
Taking a couple shots towards the back of the vehicle there. Few stray bullets to connect, but he's still on the move, so won't be dropped out of the car by Hora. They're just going to keep forging a path forwards. Amidst all this, you also have OG, that's Orangutan, getting lit up with the crosshairs of Ida being able to spot them out. Somewhat punish them, keeping them outside of the zone on their rotation up and over, with Ulf close by as well.
अरे ग्रुप पहले से चैट पे मत बता अगर तू पहले से कहीं और से देख रहा तो मत बता चैट पे स्पॉइलर मत दे प्लीज.
And then one that sits a little bit further east. They do have a lot of confirmation. I wonder if they're doing this just because they knew the playing path went from west to east, so a lot of players dropped out on that eastern side because there's more. Arudo finding good damage over towards Aurora, our current lobby leaders. And one's already down. Doc's very low. Nade goes long. It's quite good. I thought it was going to roll over the top there. Oh dear. Oh dear me. Scarface once again. Those taps were deadly accurate too.
Yeah, punishing quick jabs to the ribs there.
मार दो अब घुस के भाई, अब घुस के मार सकते हो.
Orangutan rocking
बढ़िया
doing the classic strap. Ain't got time to stop. Breezing through one
बहुत बढ़िया, nice.
Eating the shrapnel, and that's Orangutan.
Nice रे, nice. WOG.
104 points is where their day of big earners ends.
I love that from Orangutan, honestly. There's been so many times where they have had struggles on these roll-ups where they'll just roll through and try and get the drive-bys. There they just stop short. AKOP gets out and just hits the shots immediately. Then they can move on because they need to get further in. So big hats off there to Orangutan. Shots from behind there from Ulf, but they're moving directly into occupied territory with 4 thrives. Hazaifa's down the backlines there though. No one's really safe. I think Ulf is right now just trying to profit off a lot of the teams coming in from that eastern edge. Yamba sending it directly over towards S2G. This is a hell of a push. Nice shot from Razy though over towards 1, but T24 will shut him down.
Mate, punishing reactions with the DBS up
Vitality,
close
क्या कर रहे हो भाई? तुम्हारे बंदे मर रहे हैं, मारो ना भाई, क्या कर रहे हो?
into that one, but here's the reaggression.
अरे इधर बंदा था.
The reply. They're going to crumble under it. So 4 Thrives keep on fighting. Amidst this as well, S2G were clashing against Tianba, and the nade has knocked another man. Leaving them
Godlike की rotation बढ़िया है भाई. W rotation Godlike, मान्य rotation. भाई मैं कह रही हूँ W rotation यार. क्या rotation है?
Quickly moved on this mark as well. They heard the fighting. They realized that there was an opportunity to open some space in the circle on the eastern side. They left behind that fight between 4 Thrives, hearing it go on for quite a while, and they're going to be coming in late after this. OG even setting up in front of them, dropping down the barbed wire there for them to wander straight into. Tianba, it is aching, making them move outwards. Understanding today the peloton won't be moving much further for Tianba. Try and get some placement points to finish things off. Nongshim Red Force playing down towards that south side. In the meantime, E-Arena took the eastern compound after that shift, and Furia regrouped over towards the western side. So happened as expected.
Kill चोरी ले लिया, kill ले लिया.
Because of that, so well done.
इसका kill ले लिया Visgod पे यार.
Eder as well.
40 गई, 40
getting line of sight back over.
40 गई, पर kill ले लिया यार इसका. Shit bro, shit.
Well done again.
Yeah, bro. Eder start it off, all finish it. So 4 Thrives removed from the equation here. 7th place, 77 points.
Manya zone में जाके. Oh my god, oh this is so amazing. Manya W यार, Manya के लिए. Manya के लिए W यार. Manya ने क्या rotation दिलाया, zone में entry कराई है. इतनी सारी teams के बीच से जाने से अच्छा उसने rotate किया. क्या W यार, Manya.
I don't know, but
W यार.
It's an interesting kind of events for Aura. They love that position, but doesn't seem like it loves it. It loves them right now. Sadly, Aura's going to move down, try and swing over towards OG.
अगर वो सामने से कहीं से जाते rotate, इतना rotate नहीं करते तो कोई team नहीं बचती, I guess.
Sleepy will find OG
क्योंकि chicken निकालना ज़रूरी है, chicken निकालना ज़रूरी है, mandatory है chicken.
AKOP just trying to swing on down, will
वरुण
immediately get shut
chat
down
पे
for
रुकना
that.
भी
That
जाना
was a
नहीं
bold
गई.
maneuver. The rest of Aura moving up. Last player alive is Aru, and he is down and out.
गई.
2 very quick pumps there from the shotty in their face, and that's going to finish them. Looked a little bit scary from Sky when he was left behind, but the off-angle peak did wonders. Hamzig's still going, by the way.
The Garant going crazy.
Mate, sniper with a hell of a scope right now.
Yeah.
Zone देखो कहाँ बनेगा.
Great stuff, great stuff. Not what you expect to see.
चलो zone में है, zone admin zone में है. Nice W
Very
zone.
very kind circle.
W zone W. Anti हो गया OG के लिए यार. कोई बात नहीं, Godlike. Godlike zone में है. Anti कर दिया OG के लिए.
Down towards that south side, providing another point for them to move over towards. Or
नहीं
over towards Eder right now, and all still being those gatekeepers on that eastern edge.
You've basically had this blockade slowly shuffling further back from Wara. They pushed in, deal with OG,
Yes,
focus
power,
up
man.
onto Eder. They've got a bit of a
जल्दी
lead as
zone
well,
के
but the
अंदर
other
जाओ और
teams
admin
are just
अकेला है
throwing
वैसे
nades
भी
over,
वहाँ पे
especially with the
भाई.
visual
इनको तुरंत
contact
team
there. A
वो
few shots back onto them from
भाई
off.
साथ में चला जाना
They've got a bit
चाहिए.
of a
Zone
reach to
बनते
play
इतना
off, so
late
they
क्यों
can
निकलते
sort
हैं
of
लोग?
hunker in. Solus is on the off angle towards the left-hand side.
Split रहेंगे
This is
तो
his
split
POV
की वजह
here.
से.
He's still paranoid though. Compound behind
Hello,
them,
the
that's got
professor.
E-Arena
How are
in
you?
it.
Welcome to SUA. Oh my God, long time no see you, professor. Are you?
Finding final player there from
Oh, आप तो
Tianba.
बहुत time से मैंने heard क्या था आपके
8th
challenge है.
71 points.
If I'm not wrong.
Potentially
I've
taking
seen
over there by
Sanu,
Fury,
na?
'cause I think they've got quite a good spot going forward on this one.
Oh,
Sky goes
every
down to
big challenge.
Solus, and Ketch will
I
pick
know.
up
आपने
the
मुझे अगर का
elimination.
challenge दिया था 2
So
inch
Ulf still
cut
putting
करने
up
के लिए,
points this
right?
game, up
And
to
I
5
did
so
it.
far, but they are down to 3 players after an early
Oh.
knock and flush over towards Solus.
Furia और God
They're making
like
the most
Furia
of
के
it
just
on this
पीछे.
eastern
क्या
side.
लगता है
I like to
chat?
see it.
दोबारा करें? No, not yet. आज तो I'm doing watch party. अभी इसके बाद कभी आना आप chat पे जरूर मैं करूँगी कुछ.
E-Arena
क्या करूंगी, कितना कट करूंगी अभी नहीं, पर मैं मतलब बाल तो नहीं काटूंगी खैर, क्योंकि अब मैं नहीं काटती हूँ बाल वगैरह, मैंने थोड़ा सा बढ़ाने हैं इसलिए। क्या मारा भाई, बढ़िया। क्या लगता अभी तो शांत है गॉड लाइक भाई। ओह मेरे को गूज़बम्स आ रहे हैं।
E-Arena, mate, they're in a good position. If they can pull points out of this game and stay alive, clean up on this battlefield ahead of them, it could be a gigantic slingshot to overtake Aurora.
लेने पड़ेंगे उनको। कुछ करते हैं आप पे नहीं करते अभी मेरे को फैमिली, अभी मैं मतलब फैमिली भी नहीं अलाउ करेगी मुझे बाल काटने। अरे प्रोफेसर जी आप आते क्यों नहीं हो? जब बाल काटूंगी तभी आओगे क्या आप? क्या बात होती है?
What a nade of the top. That is a long toss on that one.
तब मेरे 1000 सब्सक्राइबर भी नहीं थे, तब आते थे तब प्रोफेसर जी।
E-Arena is bombarding the front lines. It's massive from Swaps and he wants even more. Sleepy just trying to steal points where possible, and this is now the response play.
It's a backstab right now, actually. Oh my goodness me. And they do catch E-Arena sleeping. He goes out.
NGX की अरे यार NGX rush कर रहे हैं उन पे।
Needs to be a little bit cleaner on that one.
NGX rush कर रहे हैं उन पे लगता है।
Schweppes not quite out, and Ida floundering in the background.
Admiral ने knock लिया।
Mormon back to his old tricks. Headshot there onto Darkin to finally finish him off. We see Nonshin Red Force showing up in the Elim feed as well, with Nigma Galaxy similarly taking the hit over towards Godlike, and Furia have smelt this weakness. They're coming in for a close collapse behind the vehicles, putting the pedal down to the metal. With S-Power gone, goodbye Godlike, but now they've got another team to worry about. This is the fight established by Furia.
Anti-Godlike, anti.
All the nades sent over the top right now.
Anti कर दो Godlike के लिए guys.
And stitch them up on this side of the map at the moment. Good push out from Fury as well. Love to see it. They knew that they cleared the majority of the space. They get rid of Nigma Galaxy. They're playing essentially straight in towards that eastern side. No worries, the 180 behind them.
Shit हो गया।
Nigma Galaxy though, quick, a very quick rotate out, understanding that it's better to regroup, reassess from that location on that north side with cover before they make their next maneuver. They might actually just have to make a full send, full rotate towards the eastern side, despite not knowing what's there, because both S2G and Fury is going to have nasty sidelines over towards if they try and play in from that northern edge.
अच्छी खासी रोटेशन थी, अच्छा जोन था, सब बढ़िया।
Being able to hit perfectly up against Flash, resulting in only Tops barely limping away there. Got back behind the vehicle and pieced out in the driving seat. They've got that 2-2 split with focus still turned onto Rita. It's the angle of Coops in play right here though. Connection, spanner with the SMG in the face. Yasser trapped, no escape plan there, and Alula fall off the back of it.
NGX ने मारा जो Fury and Tian ने नहीं मारा। NGX ने मारा है।
Taking shots over towards the setup from Nigma Galaxy. Hamzig looking so damn sick with this snipe, ready for a little bit more. You peek out and your block could be knocked off.
हाँ?
You still got the Garan as well as
last बंदा मारा। हाँ Fury ने बस last बंदा मारा भाई। NGX ने start किया bro, NGX ने push किया। कोई बात नहीं गाइस, इंडिया का फ्लैग स्पैम कर दो यार, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। कल देखते हैं कल क्या होता है, कल का दिन बाकी है। मैं उम्मीद नहीं छोड़ूंगी, आखिरी मैच तक उम्मीद नहीं छोड़ूंगी मैं। आखिरी मैच तक रहेगा। 120 होगा स्मैश मिनिमम, हाँ हो सकता है, क्योंकि ये का अगर ये का चिकन नहीं होता है, S2G, NS और NGX का चिकन अगर नहीं होता है तो ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स ऊपर नहीं जाएंगे, पर मुझे लग रहा है S2G NS ना ले जाए तो ज़्यादा पॉइंट्स ऊपर नहीं जाएंगे। हेलो आशीष।
Doesn't go far enough though. The grass kind of steering his vision just a little bit, still over towards the edge. Assuming towards the side as the nade comes in, but both baits unsuccessful.
भाई बुरा हो गया यार।
Switching out the JS9.
एक और चिकन
that
बनता
long
था
range to
भाई।
feel fine versus Furia.
एक चिकन हो जाता तो कितना अच्छा रहता यार.
Blue's going to be a bit of a nightmare here. Chief just stayed behind. We got the night cam on board. Not the best time for him either. Watching his team in a real sticky scenario. Like you said, though, E-Arena looking to put up more points, but it's Nongshim Red Force actually who might have a good chance here to really set themselves up the rankings. Great to see those rankings. So we can set up for tomorrow where that smash ruling placement would be.
Subscribe कर देना यार सब लोग.
Nongshim, you're spot on though. They do thrive in these kind of situations, so let's see if the teams forget about them and they can step back up. There you go, this is the lay of the land as well, what we wanted to see. E-Arena on top right now. They've just lapped Aurora. 105 points with a 7 elimination game and showing no signs of running out of fuel just yet.
क्या लगता है कल chances हैं godlike के लिए?
Tops was the last man.
क्या लगता है कल chances हैं?
He had to hightail
कितने
it,
% chances है godlike के?
a few moments ago, and he's still running away. Looking for a setup center zone to stay alive for a little bit longer, but might be food fed over to S2G.
Pops goes, G, man, what is this? This is actually insane behavior. But he's making it work. Bayonet on the front, and he is slicing and dicing through the opposition. Pure stabs to the enemy teams. Lobby getting perforated by S2G. Nongshim Red Force might have to move forward with the Kevlar in play at this rate.
Damage done again.
What is he doing?
Shot after shot. The bolt action sending reverberations through the lobby, but now they're going to try and turn this one to an up-close and personal encounter. Nongshim put the pedal to the metal, they drop in close, the nade blows the car away, Hyunbin buckles under the pressure, it's so easy, hits the deck, Kamikaze, 3 nades in the back pocket, one thrown towards him, split the difference, that's the reply back, so easy trying to keep himself alive. In the midst of all this, we say bye-bye to Furia, and Kamikaze knows that E-Arena are collapsing as well. Nongshim up close, good play done. The pump action silences S2G.
E-Arena off the distance. Nongshim Red Force looking to finish out the game now. What a good push up there. The hero Hyunbin himself does go down, but the rest of the team carries the cape forward and will eclipse out the rest of S2G. So no more chickens for you. 2 top teams remaining here, face to face. Nongshim Red Force
और उसके पहले अगर इसने
E-Arena.
चिकन करके क्रॉस कर दिया तो हो गया ना भाई जीजी.
3 versus 4 on the cars. There's shots coming through from Mormon. We know how sick this guy has been so far. XZY.
क्या लगता है किसका चिकन होगा? क्या लगता? Chat? क्या लगता?
Go by his ABCs. Keep this simple. Keep it calm.
What do you think? NS का चिकन? क्या लगता? EA? NS या EA?
Session though. Can E-Arena teach Nongshim Red Force a lesson on this one? If they can find a knock, find a pick, they could collapse off the back of it, and we know they've been so damn good in thriving in the chaos today. That could be their outlier. That could be their way to close this with a huge game.
अगर एक बंदा NS का नॉक लेगा तो बीटी हो जाएगी भाई. ये है वो.
To a nice point barrier going into the smash rule tomorrow.
एक बंदा भी नॉक लेगा तो.
Riding on this for either team. And like you touched on, that one bit of benefit is the manpower advantage for Nongshim. They can play off each other in a slower approach.
E-Arena still have vehicles in play, but Nongshim Red
I'm
Force,
from
they're on
Lucknow.
foot right
I'm
now.
from Lucknow in Indiranagar.
Feel the sand between the toes, but it looks rougher right now for E-Arena. Smoke's been sent out on a big old lineup here from Nongshim Red Force. Still using Tizzy as well as Hyunbin, playing off one another on this little ridge line. Buggy towards the center. Joker pulls out the initial nade. Wait for an opportunity to use it. So easy.
And इसमें आपका favorite मेरा कोई नहीं है.
Towards the hardcover first.
मेरा तो सिर्फ OG और like my favorites हैं बस.
Crowbar in hand.
I don't support any other team.
Could he smash his way through the defense?
Oh, NS ने knock लिया.
asking them to feed him more as he just wants opportunities to show how good he is. The nade is primed.
मैंने बोला था अगर एक भी knock लेंगे तो ये निकाल ले जाएगी
to a 3v3 and the nades keep landing on top of their heads so easy. On the rack back around, he's going for the off angle adjustment. Hyunbin crawling in to try and be saved. XZY committing to the medic play, but Schweppes an off-angle reposition. The nade barely bounces over. Chip damage done.
निकाल लेना चाहिए क्योंकि ये के points पे ज़्यादा बढ़
get the res off. Hyunbin's back up again. E-Arena wasn't able to push forward because the backline support coming through from Nongshim Red Force. Borman round the side. Molotov prevents the push, but so easy. Sidesteps it. Gets into this one. Hot beat on the card. S12K goes crazy.
He's firing up shots, but these aren't warnings.
Let's go. And it's nice.
He can do. So easy wants to live up to his name as the punishing play arrives. And
nice, Ennis.
Red Force with the chicken dinner.
Showing some force right at the end of the day. And they do force themselves past everyone else on the leaderboard. This will be a nice points barrier going into tomorrow. Nongshim Red Force. Hyunbin has been amazing so far. That aggression that the rest of the team can follow up on is absolutely contagious. Yes, he goes down. But what a follow-up from his team today, right at these finishing moments. And a long day, to say the least.
Table दिखा दो भाई
a team that's proved the communication and teamwork has been what's put them in the conversation with championship mentality is what will get them over the line. They dig their heels in deep. They play off each other, save their mate, and then show us that aggression that we know they have inside them. Unsheath the sword blank and chop straight through E-Arena, standing strong in that gladiatorial combat for the final chicken dinner of the day.
And this was a crazy finish from so easy. Just did not stop moving.
Worldlight के पास gun power game sense
essentially charged over the top of that wrist side and just shut E-Arena down. What a wonderful play there to finish things off. I mean, definitely showing off Hyunbin a little bit there, I would say. And I mean, it's good to see. And I think for Hyunbin, it's almost a good thing that his aggression is contagious, because for South Korea, for a long, long time in the past, it used to be that they were the team that would dominate from the center. And then we slowly got more and more of these teams, these players, D+ Kia, for instance, who started to bring that aggression. And it's awesome. It is awesome. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to that right now.
121 smash.
I think this team has a real chance. They have been slowly but surely eking their way up the rankings. But that could be said for a lot of teams. I mean, Ulf, E-Arena, Aurora today, S2G, all looking fantastic. It's hard, man, because there were even teams from survival stage that I was sad not to see in the finals. I was sad for these teams in the group stage, when it was only 3 at a time. This has been such a competitive arena right now here at EWC at PMWC. Just so cool stuff. Can't wait to see more tomorrow. And I can't wait to see how that scoreline adds up at the end of the day when we throw it back over to the desk.
You're spot on there, man. This is the sort of LAN event that goes down in the history books, not only because we'll crown another champion once again, but the fact that it feels like the skill level has risen so far across the board, teams being able to adapt and homogenize not only that slow, smart play style, but like you say, turning it on, hitting heavy, playing confident when they need to. And it's even just the sheer showmanship of some of the eliminations we've been seeing throughout the whole day, but in that very game as well. Some powerful plays.
It's still insane as well, because Nongshim Red Force, they're just coming off from PMMI winning that one. But in the meantime, we do have an interview with E-Arena with Kalaris down on the stage.
Yes, we do, and with a legend of PMWI, PMWC, it's Schweppes, of course, here, two-time champion. Let's talk to E-Arena about some of these games. First things first, off the back of this last Miramar, were you surprised by Nongshim Red Force not going around the eastern side? And talk to me about those last moments in that game, of course. Despite Nongshim Red Force getting the win, E-Arena still looks fantastic today.
chicken फिर एक और chicken कर दो अच्छा मतलब 6 मैचेस में 4 chicken
กับวิธีการเล่นของเขาไหมฮะที่เขาไม่ไปฝั่งอีสฮะแล้วก็วิธีการเขาวิธีการที่เขาเข้าหาทีมเราอะฮะ
अगर आज का हो जाता चिकन ये वाला चिकन हो जाता तो चांसेस थे अगर ये वाला चिकन हो जाता तो काफी अच्छे चांसेस था इम्पॉसिबल ही लग रहा है पर अभी मैं होप नहीं छोड़ूंगी मैं होप तो रखूंगी
Okay, so to be honest, I'm not surprised with how they play and how Nongshim approached
matches
them
hai
during the last circle, during the last fight, because like they don't have any much more options left to play, and also like for E-Arena we have the disadvantage of the player number, but yeah, congratulations to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So now you're in first place. Obviously, you're going to be setting the smash points threshold going into tomorrow. E-Arena has looked brilliant throughout the day. Is there any extra added pressure? How are you feeling about going into the next day, of course, with the potential of you're even personally, becoming basically a 3-time champion on this stage?
ก็ตอนนี้นะฮะเราอยู่ที่1ของตารางแล้วนะฮะแล้วก็ด้วยกฎของ Smash Point เนี่ยในวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยรู้สึกว่ามันมีความกดดันอะไรบ้างไหมฮะแล้วก็รู้สึกไงบ้างคะที่ตอนนี้เนี่ยเราเหลืออีกแค่9 เดียวที่เราจะได้เป็นแชมป์3 สมัยแล้วครับ
ऐसा कुछ है
ไม่รู้สึกอะไรครับแค่โฟกัส
5 मैचेस में 60 प्लस करना है गॉडल को
ก็เล่นไปเรื่อยๆตามเกม
5 मैचेस में 60 प्लस करना है गॉडल को
So actually we got no pressure at all. We're gonna play game by game, round by round.
अच्छा एक चीज और मुझे बताओ what if EA ने points मतलब 122 क्रॉस कर दिया एंड उसमें फिर चिकन नहीं निकाला बट क्रॉस कर रहे हैं तो चिकन निकालना कंपलसरी है ना अगर क्रॉस कर दिया उन्होंने फिर टेबल मतलब से पॉइंट्स क्रॉस किए उन्होंने तो क्या वो जीतेंगे टॉप रहेगा
ทุกทีมเลยครับมันก็ยังมี
नहीं वो तो मुझे पता है घंटी अगर चिकन नहीं कर पा रहे वो उनके क्योंकि नॉर्मली 10 पॉइंट्स हो गए 10 फिनिशेस हो गए तो वो क्रॉस कर लेंगे
for tomorrow, like
तो वो क्या जीतेंगे?
Like everyone can become the champion at this point. So
6 मैचेस के बाद टेबल टॉपर विनर ओके ओके
All right, thank you very much, Fred. Best of luck tomorrow. That does it down here on the stage. Let's head over for more PMWC.
और स्मैश रूल 122 तक लास्ट मैच तक रहेगा है ना 122 स्मैश रूल वो रहेगा 122
we have something major going on with the club championship as Magnus Carlsen he's been able to defend his title.
अरे करण चुप रहते.
That's right. All right, let's talk about this, okay? Because it was an insane finals over in chess. It means a lot too for the club championship side of things. Magnus Carlsen, back-to-back champ, defends the title, does an absolutely fantastic job too, does not drop a game in the process. Yeah, I mean, honestly, insane work out of Magnus Carlsen.
What is happening? What is happening?
It's also the story of Dennis Lazovic, right? Because second place finish for AGAL not only was massive for the club, but massive for GM Dennis as an individual. Magnus was saying that he's really looking to have someone that can kind of be his set rival. He wants a rival to look forward to going up against every single tournament. The question is the new up-and-comer, the 19-year-old GM Dennis, going to be that person?
Is he going to be? I mean, he did end up getting 2-0. We'll see
अरे
what's going to happen later on in upcoming years.
बस ladies में अटके रहो.
Right now, their rankings, AGL being able to secure that second place does put them up in the rankings.
It does. I mean, so that now puts them 500 points above Falcons after Falcons got the third place amount of points in chess. See that reflected here. Team Falcons still in second. However, that's now all the points AGAL can get this championship weekend. Falcons, though, are still in the discussion. There's an insane matchup happening as we speak at the STC Arena between Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. A little bit of a Mina battle going on. And if Falcons are able to come on top, move their way into the semifinals, they get even more points on the board.
अब तो इम्पॉसिबल सा लग रहा है कुछ तो अच्छा सा नहीं लग रहा है थोड़ी टेंशन सी हो रही है आई डोंट नो व्हाई क्या किया जाए बताओ अब सोऊंगी कैसे मैं नींद ही नहीं आएगी मुझे IRL नहीं कर पाऊंगी आवाज में अब कल ही होगी जो भी होगी IRL तो नहीं हो पाएगी एनएस ले जाएगी क्यों भाई? एनएस को सपोर्ट कर रहा है क्या पैनिक? मैं आज कुछ खेलने लायक बच्ची नहीं हूँ। मैं आज मैं 3 साढ़े 3 मतलब मैं 3:45 से 3:30 बजे से स्ट्रीम कर रही हूँ। घंटे देखो घंटे। बीच में लाइट चली गई थी पर फिर मैंने स्टार्ट किया मैं स्ट्रीम ही कर रही हूँ कंटिन्यू। वो भी तो देखो। किसके चांसेस है? फ्यूरिया के? $112 है अरीना के। ये अरीना के 120 पॉइंट्स है भाई। ये देखो 1 भाई 120 पॉइंट्स हैं। कौन क्या बोल रहा था बताओ? 112 पॉइंट्स है। 122 123 पे क्रॉस होगा फिर। दिख रहा है किसी को? गोल एक जीते का भरोसा रखो। भरोसा तो है बट चांसेस भी तो दिखने चाहिए। और रैंगुटैन का तो कोई चांस ही नहीं है ब्रो। भाई जो वाइटैलिटी है उसका तो बुरा ही सीन हो गया तब से। भाई तब से इसका तो डाउनफॉल ही चालू हो गया। कितना अच्छा खेल रही थी तब ये। चलो शाम के हाँ डिनर हो गया। मेरा मैच पूरा नहीं होगा। आज बहुत लेट तक हुआ है। कल तो मुझे लगता है 4:30 से मैचेस चालू हो जाएंगे। कल 4:30 से मैचेस चालू हो जाएंगे और किसी भी मैच में कोई भी जीत सकता है। कल मचाएंगे और लाइक आई होप गाइज होप फॉर द बेस्ट। बस कल को नींद नहीं आएगी वरना टेंशन ही रहनी रहेगी। पूरी टेंशन रहती है यार। पर एस पावर ने आज जो 1v4 किया ना भाई। जय का चैट में जय वो एस पावर का 1v4 वाला क्लिप निकालना। आज अभी निकाल देना। अभी निकाल के दे देना मुझे। इम्पोर्टेंट चैट। कल सबका पेट खराब हो जाएगा और छोड़ के क्या चांसेस है अपने। क्या बकवास है ये। हेलो आदि। आईएलएल नहीं करूंगी आज। मैं सोच रही हूँ कि आईएलएल क्या करूँ यार। कर लूँ क्या 5-10 मिनट की करूंगी फिर मैं क्योंकि मैं शायद कर नहीं पाऊंगी। अब इसके अलावा और क्या करती है? आई डू स्ट्रीमिंग ओनली। आई एम अ फुल टाइम स्ट्रीमर। आई एम अ फुल टाइम स्ट्रीमर दैट्स इट। आई डू स्ट्रीमिंग। और मैचेस हैं क्या? नहीं और मैचेस नहीं है। अब कल ही होंगे। चले गए प्लेयर्स दिख तो रहे, चले गए। मैं तो हाइलाइट्स वगैरह ही देख रही हूँ, मेरे को अच्छा सा मतलब मजा सा आ रहा है। जो गॉडलाइक ने चिकन किया था मस्त है। ओजी एनएल वाले हारेंगे तो बोलेंगे नेट इशू आए। हम ये सब नहीं करते भाई, डिफीट होती है हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं, रोने का काम हम नहीं करते। रोने का काम जो करता है ना वो शायद समझ जाएगा कौन करता है, बाबर है ना। रोने का काम हम नहीं करते। अगर जीत हार गए तो हार गए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन हम अपनी टीम को लास्ट मैच तक सपोर्ट करेंगे बस। समझ किसी को टाइम आउट मत देना अभी फिलहाल के लिए, रहने दो। कम से कम चिकन डिनर तो करा आज के डेट में। चिकन डिनर को तो 2 दिन से भाई कम से कम चिकन डिनर को नहीं तरसे हम। एक दिन में एक चिकन डिनर कर लिया भाई। खैर क्या फर्क पड़ता है। करंट बुंदे ट्रॉफी खतरे में लेना है। हमारे स्ट्रीमर कौन से स्ट्रीमर? ओके ओके जॉन, बाय बाय, कल मिलते हैं सिया। हमारे कौन से स्ट्रीमर्स ब्रो? कौन से हमारे स्ट्रीमर बोल रहे थे? किसने क्या बोल दिया बताओ? आदि यहाँ पे अभी मतलब EWC है ना, तो अभी कंटिन्यू यही चल रहेगा। अरे करण प्लीज मत कर। बॉट प्लेयर फाइनल में नहीं जाते हैं सोनी जी। और गोल्ड्स क्या लिख रहे हो आप? लिखना तो पहले सीखो एक बार, एटलीस्ट जो आप लिख रहे हो उसको ठीक से लिखो। क्या लिखो? हेलो प्रिंस। ये टॉप पर है, अरोरा टॉप पर है, टॉप 5 में तो है नहीं। तुम्हारी टीम बकवास कर रहे हैं आपके फिजूल में। अदर टीम्स की बात करो भाई, अदर टीम्स वो टॉप पे चल रही है। हेलो अमन, टॉप पे वो टीम चल रही है तो चांसेस उनके है ना जीतने के। बोलने खाली से थोड़ी ना होता है, सिर्फ बोल देने से जीत थोड़ी ना जाएगी टीम तुम्हारी। अरे हमारी टीम एक अरे हमारी टीम तो हमें पता है किधर है ब्रो, क्यों फालतू में बहस कर रहे हो? हैं? कोई बात नहीं, तुम लोग मतलब ऐसे ऐसे खुद से सफाइयां पेश कर रहे हो, दैट मीन्स कुछ तो बुरा लगा है तुम लोगों को। कुछ तो दुखा है भाई, ऐसा क्या दुख? किसने छेड़ा तुम लोगों को है? किसने छेड़ा? डू योर होमवर्क ब्रो। जब खुद कुछ अचीव करना लाइफ में तब बोलना ना। कल का दिन बाकी है तो कल आप क्यों नहीं लग रही? ओह थैंक यू वन। तो कल का दिन बाकी है तो अभी आज तो इतना उल्टा सीधा मत बोलो फजूल का। हाँ, क्योंकि देयर इज नो पॉइंट। कल तुम लोग हार जाओगे तो फालतू में फिर एम्बैरेस होगा। हमेशा की तरह एम्बैरेस ही होता है। ओके शाहनवाजी, लगता है पड़ोसी मुल्क के मेहमान आए। आने दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। इंग्लिश नहीं समझते लोगों को। आई गॉट इट नाउ, आई गॉट इट। कोई बात नहीं, इट्स ओके, चिल होता है। हेलो आर्या, मिस क्या कि नहीं? क्या हाल चाल है आर्या? दीदी हिंदी में बोलो। भाई मेरे को समझ नहीं आता, खुद की अचीवमेंट्स देखो ना यार, फिर कल का। ओ माय गॉड, दिस इज सो बेसिक। भाई लोगों को समझ क्यों नहीं आता? आज 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 है सेकंड डे, कल है थर्ड डे। जब कुछ अचीव कर लो उसके बाद बोलना चाहिए। ऐसे पहले से बोलना फिर उसका एम्बेरसमेंट कितनी। भाई कैसे कैसे लोग है भाई, ढीठ बेशरम लोग है क्या? इतना फालतू का बोल रहे, बेफिजूल का। क्या बेशरम लोग है भाई, क्या बेशरम लोग है। अरे किसी को फालतू की हेट क्यों देनी है भाई? क्या मैं आई तुम्हारी चैट पे कुछ बोलने किसी? क्या मैंने कुछ गलत बोला? क्या मैंने किसी स्ट्रीमर के लिए गलत बोला? दिस इज माय फर्स्ट टाइम मैं स्ट्रीम कर रही हूँ वॉच पार्टी की। ये मेरा पहली बार है। मुझे हेट देने का देयर इज नो पॉइंट। अगर मैं कुछ उल्टा सीधा बोलूँ तब आप हेट दो, ठीक है? मेरे को फालतू का बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है। एक लाइन से हाइट मिल जाएगा, वरना फिजूल का बोलोगे तो। जब कुछ उखाड़ लेना तब आना बोलने, इधर फालतू की बकवास मत करो। और गलत की स्पेलिंग तक तो लिख नहीं पा रहे हो। गलत को गलत, गलत पता नहीं क्या लिख रहे हो। डू योर होमवर्क। जब मेरे चैट पे आके बोलना चालू किया तब मैंने जवाब दिया अभी, समझे? बकवास करनी है खाली। टाइम आउट, हाँ दे दो टाइम आउट। भगाओ इनको, फिजूल की बकवास करनी है इनको। खुद की अचीवमेंट कुछ है नहीं। ट्रॉफी उठा लेते तो पता नहीं क्या ही करते भाई। हद है मतलब। इतने पूरे दिन देख रहे हैं उसके बाद भी नहीं अकल ठिकाने आ रही है। कुछ भी बोल रहे बकवास चैट पे आके मेरे पास। मैं किसके चैट पे जाके बकवास कर रहे थे? फालतू का नहीं सुनती हूँ मैं, समझे क्या? कहीं और जाके दिखाना है बकवास। स्टुपिडिटी की भी हद होती है भाई। ए बाबर को भी दो टाइम आउट। फिजूल का बकवास कर रहा। ऐसे लोगों के लिए हाँ वही स्ट्रीमर सही है जो ऐसे लोगों को गंद बोलते हैं। ये लोग डिजर्व करते हैं वाली गंद। मैं कुछ बोल नहीं रही हूँ, तमीज से रह रही हूँ तो चढ़े जा रहे कुछ भी बकवास कर रहे हैं। खुद को कुछ ये वो लोग होते हैं जो खुद तो कुछ उखाड़ते नहीं है लाइफ में, ठीक है? दूसरों के बलबूते पे चले आएंगे मुंह फाड़ते हुए बोलने। अमन ये हेटर्स ये पाकिस्तानी है, ये लोग कुछ भी बकवास कर रहे हैं। इन्होंने क्या उखाड़ा होगा जो मुंह चला रहे हैं यहाँ पे बैठ के? कुछ करा है इन्होंने लाइफ में? कुछ उखाड़ा है लाइफ में इन्होंने? ये जो बकवास कर रहे हैं चैट पे आके। होता कुछ नहीं है दूसरों के बलबूते पे। सिर्फ गेम मोबाइल गेम में। अरे यार कम ऑन यार, हर चीज में तो पीछे है, हर चीज में पीछे बकवास कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे आके मेरे पास। हेलो लवली, हाउ आर यू? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो? राशन हाय मैंगो जी, कैसे हो? कोई नहीं दीदी, चाहे इंडिया जीते ना दे। हाँ मतलब बकवास। हाँ मतलब हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है भाई, हम तो अपनी ऑफकोर्स इंडिया टीम को ही सपोर्ट करेंगे, वो चाहे जिस भी प्लेस पे रहे, वो चाहे बॉटम से रहे चाहे जहां से भी रहे। हमने बहुत से फील्ड में मेडल्स लिए हैं, बहुत ज्यादा लिए हैं, ठीक है। और मैं भी बोलूंगी तो बहुत बुरा लगेगा, इन लोगों को बहुत बुरा लगेगा, बट मैं इसलिए नहीं बोलती हूँ कि मेरी आदत नहीं है जगह दिखाने की लोगों को उनकी, ठीक है। और नहीं मैं मुंह खराब करना चाहती हूँ सडनली लोगों के लिए, तो क्योंकि मैं अपनी चीजों में रहती हूँ, मेरे को स्ट्रीम करनी है। जेलस फील हो रही है भाई? मेरे को समझ नहीं आता कि मेरे चैट में आके क्यों बक रहे हैं, मेरे चैट में आके क्यों बक रहे हैं। मैंने क्या बोला किसी की स्ट्रीम पे जाके, या किसी को मैंने कौन सा ट्रोल किया है? मैंने किसी को क्या गलत बोला, या मैंने किसी के लिए गंदा बोला? मेरी चैट पे आके कुछ बोलोगे तो मैं जवाब भी ना दूं क्या? फिर इतने पागल थोड़ी ना होंगे मैं जवाब नहीं दूंगी। बकवास सुनूंगी तुम लोगों की। कौन हो तुम लोग? अरे भाई इसमें सिर्फ इसमें क्या बोलते, बीजीएमआई पबजी में सिर्फ भाई अगर एक ट्रॉफी जीत भी ली तुमने तो तुम इतने सारे स्पोर्ट्स हैं, इतने सारे स्पोर्ट्स हैं भाई, कहीं कुछ उखाड़ा नहीं है, यहाँ पे बकवास कर रहे हो। बीजीएमआई पबजी खेल लिया तो इन लोगों को लगता है बहुत बड़ी जंग जीत ली है, फिजूल में बकवास करते हैं। ये देखो लैंग्वेज देखो इनकी, हम इंडिया के बाप हैं। कोई सेंस नहीं बनता भाई, कितनी बार इनको भरा गया है, कितनी बार हर फील्ड में भरे जाते हैं, हर फील्ड में नाक कटाते हैं, उसके बाद भी यहाँ आके सिर्फ बीजीएमआई और पबजी से छाती चौड़ी हो रही है। कम ऑन यार, छी भाई छी। कुछ अचीवमेंट्स है नहीं, जीरो अचीवमेंट्स है, जीरो जीरो अचीवमेंट्स है, उसके बाद बकवास करते हैं। ऑफेंस वाली बात नहीं है, मैं ऑफेंस तब तक नहीं हो रही थी जब तक इन्होंने, अगर तुम लोग फालतू की गाली गलौज या कुछ उल्टा सीधा बोलोगे तो मेरे को बिल्कुल बर्दाश्त नहीं होगा। मैं नॉर्मली ले रही हूँ, मैं आपसे बात कर रही हूँ, आपकी चैट्स पढ़ रही हूँ, आपको जवाब दे रही हूँ, तो उसे उतना ही लो, वरना मैं सारी चैट्स में टाइम आउट लगा दूंगी, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। ये देखो कितनी बकवास करते हैं, देखो चैट देखो, घूम फिर के हिंदू मुस्लिम पे आ जाते हैं, आप बस मूड पियो ऐसे बोल रहे हो। कौन किसका पीता है ना, मेरे को बताने की जरूरत नहीं है, समझा? गवार पढ़ाई लिखाई करी नहीं है, मुंह उठाए चले आए, बक दिया कुछ भी। डू योर होमवर्क फर्स्ट। मेरे पास चैट में तो बकवास करने मत आना। भाई मैं बोलूंगी तो बहुत बुरा लग जाएगा, सारी कम्युनिटी ऑफेंड हो जाएगी फिर। बकवास करते हैं। इंडिया के अचीवमेंट्स गिराने की जरूरत नहीं है, पता है उन्होंने क्या क्या अचीव किया लाइफ में। और हमारे इंडियंस इतने वेले भी नहीं कि भाई इनके स्ट्रीमर्स के पास जा के उल्टा सीधा बोले। इतने वेले भी नहीं है यार, हमारी चैट जाती भी नहीं है इनके उल्टा सीधा बोलने। इतनी फालतू चैट है ना, इतने फालतू वेले लोग हैं ना, इनके इंडिया के स्ट्रीमर्स को ढूंढ ढूंढ के उनके पास जा के गंद बोलते हैं। इस तरह के लोग हैं, बताओ। अच्छा धुरंधर 2 भाई शर्म भाई, एक इतना वेला कोई कैसे हो सकता है? हाँ इतना वेला कोई कैसे हो सकता है भाई? इतने साल में भाई हमारे यहाँ गेम बैन है पबजी, ठीक है? उसके पहले इंटरनेशनल भी लोग गए हैं, खेले भी हैं, लोगों की टीम आई भी नहीं थी उस टाइम पे। बकवास करते हैं यहाँ पे बैठ के। जिनकी टीम्स खेलती भी नहीं थी, सोचो कब हमारी टीम इंटरनेशनल खेलती थी। तो हमारे यहाँ पबजी बैन है, ठीक है? तो क्वालिफाई तो इस पार्टिसिपेट ही नहीं करते थे इसके पहले, अब जाके हो रही है, तो दे आर ट्राइंग देयर बेस्ट एंड मैं हमेशा उन्हें ही सपोर्ट करूंगी। हमारे यहाँ बैन होने के बाद भी दो दो स्लॉट मिल रहे हैं हमारे यहाँ बैन होने के बाद भी, ठीक है? उसके बाद भी ये बकवास से करनी है, होमवर्क करना नहीं घर पे। दो दो स्लॉट लेते हैं इंडिया वाले। सौरभ बोलो बोलो, सुन रही है सौरभ। फिर ट्रॉफी लेकर घटती क्या करें, नहीं इन्हें पेरेंट्स की मेंटालिटी यार उन लोग खुद ही समझ जाएंगे एक टाइम पे अपने आप ही के बच्चों का भविष्य बीजीएमआई में, पबजी में, मोबाइल गेम्स में, पीसी गेम्स में अगर उनको इंटरेस्ट है तो ऑफ कोर्स सपोर्ट करना चाहिए पेरेंट्स को, एंड मुझे लगता कर भी रहे हैं लोग। यार क्या चाहिए इनको, वही तो। 2 दिन हुआ है, डे 2 है, कल का दिन भी बाकी है, ट्रॉफी भी कोई नहीं जीता। पहले से फालतू की बकवास आके मेरे चैनल पे हेट दे रहे हैं मुझे, क्या मिल रहा है? अभी जहाँ पे खूब अच्छी वॉचिंग चल रही होती वहां कोई चैट मुंह भी नहीं लगाता ऐसे लोगों को। हम बोलते ही फिरते हैं, कद्दू को उखाड़ नहीं पाते हैं। मैं पढ़ रही हूँ चैट, इसलिए यहाँ पे बकवास कर रहे हैं। ये देखो गवारों को 40 किंग, हा हा। क्या गवार आदमी है रे तू, कुछ भी बोलना है मुंह उठा के लिख देना है। टाइप टाइप करने में क्या जा रहा है, कुछ भी टाइप कर दो। कोई वैल्यू तो है नहीं, पूरी ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में कोई वैल्यू है नहीं इनकी, बकवास करते हैं। अपने मुंह मिट्ठू मियाँ हुए पड़े भाई, अपने मुंह 48 44 44 हमने जबकि कुछ बोला नहीं। खैर आज के लिए इतना काफी है। दीदी है ना सीबीआई, आपने भी कम नहीं बोला है, आपने भी बहुत बोला है, आपको जितना बोलना था ठीक है। तो आप अगर ये चाहते हो कि मैं ऐसे शांत होकर सुनती रहूँ बर्दाश्त करती रहूँ तो मैं नहीं सुन पाती हूँ, नहीं सुनती हूँ। दे दो दे दो ठीक है गाइस, चलो मिलते हैं कल मैं स्ट्रीम 4 बजे स्टार्ट कर दूंगी ठीक है। बाय बाय सिया, मिलते हैं कल एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक टू ओजी एंड गॉड लाइक, विल सी क्या होता है कल ठीक है गाइस। टेक केयर, ध्यान रखो सब अपना। हेलो हेलो हर्ष, बोलो बोलो हर्ष। ये चैट नहीं पढ़ा आदित्य की सारी मैंने चैट पढ़ी तो है, पर मैं जरा जवाब देने पे लगी थी, घर में नहीं खाने को जाने दो, बेकार लोग बेकार बातें, कौन ही सीरियस लेता है इनको, कोई तो सीरियस लेता नहीं है। वालों को मुझसे दिलाते हो, अरे चलो करो, अरे हाथी पढ़ लिया ओके। तो चलो गाइस बाय बाय, टेक केयर, ध्यान रखो सब अपना ओके, बाय बाय। आईआरएल में करूंगी तो शायद 10-20 मिनट के लिए करूंगी, लास्ट में एकदम।